Daily Life of a Villain's Mother Chapter 1 to Chapter 135. Mommy, Mommy, don't you want the baby anymore? The baby's cries kept ringing in Yifan's ears. Yifan opened her eyes with difficulty. For a moment, she couldn't tell where she was. Mommy. A pair of small hands grabbed her arm and cried until he was out of breath. Was he calling her? Yifan turned her head and looked to her side. A child about 2 or 3 years old was looking at her. The child's mouth was pursed. His face was covered in tears and his eyes were red from crying. Mommy, hug me. I want to hug you, the baby said softly, his eyes full of expectation. He lay on the edge of the bed and looked at Yifan with his round black eyes. He stretched out his hand towards Yifan, kicked the ground with his feet and jumped up. Yifan sat up instinctively and picked up the baby. The baby seemed to be very scared. When Yifan picked him up, he hooked his arms around Yifan's neck. He must have cried for too long. He was still sobbing softly. The baby's shoulders were shaking, but his chubby arms were still wrapped around Yifan. He was afraid that Yifan wouldn't react like before. The soft little body curled up in Yifan's arms. Yifan instantly froze. She had never taken care of a child before and didn't know how to treat this baby that didn't belong to her. Yifan could only hold him carefully, afraid that she would hurt the baby. Perhaps because Yifan had woken up, the baby in her arms gradually quieted down. Yifan took this opportunity to look at the furnishings in the room. Unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. She had transmigrated into a novel called The Real and Fake Heiress. In the novel, there was a cannon fodder female supporting character with the same name as her. The supporting character was originally the heiress of the Tang family. The Tang family had a big business and was a famous tycoon. Nia Weiru had always had a crush on Mr. Tang. She was jealous of everything about Mrs. Tang. When Mrs. Tang was about to give birth, she swapped their children. From then on, the original owner of the real heiress led a wandering life and grew up in an orphanage, while the fake Tang Jin enjoyed a high position and wealth. After that, the original owner entered the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry was a mix of good and bad people. The original owner was very beautiful. Many people in the industry coveted her beauty. Moreover, the original owner was just an unknown side character. She could only swallow her grievances in her stomach. Those people saw that the original owner was lonely and helpless, so they had some ideas. But there was a deviation in the plan. The original owner wasn't sent to the old man's bed. But she had sex with He-han. Then, the host gave birth to a child, but He-han didn't know anything about it. After this incident, the original owner continued to stay in the entertainment industry. She raised her child alone and became a substitute for the popular actress, Tang Jin. Tang Jin had discovered her identity because of an accident when she was young. She had always known that she was not of the Tang family's bloodline. After meeting the host, she became suspicious and confirmed the host's identity. Tang Jin used the power of the Tang family to target her. The son of the original owner was smarter than the average child. When he grew up, he became a high IQ villain. Because of his childhood experience, his personality was distorted. He committed crimes all over the world. The police knew that he was the criminal, but they couldn't find any clues. Before transmigrating, Yifan's parents died when she was young. Because she had musical talent, she was helped by a kind person to go to a music school and become a composer. Yifan stayed up for several days to compose a song. Before the song was finished, she transmigrated to this world. Now, it was not too late for Yifan to transmigrate over. Tang Jin didn't find out the original owner's identity. And Yifan couldn't let Tang Jin frame Yifan. At this time, Yifan began to look at the baby in her arms. The baby's name was Yiduo. His nickname was Dudu. The baby's hands were around her neck. His short and fat arms were like tender lotus roots. The next second, there was a rumbling sound coming from the chubby baby's stomach. Dudu looked at Yifan innocently. Hungry. Baby is hungry. Yifan accepted her fate and carried Dudu to the kitchen. Because the original owner didn't cook, the kitchen was very clean. She only cooked when the nanny came. The nanny had been sick for the past few days, so the original owner had been feeding the baby. Yifan touched Dudu's slightly deflated fat belly and coaxed, "Let's go out to eat, okay?" Dudu was excited. "Eat, baby wants to eat." Yifan was afraid that the baby would be hungry, so she picked up her wallet and phone on the sofa and carried the baby out. There was a children's restaurant not far from home. Yifan carried Dudu all the way. The baby was quite heavy. Yifan's arms were a little numb after holding him for a while. She put Toot Toot down on the ground and took his hand. Yifan bent down and said, "Dudu can walk by himself, right?" Dudu didn't cry or make a fuss. He held Yifan's hand tightly. His little face was serious and he said in a baby voice, "Yes." Yifan didn't know what a 2 or 3-year-old baby could eat, so she ordered a few things that were easy to digest. She decided to look up the recipes on the internet and make what she could herself. She couldn't take the baby out to eat every day. The waiter led Yifan to his seat. As Yifan and the baby were both very good-looking, the waiter's gaze lingered on them for a while longer. The waiter handed her the menu. "Your baby is so cute." She had worked in this restaurant for a while, but it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful mother and son. Yifan was taken aback. Then, he smiled with pride. It would have been fine if Yifan didn't smile. The moment he smiled, his originally exquisite facial features instantly became bright and dazzling. She was born with a pair of extremely beautiful eyes. When she looked at people, her eyes seemed to sparkle. The waiter was immediately stunned. The woman in front of him clearly didn't have any makeup on, but her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Without makeup, she was more beautiful than the average female star. Yifan thanked him and took the menu. The food they ordered was served very quickly. Yifan ordered the baby's egg-steamed chestnut cake and apple oatmeal porridge. Dudu couldn't hold the spoon steadily, and the rice would drip onto his clothes. Yifan simply fed him spoon by spoon. When Dudu finished eating, she casually ate a little. After eating, Yifan carried Dudu back home. When they got home, Dudu was already fast asleep in her arms. She gently placed it on the bed and lay down beside Dudu and fell asleep. Although Dudu was very sensible, raising a child was still very tiring, especially for Yifan who had never raised a child before. The next day, Yifan asked the nanny to take care of Dudu. She was ready to go to the set. On the way, she sorted out her thoughts for the TV series she was going to shoot. The TV series she was in was called Undercover on the Beach. It was about a pair of secret agents who were undercover in Shanghai. The female and male leads were a fake couple. They acted intimately outside and were meticulous when completing missions. The male and female leads fell in love with each other as they worked together on missions. They accompanied each other through hardships and finally obtained an important document from Japan number 76 to complete the mission. In recent years, several spy movies from the Republic of China were very popular. All the major film and television companies in Hua Nation had invested in spy movies. Undercover on the Beach was one of the most invested TV series. He-han's breath was on Yifan's shoulder. It was clearly warm, but it also seemed so cold. The two of them were too close. Yifan didn't dare to move, so her body froze there. He-han lowered her eyes, her clear and cold gaze slowly lowering. His lips stopped just above Yifan's shoulder, an inch away, and did not move forward at all. At this moment, the people who were investigating had already arrived. They looked at the alley with vigilant eyes. From their angle, they could clearly see He-han leaning against the wall. He seemed to be hugging a woman in his arms. The two of them looked very intimate. They looked at each other and knew that they were a young couple. They didn't suspect anything and directly left. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere was spreading, a voice sounded. "Cut." Very good. The director was very satisfied with the performance of the two of them. They had completely expressed the feeling he wanted. He-han's lips immediately moved away from Yifan. The dangerous aura that belonged to him disappeared. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Yifan took a few steps to the side to put some distance between her and He-han. Yifan's expression was indifferent. She raised her hand and gently tugged at her clothes to cover her exposed shoulder. He-han and Yifan didn't look at each other. Their eyes didn't meet at all. They were in such an intimate state just a moment ago, but now they were like strangers. Today, Yi Fan and He Han only had one scene. After filming this scene, Yi Fan could leave. Before leaving, Yi Fan glanced at He Han. He Han was still wearing his military uniform and his figure was tall and straight. His jaw was clenched and his thin lips were pursed into a noble arc. He Han was very dedicated to his work. No matter what scene he was filming, he would complete it seriously. There were also female celebrities who wanted to use the opportunity of filming to get close to He Han. But He Han's attitude was cold, so those people gave up on the idea. He Han had acted with so many female celebrities, but outside of filming, no one had heard any rumors about He Han. Yi Fan's thoughts were complicated. How would the outside world know that He Han actually had a son? As for the relationship between He Han and the original host, the book didn't describe it in detail. Yi Fan didn't know the reason either. She only knew that after that night, the original host had He Han's child. Yi Fan thought that the original host and He Han's relationship was an accident. They were just strangers. She had already signed the contract, so she had to complete her scenes in this movie. Once she was done with this, she would leave the cast and would never have anything to do with He Han again. Yesterday, Yi Fan had a lot of ingredients from the supermarket and put them in the fridge. She had also done some research on the internet. She was going to try some simple recipes first and then slowly improve them. When Yi Fan walked into the kitchen wearing an apron, Dudu also followed her in. He walked with his short legs and stumbled as he followed her. Ever since Yi Fan had transmigrated, Dudu had been following her closely. He followed wherever Yi Fan went, as if he was afraid that she would disappear. Yi Fan had her hands behind her back as she tied the apron. When she stopped, she realized that there was a little tail following behind her. And it was the kind that couldn't be shaken off. The moment Yi Fan stopped, Dudu hugged her calf. His hands were clutching the bottom of her pants so tightly that they were almost one with the floor. Yi Fan found it funny and her heart ached for him. She understood that her baby was worried about his gains and losses and wanted to keep clinging to someone. Yi Fan arrived at the set. She knew that Tang Jin would be here today. This was the first time that Tang Jin and Yi Fan had met in this lifetime. That day, when she was filming with He Han, Tang Jin was not around. She was very busy and was on another set. Yi Fan recalled the plot in the novel. Tang Jin was jealous of the original owner's beauty. She was worried that the substitute would steal her limelight, so she kept suppressing the original owner. Later, when she found out that the original owner was the biological daughter of the Tang family, Tang Jin bullied the original owner even more. Yi Fan lowered her eyes and felt a chill in her heart. According to the plot in the novel, Tang Jin and her would definitely meet. If Tang Jin made a move on her, she would not sit still and wait for death. She sat in her seat and waited quietly. After a while, there was a commotion at the door and a group of people walked over. Yi Fan looked up and saw that the leader was a tall woman. She had fair skin and red lips and was wearing sunglasses. It was Tang Jin. Tang Jin walked in with two assistants beside her. She slowly took off her sunglasses and exuded the aura of a celebrity. Tang Jin was naturally beautiful since she could become a popular celebrity. However, at this moment, she had an arrogant expression on her face and gave off a sense of distance. Tang Jin would reveal her true feelings in private, but in public, she would play the role of a caring idol. She smiled sweetly in front of others, but behind her back, she would deal with those who were unfavorable to her without mercy. Tang Jin sat on a chair. The moment she sat down, her assistant, Xiaoyan, immediately handed a glass of water to Tang Jin. Tang Jin took it and took a sip. Xiaoyan reminded Tang Jin, "You have to shoot a rain scene today." Tang Jin looked at the script and frowned. "A rain scene?" Xiaoyan nodded. "For this scene, you have to be drenched in the rain and slide down a slope." "I don't want to do this scene." Tang Jin immediately rejected. She would never film such a dirty and tiring scene. Tang Jin suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's my double?" Xiaoyan looked around the set and his gaze fell on Yi Fan. He pointed in her direction and said, "Her name is Yi Fan. She's your stunt double." Tang Jin looked in the direction that Xiaoyan was pointing at. She narrowed her eyes. "That woman is my substitute?" She never knew that her body double was so beautiful. Yi Fan turned sideways. Her side profile was fair and beautiful. Before she even saw her face, she already knew that Yifan was a great beauty. Tang Jin's eyes darkened. She was just a substitute, yet her appearance was so outstanding. Anger rose in her heart, and she clenched her fists even tighter. But so what? Without any background, a newcomer would never be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Tang Jin laughed. She did not take Yifan seriously at all. At this moment, the director walked over to Tang Jin and asked, "Are you clear about the scene we are going to film today?" Tang Jin glanced at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, "Director, Tang Jin is not feeling well today. We might not be able to film the scene in the rain today." Tang Jin did not say anything. Her expression was calm. Everyone in the industry knew that Tang Jin had a background. The resources provided by the Tang family were also top-notch. The director frowned slightly. He knew that the Tang family was powerful, but he also disliked those who relied on their power and did not work hard. For the sake of the Tang family, the director suppressed his emotions and did not say anything. He looked at Yifan and said, "Since that's the case, let Yifan film this scene." When Yifan heard this, her expression was calm. She had already expected that Tang Jin would not film the scene in the rain. Tang Jin hid her black-hearted nature very well. On the surface, she was friendly and was praised in the industry. In fact, she relied on her family's wealth to take down many competitors behind the scenes. Yifan faintly hummed an acknowledgement. Yifan's heart melted at the thought of Dudu's pitiful voice on the phone. As soon as she left the set, she rushed back home without stopping. Yifan pressed the password on the door. The beeping sound came from the room, and the baby's voice came from inside. "Mommy is here." Yifan heard the sound of slippers. As soon as the door opened, a chubby little ball rushed over and hugged Yifan's thigh. He raised his hands and kept jumping on the spot. "Yay, Mommy is home." Yifan smiled and bent down. She took the baby into her arms and kissed him several times. "Baby, did you miss Mommy?" Yidua was anxious and quickly said, "Yes." He was afraid that Yifan wouldn't believe him, so he made a few gestures and drew a big circle in the air. "There are so many." Yifan hugged the chubby little boy and kissed him several more times. Every time she saw Dudu, she couldn't help but wonder where such a cute chubby little boy came from. When Yifan hugged Dudu, her sleeve slipped down a little, revealing a small wound on her arm. Although the wound wasn't deep, there were several horizontal lines and it looked quite shocking. When Dudu saw it, he immediately pouted and tears flowed down his chubby chin. "Mommy hurts." Baby whimpers. Nanny Lee, who was standing by the side, also exclaimed, "Shouldn't we hurry up and apply medicine?" After Nanny Lee came back from home, she found that Yifan had changed a lot. Not only was she much gentler, but she also began to dote on her son, who she had always disliked. After spending some time with Yifan, Nanny Lee gradually changed her opinion of Yifan. She began to feel sorry for this single mother who raised a child alone. Yifan didn't want the baby to see it, but she didn't expect that something would go wrong. Dudu, who was standing in front of her, was still crying pitifully. Yifan avoided the wound on her hand and picked up Dudu. She looked at Nanny Lee and said, "Nanny Lee, please help me bring the first aid kit to the room." Nanny Lee nodded and went to the drawer in the living room to find the first aid kit. Yifan carried Dudu back to the room. Dudu carefully put his arms around Yifan's neck. "Mommy, don't carry me. I'm heavy." Yifan could not help but laugh. She placed Dudu on the ground and the two of them walked into the room. Yifan treated her own wound. Although it was a little painful, her expression did not change. On the contrary, Dudu was facing a great enemy. He pouted and blew gently. Yifan looked at Dudu's focused expression and couldn't help but reach out to rub his head. She only stopped when she messed up his hair. Dudu looked at Yifan blankly. There were tears hanging on his long eyelashes. He didn't know what had happened. After Yifan coaxed Dudu to sleep, she began to do her own things. She took out her phone to check today's messages. Yifan frowned when she saw the latest message. The message showed that a sum of money was missing from her bank account. Yifan didn't understand where the money went, so she turned on the computer to check. She finally remembered that the previous owner would give Nyaweru a sum of money every month. Her card was set to automatically transfer money. At the beginning of the month, she would transfer a sum of money to Nyaweru. Nyaweru was the mastermind behind the switch between the previous owner and Tang Jin. She didn't throw Yifan into the orphanage, but brought Yifan home. The previous owner wasn't valued at home since she was young. Nyaweru didn't like her and ordered her around in the name of a mother. The previous owner longed for familial love. She couldn't understand why Nyaweru would treat her like this. When she was pregnant, she didn't dare tell Nyaweru. She was afraid that Nyaweru would be disappointed. She found an excuse to leave home and give birth to the child outside. Sure enough, the salesperson's face turned dark. Sorry, these credit cards can't be used. Nyaweru cared about face the most, and this scene was enough to embarrass her. Not to mention that there were already quite a few customers in the store. Now those people were looking at her like they were watching a play, which made her even more angry. Nyaweru turned to look at Yifan and said in a bad mood, "The credit cards are yours. Why didn't you know that they were suddenly stopped?" Nyaweru was already blaming Yifan in her heart. Yifan wasn't her daughter and she had raised her for so many years. Now, because of Yifan, she was put in such a difficult position. Nyaweru also indicated for Yifan to pay for the clothes. Yifan sneered in her heart, but her face was very calm. "Mom, I've never used these credit cards before. They're all with you and I don't know why they were stopped." Yifan continued to say, "Also, as soon as I earn money, I immediately transfer it to you and little brother's bank cards. I don't have that much money right now." Nyaweru's breath was stuck in her throat. Faced with the others pointing at her, she couldn't refute because Yifan wasn't lying at all. Nyaweru felt that the situation was already out of her control. When Nyaweru was trying on the clothes, she had smeared her foundation on a few clothes. She wanted to buy them anyway, so she didn't care. Now she was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Nyaweru could only take out her own credit card. She had always been using Yifan's money and had never used her own card. Yifan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Nyaweru was finally willing to spend her own money. When she was exploiting the previous host, she never thought that there would be a day like this. "Use this one." Nyaweru's face was gloomy as she handed over the credit card in her hand. The salesperson quickly took it. From the conversation between Yifan and Nyaweru, she more or less figured out the relationship between the two. Before Nyaweru could go back on her word, she had already typed up the bill and swiped her card. Nyaweru looked at the bill in her hand and felt her heart clench. She glanced at Yifan and her face turned even uglier. Yifan was really a plague. Yifan didn't take Nyaweru's reaction to heart. Nyaweru didn't like her to begin with, so why should she cater to Nyaweru? Nyaweru was angry that she had spent so much money for nothing. She didn't talk to Yifan the whole way. She knew that Yifan had always yearned for kinship since she was a child. If she kept giving Yifan the cold shoulder, Yifan would definitely stick to her. If Yifan knew, she would only sarcastically say, "You're thinking too much." She wasn't the original Yifan a long time ago, so she wouldn't pretend to be nice to Nyaweru. Yifan directly told Nyaweru that she had something to do, so she immediately flagged down a taxi and left. Only Nyaweru was left holding the bag and gritting her teeth as she stood on the side of the road. A few days ago, the assistant director of the cast of Undercover on the Beach called Yifan and settled on the role of the dancer with her. Today, Yifan went to the company to sign the contract. She received a portion of the money and the rest would be transferred to her after she finished filming. Seeing the extra money in her bank account, Yifan's mood improved a lot. She hadn't found another way to make money yet. Now that she had the money, although it wasn't much, it could support her for a while. After coming out of the company, Yifan had a smile on her face. Her originally cold eyebrows softened a lot when she smiled. Many people turned around to look at her. When they saw Yifan coming out of the entertainment company, they had a look of understanding on their faces. They thought that Yifan was a famous star. Yifan didn't pay attention and went straight to the mall. She had thought about it before signing the contract. She wanted to buy a children's car for the baby and take him out for a walk. He-han was wearing sunglasses. There were not many people in the mall, so no one recognized him. He Han was nearby, so Ping called him. He Han asked the driver to send Ping home, and he immediately rushed to other activities. As for the girl that Ping mentioned, He Han didn't take it to heart. Yi Fan didn't have any scenes today, so Yi Fan was free to accompany the baby to learn how to drive. The children's car that Yi Fan ordered yesterday arrived soon. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans and was ready to go out. Yi Fan hadn't taken the child out before, so she took all the things that Yi Duo would use and checked repeatedly to make sure that she didn't miss anything. Yi Duo was sitting on the edge of the bed, watching Yi Fan walk around. He swung his legs and said, "Mommy?" Hearing the baby's voice, Yi Fan walked over. Yi Fan squatted on the edge of the bed and touched the baby's chubby doo-doo face. "Mommy wants to take you out to play." Yi Duo giggled and clapped his hands vigorously. Go out to play, go out to play. This meant that his mother would be with him all the time today. Yi Fan kissed Yi Duo's chubby face. She zipped up the bag and was ready to go out with the baby in her arms. Yi Fan saw Nanny Li come out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Nanny Li, it's been hard for you to take care of the baby. You can take a day off today." Yi Fan was always away from home when she was filming. Nanny Li took good care of Dudu and helped her a lot. Nanny Li wanted to clean the house while Yi Fan was away. But under Yi Fan's insistence, Nanny Li took a break. The weather was good today. The sun was hidden behind the clouds, and the sun only shone occasionally. The baby wouldn't get sunburned in this kind of weather. Moreover, Yi Fan had chosen a park near the neighborhood. If anything happened, she could go home in time. Dudu had never ridden a bike before, but he showed great interest in it. Once he sat on it, he couldn't bear to get off. Yi Fan unhooked the pedal from the front wheel and let Dudu kick the wheel as he pleased. Dudu had stayed at home for a long time. Once he was outside, he would play like a maniac. But while he was playing, he had to see Yi Fan. Otherwise, he would feel insecure. Yi Fan followed behind Dudu so that he could see her when he turned around. During this process, Yi Fan could not help but reflect on herself. Did she not care enough for her child? She had never been anyone's mother. However, she believed that she would try her best to be the best mother she could be. There was a small amusement park next to the park. The residents nearby often brought their children to play. "Is this your son?" The person who spoke was a mother who also had a child. Her child was different from Dudu. He was extremely naughty and ran around everywhere. She wished she could just tie him to her side. Her child was gone, but why did other people's children follow their mothers so eagerly? Yi Fan smiled. "Because I'm busy with work and don't have time to accompany the child. The child is more clingy to me." Yi Fan glanced at Dudu, who was playing crazily in the amusement park. "It's better for the child to be more lively." Dudu saw that his mother was talking to someone else, so he didn't follow. His short legs moved quickly, and he threw himself into Yi Fan's arms. "Mom, it's fun." Dudu looked up. When he was happy, he couldn't help but share it with Yi Fan. He kept talking in a childish voice. Even when they were about to go home, he still wanted to continue. Cut. The director called for a cut. The director smiled and said, "This scene is past. You guys did well." As soon as the director spoke, Yi Fan sat up in He Han's arms. The military uniform slipped off her shoulders. A hand reached out from behind her and caught the jacket. He Han also sat up when the director called for a cut. Yi Fan and He Han both took a step back. They completely removed their emotions from the scene and returned to their normal selves. Anyone would think that they were strangers who had never interacted before. Yi Fan nodded at He Han and turned to leave. In a few days, Yi Fan would officially play the role of a dancer. Not long ago, the script had been sent to Yi Fan. Yi Fan cherished this opportunity, so she treated this role very seriously. After Yi Fan coaxed Dudu to sleep, she tucked him in and quietly opened the door to leave the room. The lights in the living room were still on. Yi Fan was about to read the script again. Yi Fan was going to play the female lead's sister, an illegitimate daughter who had led a wandering life. Her name was Jean Tan. After she had led a life of prostitution, she flipped between all kinds of men with ease. She was vicious and merciless. She was a femme fatale. Under an opportunity, she secretly worked for the Japanese. Jean Tan's mission was to assassinate the male lead. Just as Yi Fan was trying to figure out the character's personality, the door behind her suddenly opened. Yi Fan hurriedly put down the script in her hands and turned to look. Dudu had woken up at some point. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked over to Yi Fan. Dudu's eyes were still half closed, but he stumbled over to Yi Fan. "I'm sorry. Did Mom wake you up?" Yi Fan's voice was very gentle. As soon as he heard Yi Fan's voice, Dudu pouted. He wanted to cry, but he didn't. He immediately quickened his pace and jogged over to Yi Fan. Yi Fan opened her arms and the baby jumped into Yi Fan's arms. "It's not Mommy's fault." Dudu shook his head. "It's Mommy who isn't by my side." Dudu's chubby little hands hugged Yi Fan's neck tightly, not letting go. He used his chubby face to rub against Yi Fan's face. "I want Mommy to hug me to sleep," Dudu said softly. Yi Fan touched Dudu's face. "Baby, sleep first. Mommy will come over later, okay?" The baby pouted. "No, Mommy has to work. Baby will accompany her." Yi Fan looked at Dudu's serious little face and was stunned. When Yi Fan went out to film, Dudu asked Nanny Li what his mother was doing. Nanny Li said that Yi Fan went out to work because of the baby. Moreover, his mother worked very hard, so she asked Dudu to treat his mother better. Dudu agreed with a serious expression after hearing this. Yi Fan's eyes were a little hot. She straightened Dudu's body and let him curl up in her arms. When he ran out of the room just now, he was barefoot and didn't wear shoes. It had been a while since she transmigrated into this world. In the beginning, the baby was a stranger to her. An outsider suddenly appeared in her life, but as time passed, the baby became the most important person to her. Yi Fan smiled. She had insisted on being alone before because she didn't have any burden or trouble. Now it seemed that there was nothing that couldn't be changed. Dudu looked at Yi Fan and didn't say anything. He reached out his little hands to hold Yi Fan's face. "Mommy, I will grow up quickly and earn a lot of money so that you can live in a big house." The production crew did not expect that the role of Jean Tan would cause so much discussion. Everyone's focus was no longer on the male and female leads. In order to hype things up, they decided not to mention it and did not announce who the dancer was. They were deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. As a result, this topic continued to ferment, and more people were discussing it. Everyone was guessing who the dancer was. In the hotel room, Tang Jin looked at herself in the mirror. She was holding a lipstick in her hand. Tang Jin held the lipstick and applied it bit by bit. The bright red color covered Tang Jin's lips, making Tang Jin's face even more charming. For some reason, Tang Jin thought of Yi Fan. Yi Fan was just a stunt double, but she actually got the role of a dancer. That day, when Yi Fan was acting, she glanced at her. At that time, Tang Jin was stunned. That Yi Fan, who she had never taken seriously and had always been her substitute, was actually so good-looking. Tang Jin narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on the lipstick. Tang Jin picked up her cell phone and prepared to look at the comments online. The trailer for Undercover on the Beach had been released. Every time this happened, her fans would always praise her on Weibo. She liked the feeling of being praised. Tang Jin opened Weibo and glanced at it. A smile appeared on her lips. Her fans were praising her as usual. Tang Jin scrolled through the comments, and the smile on her lips suddenly froze. She actually saw someone mention Yi Fan. "Quickly tell us who the dancer is. She's so beautiful. I'm really curious." If you ask me, Tang Jin might not be as beautiful as the dancer. There are so many beauties in the entertainment industry. Tang Jin is just being praised by everyone. Tang Jin was so angry that her hand trembled slightly as she held the cell phone. Yi Fan's name did not even appear on the cast list. Why was she being noticed? Not to mention, Yi Fan did not even show her face. Only her eyes were exposed. What made her even angrier was that the netizens actually compared her to Yi Fan. They said that Yi Fan looked like a great beauty and were looking forward to the time when the dancer took off her veil. The door opened and Agent Lee walked in. When he saw Tang Jin's expression, he sighed. "Did you see the comments?" Tang Jin said coldly, how are you going to deal with this matter? I don't want to see anyone comparing me to Yi Fan again. Is she worthy? When Tang Jin saw these comments, her first reaction was anger, then panic. Because she knew that Yi Fan was very beautiful. When Yi Fan took off her veil and those people saw Yi Fan's face, she didn't know how they would praise Yi Fan. Agent Lee said, I'll get the troll army to post comments on those marketing accounts, Weibo accounts, to change the public opinion and emphasize that you stand out more in this drama. Yi Fan is just a minor character. How can she be compared to you? When that happened, the netizens' attention would no longer be on Yi Fan. Tang Jin felt slightly relieved. She glanced at Agent Lee and suddenly said, everyone still doesn't know who Yi Fan is. Who knows what her identity is? At this time, if she could take the opportunity to criticize Yi Fan, she would be even more satisfied. Agent Lee understood. Overnight, the number of comments praising Tang Jin increased by a lot. They were all praising how beautiful Tang Jin was and how she was not someone that the dancer could compare to. At the same time, the posts criticizing Yi Fan also increased by a lot. The troll army led everyone to think that Yi Fan was actually very ugly and that the only reason she wore a veil was to cover up her ugly face. They also hinted to everyone that Yi Fan was trying to cover up her face. Not only was her face unsightly, her identity was also unpresentable and full of dirt. In an instant, the public opinion changed. Yi Fan turned on her computer and prepared to watch the trailer for Undercover on the Beach. While she was looking at the computer, Dudu stuck close to her and stared at the screen with his big round eyes. Nye Weiru was extremely flustered, but she maintained her composure on the surface. She did not want others to notice that something was wrong. She picked up another pair of chopsticks. This time, she did not say anything. Nye Weiru had even forgotten about asking Yi Fan for money. Her mind was filled with the matter of the child being swapped. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. At this moment, Yili, who had been playing with her phone, looked up. When she heard the name Tang Jin, she turned to look at Yi Fan. Yili looked curious. How does Tang Jin look like in real life? Is she as beautiful as on TV? And Duan Qi, how is their relationship? Yili was very concerned about Duan Qi and Tang Jin. She wanted Duan Qi and Tang Jin to break up from the bottom of her heart. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Nye Weiru did not want to talk about Tang Jin, but Yili kept asking. She would definitely anger Nye Weiru. At this moment, Nye Weiru suddenly picked up her chopsticks and slammed them on the table. Her tone was very bad. What's there to ask? Yili was stunned. She did not understand why Nye Weiru was angry. Nye Weiru said again, when you're done eating, go and wash the dishes. Don't talk about such gossip. Nye Weiru was now angry. Yili did not dare to say anything. She pursed her lips and lowered her head to eat. After that, the dinner table was very quiet. Yi Fan was happy with the silence. She went back after eating and did not pay attention to them at all. As soon as she left Nye Weiru's house, Yi Fan immediately rushed home. She wanted to see the baby as soon as possible. The sky gradually darkened. When Yi Fan got home, Dudu had been taken out to play by Nanny Lee and had not returned home yet. Yi Fan sat alone in the living room. Because the baby was not there, the whole house was empty. Yi Fan was not used to the sudden silence. She had only been separated from the baby for a while, but she already missed him. Yi Fan was about to stand up and return to her room when the door creaked open. The door was pushed open and Nanny Lee walked in with the baby in her arms. Nanny Lee put Dudu on the ground. When Dudu saw Yi Fan, his eyes lit up and he ran over. Mom, Mom. Dudu's slippers clattered as he jogged over. Yi Fan's heart softened. She took a few steps forward and caught Dudu. Nanny Lee, thank you for your hard work. Fortunately, someone was watching over Dudu for her. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have been worried that she wouldn't be able to take care of her child and her job at the same time. Nanny Lee smiled. Dudu is very obedient. I don't need to worry about him at all. I'll take the baby to take a bath. Nanny Lee took Dudu out to play for a while. Dudu was sweating. No need. You go take a bath and rest first. I'll help Dudu take a bath. Yi Fan picked up Dudu. Nanny Lee nodded. Okay then. Yifan carried the baby to the room. She took out the bathtub for the baby and mixed some hot water. She had checked online that the temperature of the baby's bath could not be too high. Yifan mixed the water several times before she was satisfied. Yifan reached out and wrapped her arms around Yihan's body. Her movements were slightly rusty, but it just so happened to properly express the female lead's clumsiness and love in this scene. Yihan lowered his voice and said, "What's the hurry?" Their surroundings were drowsy, and his magnetic voice became even deeper and more charming. Yihan's hand curled slightly as he pulled Yifan into his embrace. Separated by an extremely thin layer of underwear, Yihan's hand was still covering her body. His fingertips were slightly calloused and slightly rough. The air was too quiet. Yifan leaned into Yihan's embrace and heard his heartbeat. It was like thunder in summer, beating again and again. Yihan hugged Yifan and the two of them lay down together. The bed below was extremely soft. Yihan smiled faintly. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes as he gradually leaned towards Yifan. Yihan looked at Yifan and reached for the bedside table with his other hand. There was a light there. His slender fingers landed on the switch and turned off the lights in the room. The light suddenly went out, and the room instantly fell into darkness. "Cut," the director shouted. He seemed very satisfied with the effect of the scene and clapped a few times. Although it was Yihan and Yifan's first time filming a sex scene, their performance was indeed in line with the director's expectations. Yifan could feel Yihan's warm hand quickly leaving her body. She slowly let out a sigh of relief. The best actor was so dedicated even on his first time filming a sex scene. No wonder Yihan could win so many awards both domestically and internationally. The light in the room lit up again. Yihan straightened up and sat on the edge of the bed. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he saw Yifan about to get up from the bed. Yihan thought for a few seconds and put his hand in front of Yifan. He looked down and met Yifan's eyes. Yifan was stunned. She used the force to sit up and thanked him. Perhaps it was because he was too engrossed in his role, but Yihan's eyes still had a hint of emotion. But half a minute later, he recovered, and his gaze was calm and cold. Just like what the crew had said, Yihan was a man of few emotions. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yihan turned around and left. The director wanted to talk to him. Even though it was summer, they were filming at night. Yifan only wore very thin pajamas. After filming for so long, of course she felt a little cold. Song Man, an actress who had a good relationship with Yifan, came over and put a jacket on Yifan. "Are you cold?" Yifan shook her head. "Thank you." Yihan, who was not far away, stopped what he was doing and looked over. Yifan stood quietly on set. There was strength in her weakness. It was an extremely rare temperament. Yihan unconsciously rubbed his fingertips. The next day, Yifan came to the dressing room early. The makeup artist helped Yifan do her makeup. Yifan muttered to herself. She was going to film her last scene today. She would be acting with Tang Jin. This scene was about the confrontation between the female lead and the dancer. The dancer, Jin Tan, was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family. Tang Jin played the role of the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Later, Miss Shen became a secret agent, while Jin Tan worked for the Japanese. When Jin Tan saw the female lead, she already recognized her as Miss Shen. The two of them were related by blood, but one was a traitor and the other was a rich young lady. Yifan brought her baby Yiduo home. After coaxing the baby to sleep, Yifan was thinking about something. She was just a newcomer, and no roles were looking for her. She wanted to wait until Hidden on the Beach was broadcast before going for the audition. That way, her chances of getting the role would be higher. Taking advantage of her free time now, Yifan wanted to spend more time with the baby and find some leisurely work. Yifan stayed at home for a few days before starting to look for a job. In her previous life, she was a composer. She knew a lot of musical instruments. She wanted to find a part-time job related to music. After teaching, she could make time to spend with the baby. Some time ago, Yifan inquired about a few places. These piano shops were all hiring short-term piano teachers. The salary was also daily. Yifan first chose a zither shop that was closest to his home. Today, Yifan wore a plain dress. She tied her long hair up and put on light makeup. She pushed open the door of the piano shop and walked in. "I'm here to apply for a piano teacher position," Yifan said. Hearing Yifan's voice, a woman walked over to her. "I'm the owner of this piano shop. You can call me Sister Ding. Can you play a piece on the spot?" Sister Ding pointed to a piano in the shop. Yifan nodded. "Sure." Yifan walked over and placed her hands on the piano keys. Her fingers were slender and fair. Ever since she came to this world, Yifan had never touched a musical instrument again. In her previous life, she loved music. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed up all night to finish a piece and suddenly died. Yifan took a deep breath. In the next second, the sound of the piano poured out from under her fingers. Her piano sound was like extremely clear flowing water. The bright and light melody hid a trace of imperceptible loneliness. Her technique was skillful, and what was even more rare was the emotion in it. It was an almost perfect performance. This song was composed by herself in her original world before she transmigrated. Yifan had deleted and edited many times, but she still couldn't finish the song. Now, she finished it in this piano shop. When Yifan pulled back her hands, the piano sound came to an abrupt stop. However, it still lingered in her ears. Sister Ding took a few steps forward. "This song is very unfamiliar. Did you compose it yourself?" Yifan nodded. Sister Ding smiled and said, "You can come to work tomorrow." At this moment, someone called Yifan's name. Yifan turned around and saw the person she met at the mall that day. Yifan smiled and greeted her, "Aunt Qing. Qing Ping came to this piano shop today to find a piano teacher. To teach her daughter." She didn't expect to bump into Yifan. Originally, she wanted to call Yifan, but they bumped into each other in advance. Just now, when Yifan was playing the piano, Qing Ping came in and listened to almost the entire song. She didn't expect Yifan to be so beautiful and warm-hearted. She also played the piano so well. Not long ago, Qing Ping called the piano shop and said that she wanted to find a teacher. Sister Ding was paying attention. She saw that Qing Ping and Yifan already knew each other, so she spoke up. "Last time, you asked me to help you find a piano teacher. It just so happens that Miss Xi also came to apply for a piano teacher position. You heard her play just now. You'll definitely be satisfied." Qing Ping and Yifan naturally agreed. The two of them decided on a time. Yifan would go to Qing Ping's house to teach her daughter how to play the piano. He Han was Qing Ping's nephew. If Yifan knew about this, she definitely wouldn't go to Qing Ping's house. Yifan received a phone call. A person's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Miss Yi. I'm Dai Jinshan from Huawei. I want to talk to you about something." Yifan knew that Huawei was an entertainment company that rose in China in recent years. Although Huawei was established not long ago, it was developing very well. The long-awaited undercover Shanghai finally started airing. He Han and Tang Jin had a huge number of fans. As soon as the drama started airing, the viewership ratings surpassed all the other dramas in the same time slot. He Han's acting skills were superb. He brought everyone into the luxurious Shanghai. The viewership ratings continued to rise, and there were many good reviews. After watching a few episodes, a thought popped up in everyone's mind. When was the dancer going to appear? After the trailer was released, the role of the veiled dancer firmly captured everyone's attention. Although she only appeared for a few seconds, her mysterious identity and face were enough to whet everyone's appetite. In addition, the production team deliberately created hype to make everyone guess the dancer's identity and appearance. A few days after the drama aired, a topic appeared on Weibo. #When will the dancer appear? Many people commented below. Some people said that they had initially come for He Han and Tang Jin, but now they were looking forward to the dancer even more. They hoped to see the dancer remove her veil and see her beauty. Another group of people said that those who said the dancer was good-looking were probably going to be slapped in the face. Most of the people who said this were Tang Jin's fans. They were unhappy that everyone was comparing Tang Jin's looks with the dancer's. There were different comments online, but whether they were praises or doubts, they all proved one thing. Everyone wanted to see the dancer appear. After talking to Dai Jinshan on the phone last night, Yifan had already decided on a time to meet him today. Yifan was worried about the traffic jam, so she arrived at Huawei Company early. After Yifan arrived at the lobby, she first called Dai Jinshan. The phone rang a few times before the person on the other end picked it up. Yifan said, "I'm downstairs at the company." Dai Jinshan nodded and said, "Come to the 16th floor. I'll wait for you in the office." Yifan took the elevator up. The number of floors increased until it stopped at the 16th floor. Yifan walked to the office and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. "Please come in. Yifan came here today to sign the contract." Yifan only needed to confirm the contents of the contract. "Before we sign the contract, I think there's something I have to tell you." Yifan suddenly spoke up. Yifan decided to tell him about her child because she knew that Huawei Company would become a leading film and television company in the future. Moreover, Huawei Company had a very high evaluation in the industry. They would definitely protect the privacy of their artists, and there were many preferential treatment in the contract. Therefore, many artists wanted to sign under Huawei Company. Dai Jinshan raised his hand. "Go ahead." Yifan was very calm and did not hide anything. "I have a 2-year-old child. I was previously pregnant after being set up by someone, but I did not abort him." Dai Jinshan was obviously startled. "Yi." Fan continued, "I don't want to talk to you about this after signing the contract. If you think it's too difficult, you don't have to sign me." Dai Jinshan thought for a moment. "Wait for me here." Seeing the netizens' comments, the crew's official Weibo account replied, "You will see Jean Tan's face tomorrow. Please wait patiently." Everyone was slightly relieved that they would know who Jean Tan was tomorrow. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of tomorrow, waiting for Jean Tan to unveil her veil. Jean Tan was going to reveal her face in today's episode of Undercover on the Beach. After waiting for so long, they were finally going to see Jean Tan's face. Everyone was very excited. On the screen, the beauty with a veil slowly walked over. Under the light, Jean Tan put her white hand on the veil. The veil slid down and her face was revealed little by little. She had a straight nose, beautiful curved lips, and a delicate chin. Every part of her was impeccable and beautiful. She was bright with a hint of coldness and had a unique temperament. She was worthy of being called a beauty. The ratings for this episode kept rising and set a new record for the drama. Within a few seconds, many comments appeared on the official Weibo account. "Ah, Jean Tan has finally revealed her face. Miss Dancer is indeed a beauty. Do those anti-fans' faces hurt? I already knew that Jean Tan was beautiful, but her beauty still made my heart skip a beat. Don't always mention her beauty. Her acting skills don't lose to anyone. Confess to her as usual." There were also some people who compared Tang Jin and Yifan. Am I the only one who thinks that Jean Tan is prettier than Tang Jin? Miss Jean Tan is the prettiest in the entire drama. Although I'm a casual fan of Tang Jin, to be honest, in this drama, Tang Jin is indeed not as pretty as Jean Tan. Hashtag Jean Tan unveils hashtag even made it to the top 10 trending searches. The crew didn't pay any ghostwriters to create hype. Yifan's management company didn't do anything either. The netizens were just following the flow. The netizens had been looking forward to it for too long and expressed their long wait on this day. The next day, the crew posted on Weibo, "The Jean Tan that you all like, her makeup photos are here." Originally, there were no makeup photos for a character like Jean Tan who had very few scenes. Seeing that Jean Tan was highly discussed, the crew made an exception and let Yifan come to the set again to take a makeup photo. In the photo, Yifan was wearing a cheongsam and holding a light green oil paper umbrella. She was different from the seductive and lazy dancer in the drama. This time, her face was clean, her skin was snow white, her eyes were light, and her temperament was cold. It was like the purest wind in the extravagant Shanghai. She had a different style, but she was still beautiful. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but linger on her. There was a line of words written on the photo. The actress was Yifan. The name Yifan was officially revealed to the public. No one would have thought that the person who played the role of Jean Tan was actually a newcomer. Her first movie, even a supporting role, had already caused so much discussion. Back then, the director only wanted Yi Fan to give it a try. He never expected that Yi Fan would grow to this stage. From being a substitute behind the scenes to being remembered by everyone, Yi Fan had really done it. Once the photo was posted, there were naturally all kinds of confessions under the official Weibo account. Because the fans couldn't find Yi Fan's Weibo, they could only use this method to inform her. Today, Yi Fan was preparing to go out. Yi Fan and Qingping had agreed on a time to go to Qingping's house to teach her daughter the piano. Yi Fan had already been to Qingping's house a few times. Her daughter was called Yan Xiaoxiao, and she was just 8 years old. Yan Xiaoxiao had pestered Qingping to learn the piano, so Qingping had specially asked Yi Fan to go home to teach her. When Yi Fan walked to the door, Dudu also followed. He didn't say a word, but he knew that Yi Fan was going out. Dudu was a little silent and didn't say a word. Yi Fan put on her shoes and realized that Dudu was still standing behind her. Yi Fan squatted down and said, "Mommy will be back in 2 hours, okay?" Because Yi Fan often went out, she taught Dudu how to tell the time. Dudu was very smart, so he picked it up right away. Dudu's voice was soft. Okay. Yi Fan was afraid that Dudu would be unhappy, so she sat down and played with Dudu for a while. Then she handed Dudu over to Nanny Li before going out. Because of the popularity of Undercover on the Beach, Yi Fan was already a little famous, and there was a lot of discussion about her role. When Yi Fan went out now, some fans would recognize her. Yi Fan would wear glasses when she went out, so no one would recognize her. Yi Fan only took off her mask when she arrived at Qingping's house and pressed the doorbell. "Sister is here," Xiaoxiao called out happily. When Xiaoxiao was at home, no one played with her. Yi Fan was very patient, so Xiaoxiao really liked this piano teacher. Yi Fan bent down and touched her head. "Xiaoxiao, you're very beautiful today." Xiaoxiao smiled, her crescent moon-like eyes curved. "Big sister is also pretty." She tilted her head. "You are as pretty as my cousin." Yi Fan saw that Xiaoxiao was young and thought that the cousin she was talking about was the same age as her. Actually, Qingping was already a little old when she gave birth to Xiaoxiao, so Xiaoxiao's cousin, He Han, was older than her by more than 10 years. Yi Fan only needed to teach Xiaoxiao piano for 40 minutes. An 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to focus for that long. Qingping walked out of the kitchen and saw that Yi Fan was about to leave. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Yi Fan smiled and shook her head. "No, my family is still waiting for me to go back." Previously, Yi Fan had told Qingping that she was a small-time actress, so she could only teach short courses. Qingping knew her daughter's character. She was only passionate for a short while, so it was already beyond her expectations that she could persist for so long. Qingping didn't force her. "I've been watching that drama you acted in." Originally, Qingping had watched that drama for He Han, but she hadn't expected Yi Fan to act in it as well. "You acted very well." Yi Fan was a little embarrassed. "I'm still learning, so I'm not as good as you say." After Yi Fan said goodbye to Qingping, she immediately prepared to go home. Before leaving, she had told Dudu that she would go home early. Since she had promised Dudu, she wouldn't break her promise. Yi Fan walked out of the house and quickened her steps, wanting to go home as soon as possible. A black car drove over, and the driver was He Han. He happened to have something to do here today. He Han placed his hands on the steering wheel, his expression cold as usual. When Yi Fan passed by He Han's car, he suddenly paused. He Han tilted his head and saw Yi Fan. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds. She was wearing glasses, and under the sunlight, her beautiful black hair was casually draped over the side of her face. She had a kind of casual beauty. For some reason, even though he didn't see Yi Fan's face, He Han still felt that she was very familiar. He Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze gradually darkened. However, He Han didn't delve into who this woman was. He withdrew his gaze and slowed down the car. The car gradually came to a stop. Yi Fan walked straight ahead. She didn't even look at the person in the car and didn't care at all. Yi Fan originally wanted to go home for dinner, but now that it had been delayed for a while, it would be late by the time she got home. She was afraid that Dudu would be hungry on the way home, so she found a children's restaurant nearby. After the incident just now, Dudu was even more clingy to Yifan. He hugged Yifan's neck and refused to let go. Even though Yifan's arms were sore, she still insisted on hugging Dudu. When they arrived at the restaurant and sat down, she finally put Dudu down. Yifan brought a bib with her everywhere she went. Before the food was served, she put it around Dudu's neck. The food had just been cooked and was scalding hot. Dudu had cried just now, so his stomach was growling. As soon as the food was served, he picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat. "Mommy will help you blow." Yifan placed a small bowl in front of Dudu. She blew on it a few times before she dared to put it into Dudu's bowl. "Mommy, eat." Dudu noticed that Yifan hadn't eaten, so he pointed at the noodles in front of Yifan. Yifan couldn't argue with him, so she quickly ate her food and helped Dudu pick up the food. By the time they got home, Dudu's emotions had mostly recovered. In the evening, Yifan received a call from Dai Jinshan. Dai Jinshan said, "In a few days, the cast of Undercover on the Beach will have a fan meeting. You should go too." Yifan was stunned. "I'm going too?" "Originally, you didn't need to go, but the role of Jean Tan is very popular, so the cast decided to let you go at the last minute." Dai Jinshan felt that signing Yifan was a very wise decision. Yifan had only acted in one drama, but it had already caused a lot of discussion. She was beautiful and serious, so her future would definitely be very bright. "Dai Jinshan, this is a very good opportunity. You have to seize it." Yifan naturally understood what Dai Jinshan meant. "Okay." The manager, Guan Rue, walked into the room and looked at the man by the window. "He Han, take a look at these scripts." At this moment, He Han's back was facing him, his figure tall and cold. Hearing the sound, He Han turned around and looked over. He Han's expression was indifferent. His lips were pursed into a straight line. When he didn't speak, there was a faint and cold arc. He Han took the script, lowered his head, and slowly scanned through it. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, again and again. Guan Rue continued, "These scripts are not bad. Which movie do you want to act in? Think about it carefully." At this moment, He Han looked up and suddenly said, "Didn't Amanda Wong send you a few dresses a while ago?" Amanda Wong's brand was a niche luxury brand. The brand's quality was excellent, and the designs were generous and simple. Huawei worked with certain brands, and those brands would provide clothes for Huawei's artists. Amanda Wong was one of them. Guan Rue didn't understand why He Han would suddenly mention this. "Yes." He Han spoke unhurriedly. Although his tone was calm, every word was extremely clear. "On the day of the fan meeting, choose a dress and give it to Yifan." Guan Rue thought he had misheard. "Give it to Yifan?" He Han didn't seem to notice as he slowly said in a deep voice, "Remember to choose a plain color. Don't be too eye-catching." Yifan would also be attending the fan meeting, but she wasn't the main character. She couldn't steal the limelight from others. He Han suddenly thought of Yifan's face. Her facial features were excellent, and her temperament was cold and indifferent. He Han's lips curved into a smile. In any case, with Yifan's looks, she could wear any kind of dress. Guan Rue glanced at He Han and said meaningfully, "You take good care of Yifan." Guan Rue wondered what He Han was thinking. Back then, he took the initiative to sign Yifan. Now, he even specially picked a dress for her. After the fan meeting ended, the reporters waited at the door for the main cast to come out. Probably because he didn't want to see Yifan, Tang Jin had left a long time ago. Yifan was still backstage. She was going to change out of the gown before going home. Before she reached the dressing room, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind Yifan. "Yifan." She stopped in her tracks, tilted her head, and looked over. He Han stood there with a tall and cold figure. His expression was indifferent. His face didn't show it, but it seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. Those pitch-black eyes were extremely deep, making it impossible for others to see through them. A few strands of black hair fell on the side of her face and curved slightly. Yifan's skin was as white as snow. Her perfect side profile was faintly discernible under the dim lighting. He Han's eyes darkened and the frost in his eyes dissipated. "This gown suits you very well." He looked at Yifan for a while, then looked away. He lowered his gaze slightly and rubbed his fingertips. His movement was so small that no one could notice it. Very few people knew that this gown was chosen by He-han. They kept it a secret in front of everyone, including Yi-fan. Yi-fan thought that He-han was just saying the most ordinary words. Her thoughts were simple. The two of them were business partners and that was it. Yi-fan curled her lips and revealed a smile. Thank you. This was the first time they had spoken after filming. Other than the last intimate scene where she was too nervous, she and He-han basically didn't talk much on set. He-han saw Yi-fan's face from the corner of his eye. She looked up at him. Her neck was white and slender, and her slightly curved lips were beautiful. He-han's eyes were unfathomable. He leaned against the wall and said, "Your performance tonight was not bad." There was no emotion in his tone. It seemed like he was just guiding a newcomer who had just debuted. However, Yi-fan didn't know that according to He-han's personality, he was very indifferent. He didn't interact much with anyone in the industry, let alone someone he had only worked with once. He-han and Yi-fan stood in the hallway. Before they could say much, their manager, Dai Jinshan, arrived. Dai Jinshan greeted He-han. He-han's lips curled up slightly as he nodded. Yi-fan, I think you get along quite well with He-han. Dai Jinshan added fuel to the fire. Do you want to leave your contact details? When these words came out of her manager's mouth, they sounded like Yi-fan's personal thoughts. Yi-fan was just about to refuse, but she hesitated for a moment. After thinking carefully, she said, I think there's no need for that. He-han noticed her expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Yi-fan's words were interrupted. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Sure. Yi-fan was stunned. She looked up at He-han. He-han glanced at Yi-fan. Their eyes met, and the two of them happened to be looking at each other. There was a moment of silence in the air. He-han's gaze was deep. He stared at Yi-fan and slowly recited a string of numbers. Yi-fan looked away, avoiding He-han's gaze. She took out her phone and memorized his number. Someone in the video finally mentioned something. I have a bold idea. Could Yi-fan be Tang Jin's stunt double? Those tough scenes in Tang Jin's drama were actually all completed by Yi-fan. Damn, if that's really the case, then this is going to be interesting. The netizens blew up. The already turbulent waters were now completely stirred up. Previously, there were even people who said that Yi-fan wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Tang Jin and use Tang Jin to climb up the ranks. Now, it was immediately revealed that Yi-fan was actually Tang Jin's stunt double. The popular starlet and her stunt double were actually acting in the same drama at the same time. Most importantly, the stunt double was even more popular than the main character in the drama. If this matter was confirmed to be true, then it would really be a big show. Tang Jin's fans were extremely combative. Once this matter was exposed, they immediately came to defend Tang Jin's position. Just based on this video, you guys want to smear Tang Jin's reputation? Is Tang Jin so popular that you guys keep an eye on her all the time? This video can't prove that Yi-fan is Tang Jin's stunt double. I believe that Tang Jin completed all her scenes herself. She's not that kind of person. Yi-fan's fans couldn't sit still anymore. Within a few seconds, dozens of comments were posted. If Yi-fan really wanted to hype herself up, she could have used this title to gain some popularity when the role of Jin Tan was first announced. But she didn't do anything and even provoked a bunch of jealous people for no reason. For someone with a good temper like me, I'm really going to be angered to death by this bunch of people. Yi-fan relied on her own abilities to become popular, but you guys said that she was trying to scam others. Now, you've revealed that Yi-fan is Tang Jin's stunt double and said that Tang Jin was framed. It feels like all the logic in the world is on Tang Jin's side. Everyone else has to give way, right? Tang Jin's fans and Yi-fan's fans each had their own opinions, and the popularity of the video remained high. Tang Jin's fans did not believe in this video. They thought that someone must have framed Tang Jin and insisted that others provide evidence. Yi-fan's fans couldn't stand those people being so arrogant, so they didn't back down either. The fight between the two sides became more and more intense. In the end, hashtag #YiFan turned out to be Tang Jin's stunt double. Hashtag even made it to the #1 trending topic on the internet. Huawei Corporation had already noticed when someone was slandering YiFan. They were originally prepared to take action, but they didn't expect that an extra from the film crew would film a video of YiFan as a stunt double. This changed the direction of public opinion and helped them. Right now, the situation on the internet was still unclear. If they took the opportunity to continue guiding the direction of the wind, they would have a great advantage. Xianxia immediately got someone to post something online. One of the posts was titled, "The popular starlet, Tang Jin, actually used a stunt double for all his scenes?" Analyzing it rationally from all angles. There were several photos in the post. Although the photos weren't very clear, it could be seen clearly that YiFan was wearing Tang Jin's costume. Drowning scene, fighting scene. Every scene was traceable. All the scenes that Tang Jin was unwilling to film personally were all done by YiFan. The OP even listed a few points with reason and evidence, which was very convincing. Xianxia also got a few Weibo verified accounts to repost this post. Very quickly, the post was pushed to the top and the number of comments was getting higher and higher. They successfully changed the topic from YiFan stepped on Tang Jin to get ahead to Tang Jin relied on a stunt double for all his scenes and deceived his fans. Right now, everyone's attention was focused on the fact that YiFan was Tang Jin's stunt double. No one cared about what had happened before. When they saw the post, Tang Jin's fans fell silent. If the video from before could be said to be a coincidence, then what about these photos and posts? The first time could barely be considered a coincidence, but what about the second or third time? Tang Jin's Weibo and interview on the show had revealed one thing: Tang Jin was a very dedicated person. No matter what scenes she filmed, she would take them seriously. The fans had always believed in this without a doubt. But now, they were hesitating. Now that this matter had been exposed, someone immediately mentioned that Tang Jin had said at a fan meet and greet a few days ago that in order to satisfy the fans, she took every scene very seriously. What she meant was that she did not use a stunt double and that she did every scene herself. The result was obvious. Tang Jin had lied. Duan Zhang was a popular young actor with a lot of fans, but his acting skills had been criticized for the past few years. This year, he finally had a chance of being nominated for the Golden Horse Awards. At such an important time, he did not want any negative public opinion to appear. Ever since he started dating Tang Jin, Duan Zhang had become a hot topic. Tang Jin had never had any negative news about him, but this time was different. This matter had become known all over the internet and would definitely affect Duan Zhang as her boyfriend. Both of their teams were trying to think of a solution. Duan Zhang went to the Tang family mansion to look for Tang Jin to comfort his girlfriend. All the events for the past few days had been cancelled. Tang Jin stayed at home and did not want to appear in front of the media. Duan Zhang. Tang Jin felt very wronged. How can they say that about me? The netizens are very fickle. Just wait for this period to pass. Duan Zhang said, "I've asked around. That body double has signed with Huawei." Duan Zhang said, "I suspect that this was all done by Huawei's team. YiFan has just debuted, so she must be trying to step on you to get ahead." He had always known Tang Jin's personality. She was the only daughter of the Tang family and had always been a spoiled brat. Actually, YiFan's team did not do anything at all. They just took advantage of the situation to buy a few articles praising YiFan's professionalism. In the past, Tang Jin's PR was too good, but her skills were only average. Now that she was too pretentious, the public opinion rebounded and scolded her one-sidedly. The netizens were disgusted by Tang Jin's attitude. Tang Jin had clearly let YiFan complete the most difficult action scenes for her and did not even take part in the intimate scenes. Later on, she even dared to say on Weibo and in interviews that she had a hard time acting. On the other hand, YiFan was such a beautiful young lady. Not only did she work hard, but she also kept a low profile. She had never said that acting was hard. The comparison was immediately made. Compared to Tang Jin, YiFan did not have a background, but she was not bad in any other aspect. Her acting skills and looks were even better. When Tang Jin saw the comments on Weibo, she threw her phone. "She's just my body double. She's just an imposter. What right does she have? Tang Jin kept calling her an imposter. She had completely forgotten who the real imposter was. She had taken over the original owner's body and used the identity of the Tang family's eldest daughter for so many years, taking away everything from the original owner. Tang Jin did not know that these things that did not belong to her would one day be taken back by Yi Fan. Duan Zhang sat next to him, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. He did not have a background like Tang Jin, nor did he have a stunt double for his acting. In the beginning, he was just like Yi Fan, climbing up step by step. Tang Jin's team was under a lot of pressure. They had been pulling all-nighters for several nights in a row, trying their best to salvage Tang Jin's image. In the wee hours of the morning, Tang Jin's studio sent out a lawyer's letter to sue a few Weibo accounts that had been active. We have decided to take legal action against the false statements made online. The incident between Tang Jin and Yi Fan was very popular. A lot of people were defaming Tang Jin, digging up her past of acting like a big shot, and digging up her team's marketing hype. It was useless to delete the comments because the netizens posted faster than they deleted them. With the release of the lawyer's letter, the comments were finally suppressed. The people who started the rumors should be sued. Miss Tang Jin should be cleared of any wrongdoing. I support the studio. Tang Jin, you can do it. I will always be on your side. Tang Jin had been in the industry for many years. She had a strong foundation and many die-hard fans. Even though the netizens were scolding her, her fans were supporting her. The direction of public opinion was slightly reversed. Then, the netizens started discussing again. Tang Jin's studio has already sent out a lawyer's letter. Will there be a turn for the better? What turn for the better? Could it be that the fact that Yi Fan was her substitute was fake? Didn't you see who the studio is suing? They didn't sue anyone who said she had a body double. They only dared to point their spears at those unimportant people. Dudu followed Yi Fan and rubbed his fat belly. I'm not a little pig. I'm Dudu. Dudu stood on the stool and looked up at Yi Fan. His clear eyes were filled with confusion. Yi Fan held back her laughter and teased him. But Dudu is such a glutton. Aren't you a little pig? Dudu put his hands on his hips and straightened his little body. He pouted. I'm not a little pig. I'm Dudu. I'm Dudu. He emphasized it several times. Dudu stared at Yi Fan with his big round eyes. His expression was very serious as he insisted that he wasn't a little pig. Yi Fan smiled and pinched Dudu's chubby chin. Alright, if you're not, then you're not. Then, Dudu asked Yi Fan in a childish voice, if I become a little pig, will mommy still like me? Dudu stared at Yi Fan without blinking. His face was full of anticipation. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh when she saw how nervous Dudu was. She bent down and was about to pick up Dudu. When Dudu saw that his mother was going to carry him, he cooperated and stretched out his arms. Yi Fan kissed him on the cheek several times. No matter what Dudu looks like, mommy will like him. Yi Fan put Dudu on the ground outside the bathroom. Dudu, go play outside for a while. Mommy will clean up first. Because he had just taken a shower and brushed his teeth, a lot of water had splashed on the bathroom floor. If he didn't wipe it dry, Dudu would easily slip and fall. Dudu obediently turned around and left. Yi Fan watched Dudu go outside before she squatted down and got ready to wipe the floor. A few seconds later, Yi Fan suddenly felt a weight on her shoulders. A pair of chubby little hands hugged her from behind. Dudu, who had walked out of the bathroom, came back. He pressed his body against Yi Fan's back and pressed his face against Yi Fan's neck. Dudu gently pecked Yi Fan's ear. Me too. As long as it's mom, I'll like it. Yi Fan's heart softened and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yi Fan suddenly said, Dudu, hug mommy's neck. Dudu was very obedient and trusted Yi Fan very much. His two little hands were tightly clasped together. Yi Fan supported Dudu's little butt with her hand and stood up immediately. Yi Fan carried Dudu on her back. She quickened her pace and ran into the bedroom. She wanted to make Dudu happy, so she spun around a few times. Dudu thought he was flying and giggled out loud. Yi Fan waited for Dudu to stop laughing before she carefully placed Dudu on the big bed. Dudu hooked his hands around her neck, unwilling to let go. Mommy, I can fly. Dudu reluctantly pressed his face against the side of Yifan's face before letting go. He stood on the big bed excitedly and jumped up and down. He kicked his little feet and couldn't stop laughing. Yifan saw that Dudu was so happy and didn't stop him. Dudu jumped a few times and pounced onto Yifan's body. He nestled his entire body in her embrace and burrowed straight into her embrace. After a while, he raised his head. His eyes were sparkling. He looked at Yifan curiously and asked, "Mommy, why are you so amazing?" Yifan thought for a while but didn't know how to answer. She couldn't tell Dudu that every adult could do this, right? Yifan stroked Dudu's head. Maybe it's because I'm Dudu's mother. Because Dudu is amazing, that's why I'm amazing. Dudu smiled even more contentedly. He obediently burrowed under the covers. Yifan dimmed the lights and placed a small piece of clean cloth over Dudu's eyes. As soon as Yihan finished speaking, the screen was filled with comments. The netizens reacted enthusiastically as they stared unblinkingly at Yihan and Yifan in the live broadcast room. Can someone tell me why Guru He is so calm? As expected of my idol. Even when he's dirty, he's still abstinent. This contrast is so charming. Miss Yifan is also very calm. Did the two of them discuss this beforehand? Hey, it's fine if they're an on-screen couple. Don't promote them in real life, alright? The fans were discussing in full swing. However, the two people involved did not have much of a reaction as they looked at the rows of comments. Yihan handed the card in his hand back to the host. The smile on his face dissipated and he returned to his usual indifferent expression. He was indifferent and aloof, as if he was not involved in this matter. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yifan sitting next to him. She was sitting there with her back straight and her neck slender. She was wearing a light-colored dress, but it made her skin look like it was creamy. Yihan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down slightly. It was so slight that no one else could notice it. He leaned back in his chair and looked in front of him, as if he was looking at the camera. Tonight's live broadcast had one explosive point after another. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared rapidly. The host understood the audience's thoughts very well. He knew what everyone wanted to watch. After the reading of the comments ended, the host asked again, "Dear cast, have you all watched Undercover Shanghai at home?" The veteran actor, "Yes, I have. My son even told me that the reaction from his classmates was very good." The rookie supporting actress, "My whole family is watching this show." Yifan curled her lips. "To be honest, this is the first time I've acted in a role that showed my face." Laughter rang out in the live broadcast room. Everyone knew that Yifan did not have any background and had always been a stunt double. The netizens sent a bunch of comments on the screen. Miss Yi is someone who can get on the hot searches list with just her eyes. A stunt double is prettier than the main lead. This is really a first in the entertainment industry. Yifan's fans shouldn't get carried away. You're already praising her to the skies. Do you think Tang Jin doesn't have fans? Are you trying to start a war? If you want to tear them apart, go somewhere else. Don't tear them apart here. After Yifan answered, the host turned to Yihan and asked, "Yihan, what about you?" Yihan's voice was cold and indifferent. "This is my first time filming an intimate scene. I want to see if I have any shortcomings." A cold face with clear lines, the corners of his lips pursed into a straight line. Half a sentence was still in his mouth, but he didn't say it out loud. If there were areas where he was lacking, perhaps he would have to improve in the future. "Guru He, do you mean that he will film more intimate scenes in the future?" "Oh my God, someone come and hit me. This couple is too sweet. I'm going to fall into the pit and never get out. Let's raise the flag of Hanya and his wife. Tian is so sweet that it's about to explode." Yihan and Yifan's CP was called Hanya and his wife. The night after the live broadcast ended, their Weibo CP page gained more than 100,000 fans. By the time the live broadcast ended, it was already very late. All the main cast members left the broadcast room one after another. The show's live broadcast took place on the 10th floor of the building. They had to walk through a corridor to reach the elevator. The corridor was a little narrow. Yifan walked straight ahead and did not notice the movement behind her. Footsteps could be heard behind her. She didn't know who it was. Her high heels were a little unstable as they landed on the floor. Yifan slanted slightly and almost fell. Agent Li arrived at Tang Jin's house to discuss something with her. Due to the exposure of her stunt double, Tang Jin had not participated in any outside activities for a long time in order to avoid the limelight. Ever since Tang Jin debuted, her life had always been smooth sailing. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Agent Li looked at Tang Jin and said, "A reality show has approached us and they would like you to take part in it." Tang Jin did not even think about it and immediately rejected it. "I'm not going." Tang Jin sneered, "After what just happened, if I still take part in the reality show, wouldn't I be making a joke out of myself?" She did not even dare to look at the comments online these past few days. She was afraid that if she did, she would be angered to death again. Agent Li first looked at Tang Jin's expression before saying, "I heard that Yifan will also be taking part in this reality show." Tang Jin jerked her head up. "She's going too?" Tang Jin clenched her fists as her gaze turned cold. Agent Li said, "I'm very familiar with the director of this show. I've already discussed it with the director. If you take part in the reality show, we'll step on Yifan to clear your name. This way, not only will we be able to destroy Yifan's image in everyone's hearts, but we'll also be able to salvage your position in the hearts of the fans." The reality show was filmed from start to finish, but the show that was aired was edited. Whether a person was good or bad was completely under the control of the production team. Hearing this, Tang Jin smiled. The anger that had been pent up inside her for so many days finally dissipated a little. Tang Jin said proudly, "In that case, as long as Yifan takes part in the reality show, she will completely become my foil." Agent Li nodded. But he was still worried, so he reminded her, "When you're filming the reality show, watch your temper." The show was filmed from start to finish, so it was easy to discover a person's strengths, but it was also easy to expose a person's weaknesses. This time, Tang Jin did not say anything. She knew that if anything went wrong this time, her image would be greatly affected. After Tang Jin agreed to participate in the reality show, Agent Li replied to the director. Elsewhere, Dai Jinshan called Yifan. Yifan picked up the phone and heard Dai Jinshan's voice. "Yifan, I have a resource on hand, but whether you want to participate or not is up to you." Yifan said, "Go ahead." Dai Jinshan continued, "This program is called Let's Go on a Trip. A few people, all girls, go on a trip together and film their daily life during the trip. Tang Jin will also be participating in this program." Yifan thought for a moment. The production team had invited her and Tang Jin at the same time. It was obvious that the production team wanted to take advantage of the recent exposure of the stunt double. But at the same time, Yifan quickly thought of another possibility. Could this be a trap set up by Tang Jin and his team to clear their names? Yifan did not answer. Instead, she asked, "I don't know much about the entertainment industry. Do you think I should participate in this reality show?" Huawei Company was going to become a top-notch company in the entertainment industry in the future. As one of the most experienced people in the industry, Dai Jinshan would definitely be able to give her good advice. Dai Jinshan said, "You've just started out. Although you have a bit of fame, you still won't be able to take on some of the big productions. If you participate in the reality show, you can consolidate your base and deepen everyone's impression of you. If you take on any more shows in the future, there will be even more good scripts for you." They wanted to take advantage of Yifan's popularity, but why couldn't they take advantage of those people as well? Yifan was beautiful and had good acting skills. She could already attract everyone's attention. Furthermore, Yifan had a good temper, so she would be a very good source of fans. Some time ago, Tang Jin's reputation had plummeted because of the stunt double incident. She was forced to reduce a lot of her activities and her original itinerary was overturned. Their team was prepared to take advantage of this show to let Tang Jin appear in front of the public again and change her image. This reality show was very important, so Tang Jin came prepared this time. Beijing Airport. A black nanny van stopped and a woman in a khaki trench coat got out of the car. Tang Jin was wearing a pair of black sunglasses and a thin scarf. Tang Jin's outfit looked very casual, but it was actually very scheming. She wanted to create a low-key, quiet, but lazy and beautiful persona. However, that high and mighty aura still betrayed Tang Jin. She had never been a well-behaved person. Everyone quickly recognized Tang Jin. The reporters and fans immediately surrounded her. Tang Jin has appeared at the airport. Tang Jin, are you the last guest on Let's Go Traveling? After the stunt double incident, what do you think of meeting Yifan again? Tang Jin did not say a word and just kept smiling at the camera. Even when she heard Yifan's name, her expression did not change. Although her expression did not change, there was already a faint anger in her heart. The bodyguards and Agent Lee surrounded Tang Jin and did not let anyone get close to her. Agent Lee, I'm sorry, I can't disclose Tang Jin's work to you. Although the agent said that, she knew very well that she had already gotten today's headlines. After she went back, the company would push a draft on the internet and boast about Tang Jin. It would be a very good start. The production team had already communicated with them and would definitely edit Tang Jin's parts well. Now, as long as Tang Jin performed well on the reality show, it would not be a problem to clear her name. Some quick-witted fans quickly posted on the gossip forum. I'm at the airport. Tang Jin is the last guest on Let's Go Traveling. Sure enough, it's Tang Jin. What a thrilling scene. I'm going to watch the show. By putting Yifan and Tang Jin together, the production team is really trying to stir up trouble. Why would the two of them accept it? Aren't they afraid of being embarrassed? Are you stupid? When the two of them meet, it's obvious that Tang Jin is the one who feels awkward. When the stunt double becomes popular, she still has to rush to share the stage with others. The production team was already waiting at the airport. Tang Jin was the last to arrive. When she met everyone, all the guests had already arrived. She pretended to be indifferent as she took off her sunglasses and inadvertently looked in Yifan's direction. Their eyes met for a second before they quickly separated. Tang Jin greeted the guests and found a place to sit down. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew how to read people's faces. No one would embarrass everyone on such an occasion. The director of the production team said, since the guests are all here, let's get to know each other briefly. The guests on Let's Go Traveling were all women. One of them was a veteran celebrity, Lee Cheong, who had entered Hollywood and achieved good results. She was almost halfway out of the industry and had only come to this show for the sake of traveling. The production team had invited this big shot to hold the fort. Lee Cheong was very experienced and had a high EQ, so she could definitely lighten the mood. Yifan told Dudu that she was going out for a while. In order not to worry his mother, Dudu decided not to miss her for the next few days. But not long after Yifan left, Dudu began to miss her. Grandma, Grandma. Dudu ran to Nanny Lee with his short legs. He jumped on the spot and pointed at the TV, looking very anxious. Nanny Lee was folding the clothes that had just been brought in. She looked at Dudu and didn't understand for a moment. Dudu wants to watch TV? Nanny Lee thought Dudu wanted to watch TV. Dudu shook his head. Mom's TV. Dudu missed his mother so much that he wanted to secretly watch her on TV. Dudu anxiously pulled Nanny Lee's clothes. Grandma, I want to see my mother. She's on TV. Nanny Lee thought for a while and realized that Dudu was talking about the TV series that Yifan acted in. Yifan and Dudu had watched it together, and Dudu had always remembered it. Undercover Shanghai was the most popular TV series this year. The TV station that first aired it made a lot of money. After the broadcast, many TV stations bought the broadcasting rights. Now, as long as you turned on the TV, you could see many TV channels broadcasting Undercover Shanghai. Nanny Lee turned on the TV and adjusted the channel. Then, she picked up Dudu and put him on the sofa. Dudu, watch TV and don't run around. I'll go to the kitchen. Nanny Lee reminded him several times. Dudu nodded seriously and promised that he would sit there obediently. He was a very obedient child and would never run around. Dudu looked at the TV. He-Han's scenes were being broadcast. He-Han was wearing a well-tailored suit, which made him look even colder. His eyes were dark and deep, like a deep pool. He looked straight at the Japanese man. The next second, the seemingly calm atmosphere was instantly broken. He-Han pulled out the gun from his waist and pointed it at the Japanese in front of him. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, but He Han's expression did not change. Facing the current situation, his expression was calm and fearless. Dudu's mouth was slightly agape, and she was stunned for a moment. He felt that the uncle's actions just now were very cool. Dudu kept staring at He Han. Because He Han was the male lead, his role was very important. After watching for a while, she realized that most of the scenes were directed by He Han. Dudu pursed his lips as he realized something. The uncle on the TV looked very familiar. His mother had shown him this TV series before, but he had no impression of it at all. The naive Dudu did not know that when Yifan showed him the drama, she had deliberately skipped all of He Han's scenes. Nanny Li just walked out of the kitchen. Dudu pointed at He Han on the TV and asked, "Granny, who is this person?" Dudu's round eyes were full of curiosity. Nanny Li glanced at the TV and said, "He is the male lead of this drama. Like your mother, he is an actor." Dudu tilted his head and stared at the TV screen without blinking. He stared at He Han's every move, for fear that he would miss something. He had never seen this person before, so why did he look so familiar? Dudu and He Han had met before in the supermarket, but He Han was wearing a mask and disguise, so it was normal that Dudu did not recognize him. The director gathered Yifan, Tang Jin, and the others together and announced something. The director looked at everyone. His eyes lingered on Yifan's face for a while. Then, he said, "Now that the money has been lost, the production team will lend you some money temporarily. But from now on, you have to think of ways to earn money." Gu Yaqin frowned. "We are overseas now. How can we earn money?" The director said, "You have to think of a way yourselves." Gu Yaqin glanced at Yifan. She was annoyed. If it were not for Yifan, they would not need to earn money. The director continued, "Ding Rui is sick. The remaining 4 of you will be in 2 groups to earn money. The process of earning money will be broadcasted live. Whatever you do will be seen by the audience. The production team will reward the group that earns the most money within the specified time." Gu Yaqin made a decision immediately. She turned to Tang Jin. "Tang Jin, let's be in a group." She was not good at anything. If she wanted to earn money, she had to rely on others. Tang Jin was young and famous. If she stuck close to Tang Jin, there would be a lot of cameras. Tang Jin glanced at Yifan. She seemed to be showing off her popularity to Yifan. Then, she smiled and said, "Okay." Yifan's expression was very calm. Of course, she knew what Tang Jin was thinking. She did not care about someone as childish as Tang Jin. At this time, Li Qiong walked over and looked at Yifan. "Yifan, let's be in a group." Although it seemed that Yifan had lost the money, Li Qiong did not think that Yifan was that kind of person. On the contrary, the production team might have done something. There were many things that could not be judged on the surface. Yifan nodded. "Okay." Therefore, Yifan and Li Qiong were in one group, while Tang Jin and Gu Yaqin were in the other. They had to earn money within the allotted time. The next morning, Tang Jin and Gu Yaqin quickly set off. Yifan and Li Qiong had yet to leave the production team's house. Yifan thought for a moment, then looked at Li Qiong and said, "Miss Li, why don't I go and earn money by myself?" Li Qiong was stunned. "Why?" "Ding Rui is sick. I think we need someone to stay and take care of her." Yifan had thought about it. Ding Rui was seriously ill this time. She was worried that no one would take care of her. Moreover, she had already thought of a way to earn money, even if she was alone. The livestream started as soon as he woke up in the morning. The netizens in China were now facing the screen and watching the live broadcast of the 2 groups of guests of Let's Travel. There were a lot of comments on the screen. Why is Yifan pretending to be a good person now? Why didn't she say that she would take good care of the money when she lost it? It's too difficult to earn money when you're alone abroad without anyone's help. Yifan is very confident. Let's see if she will slap herself in the face. Yifan, don't make empty promises again. You won't earn money and waste time. Tang Jin's group will definitely win. Most of the netizens thought that Yifan was blindly confident. It was impossible for her to earn money by herself. Yifan and Li Qiong were in Austria. They could not see what the comments were saying. Li Qiong was a little hesitant. If I don't earn money, I'll definitely come back and ask for your help, Yi Fan said jokingly. She was very polite and sounded comfortable. Li Qiong did not know why, but she had a feeling that Yi Fan would definitely earn money. It would definitely be beyond everyone's expectations. At the film studio, He Han was filming and had no idea what was happening in Austria. He Han was playing the role of a police officer and was chasing after a criminal. Both of them were holding guns and using the winding terrain as cover. He Han pulled the trigger. Gunshots rang out and bullets pierced through the cold air. In the chase, they had already used up all their bullets. At this moment, the criminal had already reached the end of a small alley. The police officer was right behind him, making it impossible for him to escape. The two of them faced each other head-on, trying to snatch the gun from each other's hands. The gun landed on the hard ground with a dull thud. He Han's eyes flickered and he suddenly struck out with a palm strike at the criminal. That person reached out to catch it and started to fight back. His face was expressionless, but every move landed on the ground. It was a clean and neat fighting style. They went back and forth, reacting quickly and moving quickly. Everyone's moves were extremely clear, yet also incomparably accurate. Time ticked by second, until He Han's hand tightened around the criminal's throat. The director shouted, "Very well done. He Han, thank you for your hard work." Everyone in the production crew knew that the scene just now was a real fight, so the effect would be better in the movie. And He Han had always been the most dedicated. For every action scene, he did not use a stunt double. He did it himself. He Han had once said that stunt doubles were also actors and that they also loved movies. He respected everyone's pursuit of movies. As usual, He Han left the set after saying goodbye to the actor who was acting with him. His manager and assistant followed He Han into the black car. He Han had been filming action scenes for a few days now, so he felt exhausted. After getting into the car, he leaned against the seat and slowly closed his eyes. He Han's expression was cold and his aura was extremely cold. At this moment, in Austria, the production team of Let's Travel was doing a live broadcast of two groups. It was very popular on Weibo. He Han's assistant was also paying attention to this reality show. The assistant turned on his phone and sat next to He Han. He did not want to disturb He Han, so he put on his headphones and watched Yi Fan's live broadcast. On the screen, Yi Fan had just borrowed a violin from the piano shop. The assistant looked at the screen and couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the surprised and praising expressions of the onlookers. "What's wrong?" He Han suddenly opened his eyes and glanced over. He heard his assistant's voice and asked. The assistant took off his headphones and explained to He Han, "Let's Travel is being recorded in Austria. The guests are now doing a short live broadcast." He Han's gaze fell on the phone screen. He saw a woman in a white t-shirt and jeans in the crowd. She had a cold temperament and was particularly eye-catching. She was clearly dressed simply and neatly, but when the sunlight fell on her body, it unexpectedly set off her incomparable elegance. When it was time, Yi Fan and Tang Jin returned to the house. When Li Qiong saw Yi Fan, she immediately went up to her and asked with concern, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Fan had said before that if she did not earn any money, she would come back to look for her. Yi Fan did not come back, but Li Qiong kept this matter in mind. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already earned some money." Li Qiong's expression relaxed. She was about to speak. At this moment, Gu Yaqin walked over and interrupted their conversation. Li Qiong was a little unhappy, but she did not show it. Gu Yaqin looked at Yi Fan and said in a strange tone, "Yi Fan, I heard that you can play the violin." Thinking about how she could hear people talking about Yi Fan all the way here, she felt a little jealous. Yi Fan said calmly, "Yes, I've learned a little." Gu Yaqin glanced at Tang Jin and suddenly said, "Yi Fan, Tang Jin is singing, but you're playing the violin. What a coincidence." It sounded like she was saying that the two of them had chosen similar ways to earn money, but in fact, she was hinting that the two of them were not on good terms. Yi Fan insisted on playing the violin and stealing Tang Jin's limelight. Gu Yaqin knew that Yi Fan used to be Tang Jin's substitute. She deliberately said that to make Tang Jin hate Yi Fan even more and to provoke a conflict between the two of them. If Tang Jin got angry because of this, then she would have more chances to please her. When Tang Jin heard this, her expression became even more impatient. She looked at Yi Fan and felt even more unhappy. Yi Fan must have done this on purpose. Yi Fan knew very well that Gu Yaqin was trying to sow discord. However, she was not someone who would be bullied by others. Yi Fan glanced at Gu Yaqin and said calmly, "Actually, it's not a coincidence. One of us sings and the other plays the violin. One was on the street, and the other was at the end of the street. The way to earn money is different, and the location is also different." Yi Fan's tone was very calm. If we have to talk about similarities, it might be that we each rely on our own abilities to make money. With a simple sentence, she drew a clear line between her and Tang Jin. Gu Yaqin was suddenly speechless. However, Tang Jin recalled that Gu Yaqin did not help at all when they were making money just now. Tang Jin snorted coldly in his heart. It was still a live broadcast, and the bullet screen was filled with comments. Gu Yaqin usually looks quite innocent. Compared to Yi Fan, why is she so petty? In the past, there was a post that said that Gu Yaqin was very scheming when she was in school. Now that I look at it, it's true. I've unfollowed her. Let's not dwell on this matter. Let's guess who earns more money. I'm guessing it's Yi Fan. When she plays the violin, it's obvious that more people are watching. Tang Jin's chances of winning are also quite high. Didn't you see that everyone was with Tang Jin at the beginning? The people in the live broadcast room were actively discussing which team would win in the end. Half of them were with Yi Fan, while the other half were with Tang Jin. At this moment, the director said, "Now, put the money on the table. Let's see which team earns more money." Yi Fan and Tang Jin went forward and put the money on the table. Then, they stood to the side. Yi Fan's expression was very calm. She knew very well that the production team was on Tang Jin's side. The reason why they chose to live broadcast was that they were certain that Tang Jin would earn more money than her. Thus, they could step on her and elevate Tang Jin even more. Meanwhile, under the planning of the production team, not only did she lose money, but she also could not earn more money than the others. Comparing the two, she had left a very bad impression on the audience from the start of the show. Yi Fan sneered. At the hotel. The night was quiet, surrounded by the thick darkness of the night. In the dark room, there was only a small lamp on the bedside. There was a video playing on the phone on the table. Yi Fan was playing the violin with her eyes closed. The music flowed slowly from the strings into the air. It was as clear as water and as clean as the moon. The sound of Yi Fan playing the violin filled the room. Every corner seemed to be stained with the clean sound of the violin. He Han listened to Yi Fan's violin and his eyes drifted as if he had fallen into a distant memory. His tight jawline was sharp and defined, but the slight curve of his lips was slightly gentle. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, there was a knock on the door in the corridor. He Han glanced at the door and his vision gradually became clear. He Han paused the video and picked up a magazine to cover the phone on the table. He stood up and walked to the door. The door opened and a tall and sunny man stood at the door. "Are you surprised?" There was a smile on his face, and his long and narrow phoenix eyes were extremely lazy. Chishu was the most popular singer at the moment and He Han's good friend. They had known each other for many years and their busy schedules had never affected their friendship. Chishu had just finished a fan meeting in the neighboring city. He knew that He Han was filming here, so he came to look for He Han after the fan meeting. He Han's thin lips curved slightly, and his voice was low. "There's no joy." "He Han, I came all the way here to see you." Chishu was unhappy. "That's your reaction?" He Han closed the door and didn't even look at Chishu. It's been hard on you." He Han had always known Chishu's personality. The more he talked to him, the more he wanted a yard. "Forget it, I won't argue with you." Chishu walked into the room. He Han took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Chishu. At every fan meeting, he would sing a lot of songs and interact with his fans frequently. Chishu took the water and said, "Thanks." After a while, Chishu's voice suddenly sounded, "He Han, what were you looking at just now?" He Han turned to look at Chishu and found him standing in front of the table. The magazine on the phone had been moved away by Qishu. He stared at the paused video on the table. The smile on Qishu's lips deepened. He slowly said a name, Yi Fan. He believed that he had discovered He Han's secret. Qishu looked up with a faint smile in his eyes. Why did you secretly watch Yi Fan's violin video? He Han's eyes flashed slightly, but his expression was extremely calm. His cold aura seemed to have softened a little. He Han looked at Qishu and did not answer Qishu's question. The guests followed Yi Fan. Her expression was calm and she was not in a hurry. He had already walked this path a few times and Yi Fan had more or less recognized it. However, the house they lived in was still very far from here. Yi Fan's English was very fluent. She asked the residents in the small town for directions. She nodded seriously as she listened, memorizing everything they said in her heart. Ding Ruoi and Li Qiong trusted Yi Fan very much. Gu Yachen, who was skeptical, was relieved when she saw Yi Fan's behavior. Although she did not say it, Gu Yachen knew that they could only reach home if they followed Yi Fan. There were Chinese tourists on the way and they recognized Yi Fan and Tang Jin. Because they were filming the show, the tourists could not ask for autographs. They could only take photos of them from afar. Tang Jin was very unhappy, but she could not show it on her face. When they returned to the house rented by the production crew, it was already very late. They were too tired from the journey. They just wanted to have a good night's rest. Because they were too tired, the people who were arguing stopped talking and returned to their own rooms. As soon as they stopped, Yi Fan started to think of Dudu again. Dudu must miss her very much. Usually, the baby liked to rely on her. As long as she was at home, Dudu did not want to leave her side. Yi Fan thought of Dudu's fair little face. When he smiled, there were dimples on his face. Dudu held her face with his chubby hands. When he called her mommy, it was with his baby voice. Her Dudu. Fortunately, she would be back soon. Then, she could see the baby. Yi Fan closed her eyes as she thought of Dudu. She quietly drifted off to sleep. Yi Fan would go home tomorrow. Although Nanny Li kept talking to Dudu, Dudu's mood didn't improve. It was the first time Dudu had been away from his mother for so long, and he was not used to it. Nanny Li thought that it had been a long time since she took Dudu out to play. Coincidentally, Dudu missed his mother and was in a bad mood. She packed some things and prepared to take Dudu out. Baby, I'll take you to the amusement park. Nanny Li walked to Yi Fan's bedside and said to Dudu. There was his mother's scent on the blanket. Every time he woke up during the day, Dudu would lie on Yi Fan's bed. Dudu stuck out his little butt and hugged Yi Fan's quilt without letting go. Nanny Li pinched Dudu's chubby cheeks. Baby, be good. Mommy will be back tomorrow. Baby will be able to see mommy then. Dudu pouted and nodded. He said in a baby voice, Mommy will be home soon. Dudu reluctantly let go of the quilt and sat up from the bed. Nanny Li sat by the bed. Let's go to the amusement park first. Then, we'll buy some watercolor pens and draw for mommy, okay? Dudu followed Nanny Li to the children's cafeteria. Ever since Nanny Li appeared, his little heart had been beating fast. He was afraid that Nanny Li would find out that he was talking to a stranger. Nanny Li put Dudu on the children's seat. There was a small bowl on the table. Dudu, Nanny Li called out. Dudu was so scared that he quickly raised his head. His round eyes were wide open, and he didn't dare to blink. He thought that Nanny Li had found out. In this way, Dudu looked like a frightened little hamster. Nanny Li pushed the bowl closer. The food is not hot anymore. Dudu can eat now. Dudu let out a small sigh of relief. Without Nanny Li's urging, he took a small spoon and scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Dudu's movements were very clumsy, but he still held the spoon steadily. Before Yi Fan came, Dudu needed someone to feed him. After Yi Fan's training, Dudu could now rely on himself to eat. Yi Fan wouldn't spoil Dudu. Although she would indulge Dudu in other aspects, she would cultivate Dudu's independence. Dudu's mouth was bulging. When he chewed, his cheeks moved. He did look like a little hamster eating, and the chubby kind. Nanny Li kept reminding Dudu to eat slowly so that he wouldn't choke. After the meal, Nanny Li took Dudu home. Dudu quickly pulled Nanny Li's hand. Grandma, you forgot that we have to give Mom a present. Dudu looked a little anxious. He was afraid that he couldn't give the drawing that he drew to Yifan. After being reminded by Dudu, Nanny Li remembered. Dudu is so awesome. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten. Nanny Li doted on Dudu like he was her own grandson. She thought that Dudu was perfect in every way. Dudu hugged Nanny Li's neck tightly and grinned, revealing a row of neat little baby teeth. The dimples on the side of his face were even more obvious. Baby will always remember what happened to Mommy. His tone was matter-of-fact and extremely obedient. Nanny Li went to the supermarket to buy several kinds of painting brushes for Dudu. When they got home, Dudu did not sleep. He insisted on finishing his painting before going to sleep. Usually, such a young child would not be able to sit still after a while and would run around. To complete the gift for Yifan, Dudu sat quietly at the table for a long time. He held the paintbrush clumsily and drew on the white paper. What was originally a clean piece of white paper slowly gained some different colors. Dudu didn't use much strength to hold the pen, so the lines were crooked, but it was easy to see that it was full of love for his mother. The next day, Yifan had already come back from Austria. She had just returned to the country when Dai Jinshan called her to the office. Dai Jinshan assured Yifan that after Let's Travel was broadcast, their team would edit the show and control the public opinion to fight back against the production team. Yifan's performance on the show was very good. As the show was broadcast, she would definitely be able to attract fans. After Yifan left the office, she did not delay and immediately went home. She had not seen Dudu in a long time. Yifan opened the door and walked in. The room was very quiet. Dudu might still be taking an afternoon nap. Because Yifan was not sure when she would be back, she did not tell Nanny Li the exact time. Yifan took off her shoes at the entrance and entered the house. The assistant director immediately walked over when he saw He-han. He looked at Yifan and told her, He-han is the actor who will play Shen Yuan. The director is waiting for you in the room. You will act with He-han. The assistant director had decided to add this scene at the last minute. He-han hadn't been there before, so the audition scripts they gave were all solo scenes, but the results weren't ideal. Now that He-han was there, Yifan might perform better with He-han. He-han's expression was still indifferent when he heard the assistant director's words. He didn't react and didn't object to the suggestion. Yifan was stunned. I got a solo script. Coincidentally, the assistant who had been sent to the script by the assistant director came over with a new script in his hand. The assistant director directly handed it to Yifan. Get a new one this time. After a while, Yifan and He-han started to rehearse. Soon, everyone present was affected by their emotions and immersed in the scene. In the cage, under the night sky. Yao Guang leaned against the cold wall, but her body was straight and she didn't look embarrassed at all. Suddenly, footsteps came from afar. It wasn't fast or slow. Yao Guang looked up. First, she saw a pair of black brocade boots. She looked up and saw a dark black robe with deep patterns embroidered on the corners. In the dark night, the moonlight shone into the cell. The snow-white light illuminated the man's face. She looked up and saw a cold and handsome face, which overlapped with the face in her memory. Yao Guang looked up and saw the tall and cold man in front of her. Yao Guang's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth and slowly said his name. Shen Yuan. The woman's cold voice sounded in the silent air. Maybe I should call you Xianxia now. Shen Yuan lowered his eyes and looked down at the woman in the prison cell from above. This was a gloomy cage, and there was endless darkness everywhere. However, Yao Guang was still as elegant and noble as when they first met. Shen Yuan's eyes were as dark as the night. Shen Yuan called her name. Yao Guang. Yao Guang looked at him as if she saw the past. Her expression was calm and unperturbed. It's been so long since we last met. I should congratulate you on your rise to power. When they first met, he was a hostage from a neighboring country, and she was the princess of the kingdom of Qi. Now, he was the high and mighty Prime Minister Shen, and she had become a prisoner. Shen Yuan's gaze fell on Yao Guang. His eyes were unfathomable. The destruction of the state of Qi was not my intention. Yao Guang looked at Shen Yuan quietly. Her voice was indifferent. The power of capital was very strong. The news and public opinion that netizens could see were often manipulated by an invisible hand behind the scenes. But when the netizens' anger reached its peak, no matter how much money was spent or how many troll armies were hired, there was no way to reverse the situation. Reality proved that evil had its retribution. Since they dared to slander Yifan, they had to be prepared to be exposed. If the production team wanted to prove their innocence, it was very simple. They just needed to release the video of Yifan returning home and discovering that she had lost the money. If the camera did indeed capture Yifan going into her room, rummaging through her bag and discovering that she had lost the money, then the netizens would definitely not pursue the matter. This matter had been trending for an entire day. Even at night, the netizens were still discussing it. This matter hasn't been confirmed yet, so why don't we wait and see? What if the video is released later? We've been waiting for an entire day, but the production team hasn't even said a word. If there's really no problem, they should have already come out to clear their names, alright? Yifan's team also put in some effort. They bought a press release and pushed it across the internet to analyze the situation in detail. They brazenly pointed out that Yifan's money was in her room and that it was stolen by the production team. Only Yifan's team knew exactly what had happened in Austria that day. Huawei Corporation had added fuel to the fire in this explosive public opinion battle. Yifan's Weibo was very quiet. She hadn't debuted for long and had always kept a low profile. She didn't post much on Weibo. Her latest Weibo post was from a month ago. Yifan had reposted the promotional video for Let's Travel. In a short period of time, Yifan's Weibo followers had increased by several million. The number of comments under that Weibo post had already reached several 100,000. The netizens and fans were spamming the comments below. Why isn't Yifan stepping forward to say anything? Is she guilty or is she trying to maintain her popularity? Previous poster: Are you a troll hired by the production team? Can you please get lost? Seeing such a hard-working young lady get framed makes my heart ache. If there weren't any sharp-eyed netizens who noticed that there was a problem with the editing, Yifan would have continued to be the scapegoat. It's really scary just thinking about it. On the other side, the production team was having an emergency meeting that very night. Let's Go Traveling had only aired one episode before it encountered an editing storm. The netizens were cursing too much. If it continued to broadcast, it would only make people hate it even more. The ratings and reputation would be terrible, and the investors' money would go down the drain. They went to look for famous public relations companies and offered high prices to deal with this crisis. This task was too difficult. No PR company wanted to get involved in this mess. When public opinion was all leaning towards Yifan, who would be willing to help the program team? Wouldn't that be smashing their own reputation? In the wee hours of the morning, the official Weibo of Let's Travel finally released an announcement under pressure. There was a problem with the equipment at the time, so the video of Yifan throwing the money was not recorded. Previously, the netizens criticized Yifan because of the missing money. We are deeply sorry for this. It seemed that the program team was so anxious that they were in a terrible fix. Did they think that they could easily brush this matter aside with just a few words? The program team's perfunctory response angered the netizens. Something wrong with the equipment? It couldn't have happened earlier or later, but it just had to happen at the most crucial moment when the money was lost and the camera was broken. I think the program team deliberately didn't want to record it, right? I'm so angry that I'm about to laugh. When Yifan went into the room to look for the money, they didn't follow her in to record it. Later on, when she said that she had lost the money, they even connected the dots seamlessly. So your camera can even work and break at times? Yifan was deep in thought. That day, she had played the violin during the live broadcast. Nyaweru must have seen it. Yifan's eyes flashed coldly. Nyaweru must be wondering why she knew how to play the violin. Yifan wasn't someone who would sit around and wait for death. She would take the initiative to go to Nyaweru and have a good talk about this matter. Moreover, Nyaweru's life was too comfortable. She had to find something for Nyaweru to do. On the other end, Nyaweru walked in and found someone sitting inside. That person's face was cold and her figure was slender. Nyaweru was stunned. Wasn't that Yifan? Nyaweru frowned. What are you doing here? Nyaweru found it strange. Yifan hadn't been here for a long time. Today, she suddenly came. There must be something wrong. Yifan glanced at her coldly and said, What? Am I not welcome? Nyaweru suddenly remembered that a few days ago, she had seen Yifan play the violin during the live broadcast. She was puzzled. I haven't asked you yet. How do you know how to play the violin? Yifan had never told her that she knew how to play the violin. Moreover, Tang Jin had actually lost to Yifan in the competition that day. Nyaweru was naturally very angry. Yifan didn't look at her and said calmly, What does it have to do with you whether or not I know how to play the violin? Nyaweru's words were stuck in her throat. Now, every time she spoke to Yifan, she felt that she would be angered to death. Nyaweru took a deep breath. Learning the violin requires a lot of money. So when you paid for your living expenses, you hid the money and didn't give it to me? Yifan's gaze slowly swept over Nyaweru, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. There really were such shameless people in the world. For the original owner to have such a fake mother, she really felt bad for the original owner. Yifan said sarcastically, I earned the money. Even if I didn't give you a single cent, who would dare to say otherwise? I use my money to learn the violin and do anything. As long as I'm willing, no one else has the right to interfere. Yifan's voice was extremely cold, like frost. Even if I donate all the money, it has nothing to do with you. Nyaweru was exasperated. In the past, whenever Fan earned money, she would pass her credit card to her. There was no need for her to rush her at all. He would never talk back to her like this. Nyaweru didn't feel bad about spending Yifan's money at all. In the past, she would casually buy branded clothes and cosmetics, which greatly satisfied her vanity. Now that Yifan didn't send money home, she had no money to buy those nice things. When she went out to meet friends, her clothes were all old. She even felt that she was a bit shabby. In order to get the money, Nyaweru persisted. Since you're here today, you can give me this month's living expenses. You're more famous now, so I won't ask you for more. Nyaweru thought that she had already lowered her demands. Nyaweru said, Give me 50,000. You definitely don't care about this bit of money now. Yifan sneered. She didn't even look up and said in an extremely cold voice, 50,000? What right do you have to ask me for 50,000? When Nyaweru heard that Yifan wasn't going to give her money, she became anxious. Yifan, I raised you for so many years. It's time for you to repay me. If you don't give me the money, I'll tell others that you're unfilial. Even your reputation will be ruined. Yifan's heart didn't waver at all. Her lips hooked into an extremely cold smile. After it was announced that Han would appear in the next episode of Let's Go Traveling, the netizens immediately took over the comments section under the official Weibo account. Am I seeing things? God, he is actually participating in a reality show? You're not seeing things. My consummate couple is together again. I want to go downstairs and run laps to celebrate. This day has finally come. Ahem, pay attention to your image. Han and Yifan's CP is called Xianxia, not consummate. Within a short period of time after the news was announced, Han, Let's Go Traveling quickly became the #1 trending topic. Then, Xianxia and his wife also became the trending topic. Within an hour, 5 of the top 10 trending topics were about the two of them. If it was any other time, any small celebrity who wanted to be a CP with Han would be attacked by fans. But Han's fans were not disgusted by the CP of Xianxia and his wife. Not only did they not hate the two of them, but many of their fans also became CP fans. They did not know why, but they felt that the two of them were very compatible. Han was the untouchable flower of the entertainment industry. Yifan's facial features were bright but cold. When they stood together, they somehow looked like a married couple. Of course, the netizens knew that this was just the fans' imagination. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. They were definitely not a couple. Because of Han's participation, the popularity of Let's Go Traveling rose again. There were finally positive comments about this episode of the reality show on the gossip forum. It was a piece of rat sh*t that ruined a pot of porridge. Since the production team is sincerely remorseful, I'll reluctantly watch the next episode. The quality of producer Han's show is still very high. The fan welfare version of Yi Fan's violin was released yesterday. I can only shut up and be amazed. As a low-profile CP fan, I'll wait for Yi Han and Yi Fan to start filming together. The next episode was broadcast. The content was about the female celebrities who got lost in Hallstatt and could not find their way home. In the first half hour, the ratings were low. When Gu Yaqin scolded Ding Ruoyi for not knowing how to lead the way, the ratings began to rise. When Yi Fan and Tang Jin got into a conflict because they got lost, the viewership ratings soared. Of course, the production team would not release the harsh words they had said during their argument. The content had already been edited. From the audience's point of view, the two of them were just having a small argument. Then, while Yi Fan led the guests to find their way, the cameras only followed Yi Fan the entire time. The other big names were all in the background, and the viewership ratings soared to a peak. This episode of Let's Travel's viewership ratings recovered and returned to first place in the same time slot. The program team finally heaved a sigh of relief. It could be said that Yi Fan's popularity was the savior of the program. Tang Jin was the most popular starlet, but the viewership ratings couldn't even compare to Yi Fan's appearance. This was enough to prove just how popular Yi Fan had been recently. Through the trending searches for the past few days, the popularity of Yi Han and Yi Fan as a CP was obvious. It seemed that the production team had already thought about what to do for the next episode of the show. Whether it was following or editing, they had to lean towards the Hanya CP. That night, Yi Fan and Dudu were sitting in front of the TV, watching Let's Travel. Dudu's mouth opened slightly. It's so beautiful. Yi Fan was stunned. She looked at Dudu's face and found that Dudu was a little unhappy. Yi Fan said softly, "Baby, wait for mommy for a while." Although Dudu was a little unhappy, he still nodded obediently. Yi Fan turned her head and looked at Yan Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, practice the key points I told you just now." Yan Xiaoxiao was very obedient. "Okay, Teacher Yi." Yi Fan picked up Dudu and walked to the other side. There was no one here. It was very quiet. Yi Fan put Dudu down. She squatted down and looked into Dudu's eyes. "Baby, tell mommy, what's wrong?" Dudu looked at Yi Fan and lowered his round eyes. He sniffed and his little voice sounded aggrieved. "Mommy is going to be taken away by someone else." Yi Fan didn't expect this to be the reason. Just now, she was so focused on teaching Yan Xiaoxiao how to play the piano that she forgot to talk to Dudu. Dudu was more sensitive than other children, so he had always felt insecure. Yi Fan said apologetically, "It's mommy's fault." Yi Fan held Dudu's shoulder and said softly, "Mommy was teaching little sister how to play the piano just now and neglected baby. Baby, can you forgive mommy?" Dudu pouted and emphasized seriously, "Mommy is not wrong. Mommy is too nice, so everyone likes mommy." Yi Fan pinched Dudu's soft cheeks and felt that her heart was about to melt because of this little baby. Dudu's chubby body threw itself into Yi Fan's arms and his cheeks rubbed against Yi Fan. He said softly, "Baby likes mommy the most." Yi Fan hugged Dudu and continued to say, "Mommy was just teaching the little sister how to play the piano. Baby, you don't have to worry." Dudu blinked his round eyes and said, "That big sister likes mommy, and baby also likes mommy, so baby will also like that big sister." Dudu's thinking was very simple. His aunt and sister were good to his mother, so he would be good to them too. Yi Fan pressed her forehead against Dudu's and said with a smile, "Why is the baby so obedient? Baby, sit between mommy and big sister. Mommy will hug you, okay?" Dudu grinned. "Okay." Yi Fan led Dudu back to the piano. Yan Xiaoxiao was playing the zither. The sound of the zither filled the room. Yi Fan carried Dudu and sat beside Yan Xiaoxiao. Dudu and Yi Fan were so close to each other that he smiled with satisfaction. After Yan Xiaoxiao finished playing the song, Dudu clapped his hands. "Sister, you played so well." Yi Fan smiled and looked at Dudu. She pursed her lips and even took the time to wipe her tears. She looked as pitiful as she could get. Dudu sniffled, feeling wronged. Yi Han was stunned for a moment at Dudu's reaction. He had no idea that things would develop to this point. and he didn't know how to coax the sobbing chubby boy in front of him. He-han didn't have any experience coaxing children, especially such a young one. He-han stretched out his hand and stroked Dudu's head with his slender fingers. He gently rubbed Dudu's head. At this moment, He-han's voice was gentler than ever. "Don't cry, Dudu." Dudu looked up with teary eyes. He didn't resist He-han's actions, but he didn't say anything either. He-han smiled helplessly. "Do I look like a bad person to you?" Dudu remembered that he would run into He-han almost everywhere he went, so he nodded. But then he recalled how cool He-han was on TV, so he shook his head again. He was conflicted. Bad people don't tell others that they're bad people. He-han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who had taught him that? Because Nanny Lee was afraid that Dudu would get lost, she would always remind Dudu to be careful when he went out. That was why Dudu said that. He-han patiently explained to Dudu, "Did you say that this isn't my home?" Dudu's eyes widened. "No." He-han said, "The great aunt you're talking about is my aunt, and your sister Xiaoxiao is my cousin." Dudu was confused. "Uncle, what are you talking about?" Dudu was too young to understand how relatives addressed each other. He tilted his head and looked at He-han in confusion. He-han was stumped for the first time. "Actually, this is half my home." After explaining to Dudu like this, Dudu understood. He looked like he suddenly realized something. The next second, Dudu sympathized with He-han. He took a step forward and reached out his chubby hand to touch He-han's face. He-han was stunned by the soft touch. The child in front of him was staring at him, his dark eyes as clear as water. "Uncle, you're so pitiful. I have a mother, Granny Lee, and an entire family, but you only have half." Dudu comforted He-han. He-han could be considered to have completely fallen into the hands of this little baby, Dudu. He-han wasn't prepared to explain, so it was fine to let Dudu understand. As long as Dudu didn't think that he was a bad person who would steal a child. Dudu's childish voice sounded again, "Uncle, I was wrong about you just now. I want to apologize to you." Dudu retracted his hand. He crossed his hand over his stomach and bowed to He-han. Dudu's eyes were filled with sincerity. "Uncle, I'm sorry. Mom told me that I have to apologize immediately if I do something wrong. Otherwise, the other party will be unhappy." He-han smiled and touched Dudu's head. He could tell that Dudu's mother had taught him well. Michael was stunned. He didn't doubt He-han's words. He smiled helplessly and looked at Yi-fan. "Goodbye, beautiful lady." Yi-fan returned a polite smile. He-han looked at her and his eyes darkened slightly, but those emotions disappeared in an instant without a trace. From the camera, He-han's thin lips were tightly pursed, and the corners of his mouth were curled up sharply. He still had that cold aura. He-han said, "Let's go." Yi-fan said, "Okay." After the meal, they walked out of the restaurant and took a walk outside. Mai Ruxiang lowered her head, thinking about something. She was already 25 years old, which was not young for a female celebrity. She didn't have any outstanding works. Every TV series she acted in didn't make a splash. Every time, they would be broadcast quietly, and not many people knew about them until they finished airing. In the past few years, Mai Ruxiang's team had thought of many ways for her, but they couldn't make her popular. Her company had even given her an ultimatum. Her contract was about to expire. If she didn't become popular during this period, the company would give up on her. Anyone would think that Mai Ruxiang would never be famous again in this lifetime. Letting Mai Ruxiang appear on Let's Go Traveling was already very kind to her. Why didn't they promote the younger and prettier newcomers instead of wasting time on a person like her who was already past her prime? Although Mai Ruxiang didn't have much ability, she wanted to become popular very strongly. This time, she had put all her eggs in one basket and schemed against He-han. He-han was young and promising. He was an international best actor and had a good reputation. As long as she could be related to him, she would be able to bring in a lot of traffic. Of course, there were disadvantages to this. If He-han's fans couldn't accept that they were a couple, it would definitely lead to a scolding war. However, Mai Ruxiang didn't care. Being able to become popular was her ability. As long as she could appear in the headlines, no matter what the headlines said, she would have a lot of exposure. Mai Ruxiang knew that she would either be completely forgotten or become popular in the entertainment industry. She was about to be abandoned by the company. Compared to this, what was being scolded by others? Even though she was being ridiculed to the bottom of the valley, it was undeniable that she had become famous. Mai Ruxiang thought so in her heart, but there was a smile on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Today's weather was very good. The sun shone on the ground, and the air was warm. The few of them chatted. On the surface, the atmosphere seemed to be quite good. However, it was obvious that Yi Fan and Ding Rui were close. Gu Yaqin and Tang Jin had a good relationship. Mai Ruxiang was a newcomer. She talked to everyone and tried to get familiar with them. Gu Yaqin saw an ice cream shop in front of them and said, "Who wants to eat ice cream?" Tang Jin didn't like to eat cold food. She wanted to refuse at first. At this time, Gu Yaqin looked at her and said, "This brand of ice cream is very delicious. Tang Jin, do you want to try one?" Tang Jin's words were blocked. Among the people here, she was considered to have a slightly better relationship with Gu Yaqin. Although they were all using each other. If she refused, it would seem that she was estranged from Gu Yaqin. Now, she just wanted to finish filming the reality show. She didn't want to be in the eye of the storm anymore. Tang Jin could only say, "Sure." Both of them were smiling. It seemed that they had a good relationship. Because of the production team's statement, the fans who had been tormented the entire night finally calmed down. The netizens no longer cared about the invisible female celebrity who loved to hype things up. Instead, they started paying attention to the bouquet. Production team, tell us the truth. Are you a couple fan? Was this segment planned by the production team or was it a coincidence? I really like it. I have a strong feeling that I'll see He Han and Yi Fan get married in my lifetime, ha ha ha. Following that, a Weibo account was set up. Are He Han and Yi Fan getting married today? The blogger started recording whether her wish had been fulfilled or not every day. Some doubted it, while others supported it. The couple fans also knew that it was just a joke. In the future, everyone would realize how prescient this blogger was. There were a lot of speculations from the netizens, but the production team's official Weibo account kept its mouth shut and did not respond to any of the questions. Clearly, this behavior added fuel to the popularity of Let's Go Traveling. Were Hanya and his wife a commercial couple, or was the show real? It didn't matter which was real or fake. As long as the audience was immersed in the show, the production team's goal would be achieved. With the release of the photo, the storm from earlier was finally resolved. After all, compared to He Han's relationship with an invisible female celebrity, everyone was more willing to accept him and the newly popular Yi Fan as a couple. As for why Yi Fan was holding the bouquet, it had to be explained from that afternoon. After the filming ended that day, everyone returned to the hotel to rest. The next morning, Mai Ruxiang's team bought a draft to tie Mai Ruxiang and Yi Han together. A relationship between a D-list celebrity and an international best actor naturally attracted a lot of attention. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had been in the limelight recently, was the cover for their relationship. Just like that, the official couple of Hanya and his wife was torn apart. When this matter came out, the production team hurriedly informed the director. The director was currently recording the show and talking to the guests about the afternoon's schedule. The program assistant ran over in a panic and whispered a few words into the director's ear. The director frowned and announced to everyone. The recording for this afternoon will be paused. There has been a change of plans. We will make other arrangements. Everyone, please take a seat at a nearby restaurant. We'll inform you once we're ready. The director did not reveal any emotions. He calmly informed everyone. His gaze swept past Mai Ruxiang, and anger appeared in his eyes. Other than Mai Ruxiang, who might have guessed the truth, no one else present knew anything about it. Because all of their phones had been confiscated, they had no way of accessing the internet. Tang Jin immediately frowned. She was not in a good mood to participate in this program, and now she had been asked to stop. Gu Yaqin felt that something was wrong, so she asked indirectly. Director, this is the Aegean Sea. We can't just waste time here. Gu Yaqin wanted to know what went wrong. When the bouquet landed in Yifan's hands, there was a sudden burst of screams from the crowd. The bride turned around and saw Yifan. She did not expect that a Chinese girl would receive the bouquet. The bride's younger sister whispered a few words into the bride's ear. The two of them looked between Yifan and Yihan. The bride walked over and gave Yifan a hug. She straightened her body and looked at Yifan. Then she said something to Yifan in Greek. "I hope you two will be happy." Yifan looked at Yihan. "Do you understand what she is saying?" Yihan lowered his head and looked into Yifan's eyes. His cold eyes seemed to carry a tiny ray of sunlight at this moment. Yihan and Yifan looked at each other. He did not say anything. He just stood there and looked at her facial features. The expression on his face was calm, and his eyes were deep. No one could tell what he was feeling. Yifan probably sensed that Yihan was playing with her. She subconsciously took a step back. Yihan's lips curled up. He chuckled and said, "I've never learned Greek." Yifan glanced at him. She was holding the bouquet in her hands, but she did not know where to put it. She thought about it and still took the bouquet back to her residence. After the news of Mai Ruxiang's hype came out, Tang Jin's manager was the first to find out. After the recording of the show that day, he told Tang Jin about it. Agent Li wanted Tang Jin to be more wary of Mai Ruxiang. This person was much more scheming than Tang Jin. If she induced Tang Jin to reveal her true nature, Tang Jin would be the one to suffer. After a whole day of recording, Tang Jin was exhausted. She was a little impatient. Did something happen? Agent Li showed the picture on Weibo to Tang Jin. Because the production team had given an ultimatum, Mai Ruxiang could no longer create hype with Yihan. Therefore, she took the opportunity to change her direction and stuck to Tang Jin. Mai Ruxiang's studio posted 2 photos. One was a still of Tang Jin and Yihan from undercover on the beach. In the picture, Tang Jin was in a sorry state and was acting out a scene of him fleeing for his life. One was of Mai Ruxiang standing in front of Yihan with a gentle smile. In reality, Mai Ruxiang wanted to take the ice cream from Yihan, but Yihan rejected her. The title was, "The Current Popular Starlet Was Suppressed by Beauty." When Tang Jin saw this, she was so angry that her hands were trembling. She knew that something was wrong with the production team today. So, it was all Mai Ruxiang's doing. Now, she even wanted to step on her. It had always been Tang Jin who bullied others. Now, he was being bullied by a nobody who couldn't even be considered a B-lister. How could Tang Jin take this lying down? Agent Li said, "Mai Ruxiang has been in the entertainment industry for a few years. Don't be set up by her." Tang Jin responded verbally to show that she understood. Yifan didn't know what Yihan wanted to say. Did he know something? How much did he know? Yifan's eyes flickered, and she was in a daze for a few seconds. However, when she didn't know how to answer, avoiding the topic was obviously the best. "You know that those songs are very famous." Yifan's expression was very calm, as if there was nothing to avoid. "It's normal for people to be familiar with the sound of the piano." Yihan's gaze deepened, and in the next second, he slowly retracted his gaze from Yifan. The night breeze of Athens blew over, and his thin lips moved slightly. "Is that so?" His low and hoarse voice quietly brushed past Yifan's ears. "Seems like I was overthinking." Yihan's expression returned to being cold and indifferent, and he didn't reveal anything. There didn't seem to be any changes in his expression. Yifan did not notice that there was a trace of imperceptible disappointment in that voice. They still had to bring dinner for the guests who stayed in the house, so they quickly continued walking. Yihan and Yifan stood on the streets of Athens, and neither of them spoke. There was a sneaky figure following behind them. Huan was the apprentice of a famous domestic paparazzi studio. After finding out about the program's itinerary, he came to Greece early. He followed them from Santorini to Athens, and he hadn't found the two of them acting alone in the past few days. It was difficult to be a paparazzi, and Huan hadn't been able to find any big news. Yihan and Yifan went out alone without any staff following them. Huan felt that his chance had come. Huan had been following them closely, and his figure was hidden among the pedestrians. The moment Yihan interrogated Yifan, Huan quickly pressed the shutter. Huan looked at the camera in his hand with satisfaction. The angle of the photo was very good, and the two of them were very close. Big news, it was definitely exclusive news. Huan excitedly called back to China, and someone picked up the phone. Huan said, "Teacher Qian, I got it." After Han and Yifan returned to the house, everyone went to sleep after dinner. The next day, they set off first. This time, the restaurant was very crowded, so they went over first to get a seat. After Yifan left for a while, Gu Yaqin and Tang Jin woke up one after another. When they were all dressed up and ready to go out, they realized that Mai Ruxiang hadn't woken up. Gu Yaqin glanced at Mai Ruxiang's closed door and pursed her lips. She even set her own alarm. "I can't be bothered, wake her up." The photographer was waiting downstairs, and they all went out together. When the few of them arrived at the dining hall, Yifan saw that only the few of them had come. She asked, "Where's Mai Ruxiang?" Xianxia could be said to be the most heavily invested project of the year. A director who had won the Fei Tian Award for Best Director and a top scriptwriter in the TV industry. This was a TV series with power struggles as the main plot. It was rumored that the male lead was an A-list actor, while the other male characters were all well-known veteran actors. Even the supporting roles had been carefully selected. Because of the large investment of the investors, the list of leading actors had yet to be made public. Netizens were closely following the TV series. The highly anticipated Xianxia was about to start filming in the film studio. On this day, the official Weibo account of the TV series released a set of photos. Xing Yuan, the most powerful person in the country, second only to one and above everyone else. From a hostage to a prime minister, he made a comeback. Han wore a court robe, which made him look elegant. His eyes, however, were as dark as the night. His indifferent expression made him look like a venomous snake with a deep mind. The two completely different temperaments combined well on him. He was both black-bellied and cold. God, he is finally acting in an ancient costume again. With this cast and content, I feel like it's another award-winning work. Are we going to wait anxiously for the end of filming again? Luckily, my idol is the industry's model worker. That police film will be released next year. After the official Weibo released a few more set photos of the other actors, the netizens noticed that there was a familiar supporting actress, Yao Guang. Yao Guang, the enemy's princess, became a prisoner. Xin Yuan's lover. Yifan was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite long robe with intricate patterns on it. But her face was scarred. Even after becoming a prisoner, her eyes were still bright and noble. Yao Guang's character design was very outstanding, but the netizens' attention was instantly diverted. Their eyes were fixed on the line below. "Enemy country, the love line looks very oppressive. But as long as they're acting, they'll definitely oppress Su. Xin Yuan's lover. Isn't Yifan too beautiful? I'm going to blow up this little sister's peerless beauty." So was the previous scandal because the TV series was about to be filmed? I knew it was impossible that Movie King he didn't see the news online. I'm not listening. It must be because of Yifan. Think about it, in the 7 years since his debut, has he ever had any scandals with any of his co-actresses? The casting of Xianxia was well received online. Amidst the spirited discussion, there were also some who were doubtful. Some netizens felt that Yifan had been chosen because of the recent hot news. There were also netizens who felt that Princess Yao Guang had too little screen time and that none of the popular actresses were willing to act in it. They had all accepted the role of the female lead, and Yifan was purely picking up the scraps. The netizens' comments could be summed up in one sentence. Yifan had acted in too few scenes, so her acting skills had not really been recognized by the audience yet. Soon, the opening ceremony for Xianxia was held at the film studio. After joining the set, Yifan also faced the same predicament. There were too many famous actors in the cast, and she was a newcomer with too little experience. The first scene that Yifan acted in after joining the set was the destruction of the Qi Kingdom and the capture of Princess Yao Guang. There were two people acting with her. One was Movie King Han, who she was already familiar with, and the other was Ji Feng, who had been in the industry for 50 years. Ji Feng was a famous veteran actor in the industry. He was known for his sharp tongue and was very picky. It was rumored that not only was he strict with himself, but he was also very strict with the people who acted with him. Jifeng's status was high, and even the director had to respect him. He would mercilessly point out other people's weaknesses. In Dudu's eyes, those powerful people were all superhumans. Previously, Dudu had seen He-han act in a drama on TV, and he already felt that He-han was very cool. But now, He-han could actually lift him up high. Dudu had always felt that his mother was the most powerful, but He-han could do something that even Yi-fan could not do. Dudu had already completely fallen in love with this uncle in front of him. "Uncle, I want to be lifted up high." He-han followed Dudu's wishes and threw him up again, then caught him firmly in his arms. Dudu nestled in He-han's arms, and his mood couldn't be better. He-han placed Dudu on the ground. Dudu had already been completely conquered by this uncle. He-han sat down, and he crawled to He-han's side, wanting to lean against him. When He-han stood up, Dudu was like a shadow, following wherever he went. "Uncle, it would be great if I could see you every day." Dudu looked up, clearly expressing his thoughts word by word. He-han felt very close to Dudu, and he squatted in front of Dudu. "Uncle also likes Dudu very much." Dudu exclaimed happily, and he even handed the car on the table to He-han. This was a gift from Yi-fan, and he cherished it very much, but he was willing to share it with He-han. Ching-ping was in the kitchen, and she kept hearing Dudu's giggling coming from the living room. Ching-ping couldn't help but poke her head out to take a look. He-han was such a cold and indifferent person, but he could actually get along so well with a strange child. He-han had a cold personality, and he didn't smile often, but now he had a smile on his face the entire time. He-han and Dudu, one adult and one child, got along very well, and there was no estrangement at all. Ching-ping looked at their similar faces, and she felt that the two of them actually looked quite similar to father and son. Ching-ping patted her head. What was she thinking? He-han and Yi-fan clearly didn't know each other. Otherwise, how could they not communicate when they were acting in the same drama? Although Ching-ping explained it to herself, Dudu's matter still planted a seed in her heart. A few days later, Yi-fan went to the film studio to complete the next shoot. Yi-fan had her makeup done, changed into her costume, and stood in the middle of the lights. This scene was about Xingyuan escorting Yao Guang back to the capital. When they were about to arrive in the capital, Yao Guang fell sick. Xingyuan ignored everyone's objections, and insisted on carrying Yao Guang to let the imperial physicians to treat her. The camera began to film. Xingyuan found that Yao Guang was leaning against the prison carriage, her face was pale, and her cheeks were red. He knew that she was sick. Xingyuan looked at the guard, and coldly said, "Open the carriage door." The guard was shocked, and stopped him. "Prime Minister Shen, this is not right." Xingyuan coldly glanced at him, his black eyes were like the deep night, and there was a bone-chilling coldness. "I don't want to say it again." Yi-fan was stunned. How did He-han know about this? He actually knew that she had a son. Yi-fan thought about it again. He-han had shares in Huarue, so it wasn't strange that he knew about this. However, Yi-fan knew that He-han couldn't possibly know that Dudu was his son. Yi-fan's anxious heart calmed down a little. At this moment, He-han spoke in a deep and slow voice, "I don't mind." He-han looked up. His dark eyes were like the dark night, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. He looked into Yi-fan's eyes and the two of them looked at each other. It was quiet all around. The moonlight illuminated this quiet corner. It also illuminated He-han's face. He-han pursed his thin lips and his jaw was slightly tense. He stared at Yi-fan without blinking. His gaze swept past Yi-fan's face bit by bit. He-han spoke again. His words rang clearly in the dark night. "Whether you have a child or not, what kind of past you have, these are not important." Yi-fan's heart suddenly panicked. She tried her best to maintain her composure. "It's getting late. I'll go back first." Yi-fan turned to leave. Her expression didn't change, but her footsteps were faster than usual. He-han looked at Yi-fan's back view. In the silence, he suddenly chuckled. When Yi-fan returned home, He-han's words kept replaying in Yi-fan's mind. Yi-fan thought about it over and over again. What did He-han mean back then? Yi-fan sighed softly. How did things turn out like this? Yifan's mood wasn't right today. She didn't talk much. Yifan tried her best not to show it in front of Dudu, but Dudu still noticed it. Yifan sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the corner of the coffee table. At this moment, she suddenly felt something heavy on her feet, as if something heavy was pulling her down. Yifan lowered her head and saw that Dudu was struggling to claw at the bottom of Yifan's pants. Dudu hugged Yifan's leg with his chubby little hands and climbed up with all his might. He exerted all his strength, and his little face turned red. Because of the exertion, his mouth subconsciously pursed tightly. When Yifan saw Dudu like this, most of her worries dissipated. She exerted a little strength and lifted up Dudu, who was struggling to climb up. She let Dudu sit on her lap. Dudu looked up at Yifan and touched the side of Yifan's face with his little hand. Dudu tilted his head. "Mommy, are you unhappy?" Yifan knew that she couldn't hide it from Dudu, so she nodded. "A little." Dudu frowned. His little body twisted and turned into Yifan's arms. "Mommy, don't be unhappy. Dudu is here." Yifan supported Dudu's back to prevent him from falling. At the film studio, a female celebrity was dressed in an ancient costume with exquisite makeup on her head. Filming had not started yet. She was sitting on a chair and scrolling through Weibo. She was looking at the auditions for the Superstar project. Yu Xiao had been in the industry for quite some time now. A few years ago, she was not popular enough, so she did not make the cut for one of the 4 young actresses. Over the past few years, Yu Xiao had been working hard and had finally gained a foothold in the entertainment industry. She could barely be mentioned in the same breath as the other young actresses. The scene was about to start filming. The female lead, Yu Xiao, handed her cell phone to her assistant and allowed the makeup artist to touch up her makeup. She stood up. Yu Xiao heard a few staff members behind her discussing something. This person sounded very excited. "I just came back from the set of Xianxia. Quick, quick, quick. Did you get Hehan's autograph?" "I got Hehan to sign 2 autographs. This is for you," she said. "I also got Yifan's autograph. She's so beautiful in real life and has a very good temper." Yu Xiao stopped in her tracks and snorted softly. The costume drama she was acting in now was considered a big IP, but it could not be compared to the production of Xianxia. Simply put, it was like the difference between plain porridge and shark's fin soup. In the entertainment industry that was changing with each passing day, there was an endless stream of newcomers. Yu Xiao also understood this principle. But Yifan had just debuted not long ago, and she was already able to act alongside so many famous actors in her second drama. Not to mention, the male lead was the most popular actor, Hehan. Everyone was jealous of others. Yu Xiao did not deny that she was jealous of Yifan's resources, but she was even more indignant that Yifan was just a celebrity with a little more popularity. On what basis? Because she had previously been Tang Jin's stunt double and made the audience happy with her performance on reality shows? Whenever Yifan appeared in a show or TV series, she would always become popular and cause a lot of discussion. Yu Xiao would never be able to get this kind of popularity no matter how envious she was. "Yu Xiao, what are you thinking about?" the director shouted. "The filming is about to start." Yu Xiao gradually calmed down and pursed her lips. She knew that she had been distracted just now. The assistant walked over and said, "There's an extra interview later." Yu Xiao's voice was very cold. "I know." The camera was aimed at Yu Xiao as she started filming. She had been acting for so long that she had gradually formed her own routine. Anyway, she was a big shot, so she didn't need much acting skills for this kind of emotional drama. She just had to do it once. After the scene, Yu Xiao was still in a bad mood. She sat on a chair outside and accepted an exclusive interview with Lazy Entertainment. Lazy Entertainment first asked about the drama and then asked curiously, "Many celebrities in the entertainment industry have accepted reality shows. Do you have this idea?" "I don't think that relying on reality shows to attract fans is a long-term solution." Yu Xiao smiled with a little sarcasm. "Actors have to rely on their works. Some people's fame is just an illusion. The real ratings and box office are the most important." Yu Xiao looked at the palace not far away. In recent years, there had been a lot of ancient dramas, and several production teams were rushing to film there. And the production team of Xianxia was filming there today. The truth that Yifan had been hiding was instantly exposed by Dudu. Dudu, on the other hand, did not know anything about it. He waved his little hands and excitedly talked about Yifan. Mom is super awesome. Dudu pointed at the TV in the living room. Mom even appeared on TV before. Then Dudu added, just like Uncle. Uncle is super cool too. Dudu explained Yifan's background in a few words. Because in his eyes, his uncle was already a very trustworthy person. Yihan completely understood Yifan's identity from Dudu's words. If there were people with the same name in the world, then there was only one actress named Yifan. Yihan's tense heart relaxed when he heard Dudu's words. He thought of Yifan's face. If he had a mother like Yifan, then she would indeed be able to raise such a cute and sensible child like Dudu. The smile in Yihan's eyes deepened as he patted Dudu's head. Uncle knows Dudu's mother. Dudu tilted his head and said, ah. Uncle and Mom are friends? Then why had Mom never mentioned him? Yihan's eyes flickered. I guess so. Chengping, who was sitting by the side, sensed something. She couldn't help but suspect that the girl Yihan liked couldn't be Yifan, right? After going around in circles, things had actually come to this point. Even though Yifan was taking care of the child, Chengping didn't care at all. On the contrary, Dudu was so cute. Chengping felt that Yifan was having a hard time. She didn't complain about taking care of such a small child by herself. However, Chengping couldn't figure out Yihan's personality. Yihan always hid his thoughts very deeply. Chengping wouldn't get involved in this matter. She just wanted to see what Yihan thought. Yihan picked Dudu up and placed him on the sofa. Dudu swung his legs and looked up at Yihan. Uncle, how do you know Mom? Yihan looked down at Dudu. We worked together. After pausing for a few seconds, Yihan continued. Has your mom ever mentioned me? Dudu held his round head and thought for a while. He thought until his head hurt, but he couldn't find anything related to Yihan. Dudu pouted and shook his head. No. He emphasized with certainty, not even once. Yihan's eyes darkened. There was no expression on his face, so no one could guess what he was thinking. Dudu saw that Yihan didn't say anything, so he couldn't bear to comfort Yihan. Yifan was in a daze for a moment. She realized that Yihan had been paying attention to her reaction. Yifan forced herself to calm down. She couldn't let Yihan notice that something was wrong with her. At this moment, Yihan was standing at the door. He was wearing a black shirt, and the buttons at the cuffs were unbuttoned. His sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing his lean arms. He was just standing there quietly, but he gave Yifan a strong sense of oppression. In a place where no one else could see, Yifan clenched her fists tightly. She forced a smile and nodded at Yihan. After doing all this, Yifan quickly turned around. Dudu was still looking at Yihan happily. Yifan frowned slightly. Yifan reached out and hugged Dudu tightly. She instinctively didn't want Yihan to see Dudu's face. Yifan kept reminding herself that she had to make Yihan feel that she was avoiding him because she didn't want Yihan to find out about her child, and not because this child was related to Yihan. She couldn't let the cat out of the bag. Dudu's little body squirmed in Yifan's arms. He wriggled out of Yifan's arms. Dudu poked his furry head out and looked at Yihan. Uncle. Dudu called out again. Yifan knew that she couldn't make it too obvious. She let go of Dudu's arms. Dudu immediately ran in front of Yihan. Dudu looked up. Then he pulled Yihan's hand and dragged him in front of Yifan. Uncle, this is Dudu's mother. Dudu felt that his mother was perfect in every way, so he naturally had to praise Yifan more in front of Yihan. Isn't my mother super pretty? Dudu looked at Yihan expectantly. He liked his mother and wanted others to think that his mother was good too. At this moment, Yifan stood up and stood in front of Yihan. Her expression had completely recovered. Her face was cold and expressionless. Yihan had been paying close attention to Yifan. He had been watching Yifan's every move. A trace of a smile appeared in Yihan's eyes. He was clearly answering Dudu, but he was looking at Yifan when he said that. It is very beautiful. He Han deliberately slowed down his speech. He spoke word by word, as if he was dragging out every minute and second. His voice was neither soft nor loud, but Yi Fan could hear it clearly. He Han saw Yi Fan's other emotions for the first time. He couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence, Yi Fan. Cut. The director looked at Yi Fan strangely. Yi Fan, what's wrong with you today? You're not in a good state. Yi Fan had never made a mistake before. Every scene was done extremely well. It was the first time that she had forgotten her lines like today. Yi Fan pursed her lips. I'm sorry. He Han seemed to have noticed something. He seemed to understand why Yi Fan was in a daze. He tilted his head and looked over. Yi Fan lowered her eyes. Her neck was slender, and the light and shadow swept across her face. He Han bent down slightly. His eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. His deep voice fell and gently touched Yi Fan's ear. What are you thinking about? Yi Fan looked up and met He Han's eyes. You have to relax. Get into the mood early, He Han said calmly. Both of them knew very well why Yi Fan was in a daze. Because of what happened last night, or perhaps because of the specious words He Han had said. Yi Fan's emotions were in a mess. All of this had changed because of He Han. Whenever she saw He Han, she couldn't help but think of those things. Even if Yi Fan had a calm personality, seeing things develop more and more out of her control, of course she would panic. He Han said slowly and calmly, don't think about other things now. Let's finish this scene first. Yi Fan could clearly see the slight worry in He Han's eyes. He was telling her to put last night's incident aside for the time being. If she made another mistake because of being in a daze, it would affect Yi Fan's image in everyone's hearts. Yi Fan calmed down. Her eyes regained their clarity. I understand. At that moment, He Han said softly. I'm sorry. His voice was slow and deep, with a hint of apology. He Han knew that if it weren't for him, Yi Fan wouldn't have made a mistake. When Yi Fan heard this, she lowered her eyes. When the director saw He Han and Yi Fan standing there, he called out, come over here, we're about to start filming. The atmosphere was interrupted, and the two of them did not mention what had just happened. They were all professional actors and should quickly get into character. The lighting and camera had already been set up. Once the main character arrived, they could start shooting at any time. As Yi Fan stood there, He Han bent his shoulders slightly. He bent down and placed his warm hand on Yi Fan's waist. He Han exerted a little force and closed his fingers, pulling Yi Fan into his embrace. He was very gentle, as if he didn't want to disturb Yi Fan. He Han wrapped his arms around her body. Yi Fan's breathing quickened. The distance between the two of them instantly closed, and their breaths intertwined. Yi Fan's long hair accidentally brushed the tip of He Han's nose. The fragrance entered the air, and He Han's eyes darkened. He Han's warm and clear breath hit her clearly. Yi Fan's body stiffened. He Han chuckled again because of Yi Fan's answer. Although Yi Fan couldn't see He Han's expression through the phone, she could still imagine it. Yi Fan really didn't know if her decision was good or bad. Dudu smiled when he heard Yi Fan's answer. Dudu hugged Yi Fan's neck and planted a big kiss on her face. Yay, yay, yay. Mommy is the best. Dudu slid down from Yi Fan's lap and ran around the room happily with his short legs. He ran with his feet tapping on the ground. He was extremely excited. After a while, Dudu ran over to Yi Fan again. He extended his chubby hand in front of Yi Fan. Mommy, let's pinky swear. You can't go back on your word. Yi Fan had no choice but to reach out and hook her fingers with Dudu's. Dudu lay on Yi Fan's lap and spoke into the phone in her hand. What about Uncle? Uncle has to remember to pinky swear with me too. He Han's voice was very gentle when he spoke to Dudu. It was different from his usual cold temperament. Uncle will definitely go to Dudu's house often to play with Dudu. He Han's promise made Dudu happy, but Yi Fan's mood didn't improve. What did He Han mean? It was fine if he came a few times, but he wanted to come many times? Yi Fan couldn't help but hold her forehead. How did things turn out like this? Dudu was still chatting with He Han beside Yi Fan. She didn't know where He Han got his patience from to chat with a child for so long. No matter what Dudu said, He Han could respond to him. Yi Fan couldn't go on like this, so she moved the phone further away. Baby, it's so late. Uncle wants to sleep. Dudu pouted. He was a little unhappy. He hadn't seen his uncle for a long time and wanted to talk to him again. When Yi Fan saw that Dudu's plan was not working, she spoke into her cell phone. He Han, it's getting late. I think you should rest, so I won't disturb you. Although Dudu did not understand the meaning behind Yi Fan's words, He Han did. He Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. This time, he had no intention of refuting Yi Fan. He Han's deep voice fell into the night. Okay. He Han called Dudu's name again. Uncle has been a little busy recently. I'll come to your house to see you in a few days. Although Dudu was a little impatient, he still agreed. Alright then, Dudu will wait for Uncle to come over. Yu Xiao had already returned to her room. At this moment, there weren't many people in the room. She was one of the first to arrive. Yu Xiao chose a sapphire blue qipao. The reason why she chose the qipao was not only because of the exquisite workmanship, but also because of Yi Fan. Yu Xiao had seen how Yi Fan looked in a qipao and undercover on the Shanghai beach. At that time, she couldn't help but admit that Yi Fan was really beautiful. So when Yu Xiao saw this qipao in her room, she didn't even think about it and immediately took it. If Yi Fan could look good in it, why couldn't she? Yu Xiao was confident that she would definitely get a very high score for this photo shoot. Yu Xiao didn't notice that even though she always felt that she was better than Yi Fan, she was still unconsciously imitating Yi Fan. But she had forgotten that no matter how good the clothes were, they still needed to match them with a good aura. She would never realize this. After a while, the other contestants started arriving one after another. The allotted time was almost up. Chi Shu came into the room and said, "There's still 2 minutes left." He scanned the room. There were quite a few people standing in the room. Chi Shu looked at everyone and frowned slightly. Everyone was here except for one person. Yi Fan. Chi Shu looked at the door. It was empty. Yi Fan hadn't arrived yet. When Yu Xiao heard that there were only 2 minutes left, she looked around but didn't see Yi Fan anywhere. She recalled that when she was leaving after choosing her outfit, she realized that Yi Fan had just arrived. It looked like Yi Fan had been held back by something. Yu Xiao laughed. With such a tight deadline, it was already a problem whether Yi Fan could make it in time. Moreover, since Yi Fan had arrived so late, her outfit must have already been picked by others. Chi Shu looked at the time again. There's only 1 minute left. If Yi Fan did not arrive within a minute, it would mean that she would be eliminated and would not be qualified to participate in the recording of the first episode. This opportunity was wasted just like that. Yu Xiao's smile widened. Song Man's face was filled with worry. Why wasn't Yi Fan here yet? They were running out of time. At this moment, a figure appeared at the door. Everyone turned to look outside. Under the faint light, a person walked over. Her appearance was cold and her back was straight. They recognized her as Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally arrived at the last moment. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at everyone and said calmly, "Sorry, I'm late." When Yi Fan walked closer, everyone finally saw what she was wearing. He was dressed in pure black from head to toe, without any patterns or decorations. Just now, when they were choosing clothes, everyone unanimously avoided this piece of clothing. There was no other reason. Black was too dull and the style of the clothing was too ordinary. If they chose this piece of clothing, no one thought that they would have a chance of winning the shoot. They couldn't take the risk. The person standing in front of the judges was Chong Su. "I'm Chong Su." Chong Su's expression was calm. She had been in the film industry for many years and had seen all kinds of big scenes. She was the one who had suggested this competition. Her agent had stopped Chong Su from participating in the competition. She was clearly an A-lister. Competing with these unknown contestants would be embarrassing herself. However, Chong Su really wanted to play the role of Hu Manjun. She insisted on coming, and no one could stop her. Chi Shu was the same as the other judges. They treated Chong Su as an ordinary contestant. No matter how famous Xianxia was, even if she had won the Best Actress award, the competition had to be fair. Qishu smiled. Xianxia, let's take a look at your makeup photo. A photo appeared on the screen. Xianxia stood there. She looked up slightly and her gaze was half lowered as if she was looking into the distance. Her eyes were filled with loneliness, sorrow, strength, all kinds of complicated emotions. She seemed to be the last empress. The studio was silent for a moment. Sushi spoke first. It's perfect. He didn't know how to express it. Qishu said, it's full of emotions. If I were an audience member, I would definitely watch this movie. Even the pickiest Xionglan didn't say anything at this moment. This is my favorite of all the makeup photos I've seen in this competition. Unlike many talented actors, Xiangxia's acting skills weren't thought highly of in the beginning. Her talent wasn't high, so she didn't attract much attention when she debuted. From mediocre acting skills to being recognized, Xiangxia had gone through a lot of hard work. As a hardworking actress, every step she took was very down-to-earth. Xiangxia's makeup photo of the last empress was the highest score given by the judges so far. In the contestant waiting room, everyone sat in front of the screen and stared at the movements in the studio. Xiangxia had already won the Best Actress award. Her ability couldn't be compared to theirs at all. When the Superstar Plan announced the list of contestants, they all knew that Xiangxia was the most popular candidate for the championship. There was no one else. Now, Xiangxia's prowess could be seen from the preliminaries. The first place of this preliminaries competition must be Xiangxia. Just look at the judges' expressions. They're very satisfied. They gave her such a high score. Xiangxia is my goddess. If she doesn't take first place, who will? The staff member pushed the door open and entered. Yi Fan, it's your turn. Yi Fan stood up and followed the staff as they walked outside. On the way to the studio, Yi met Xiangxia. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they were just two opponents who respected each other. Yi Fan and He Han were both stunned. At this moment, He Han's hand was on her shoulder. His palm was scorching hot. Through her thin clothes, the heat was transmitted to Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's long hair fell behind her back, and the ends of her hair were intertwined with He Han's fingers. He Han's breath sprayed by Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan seemed to be able to hear his steady heartbeat. The next second, Yi Fan immediately straightened her body. He Han's fingers ran through her long hair. Yi Fan saw that He Han had already hugged Dudu tightly. She let go of Dudu's hand. She said softly, I'm sorry. He Han's eyes darkened as he watched Yi Fan's actions silently. He didn't respond. Dudu had fallen very badly, but his attention had been diverted by He Han and Yi Fan's sudden actions. Dudu opened a pair of round eyes and looked at them from side to side. Mommy, Uncle, you guys are so fast. Dudu nestled in He Han's arms and looked at Yi Fan. He Han checked Dudu's body and asked. Are you hurt anywhere? The pain in his arm became clear. Dudu pursed his lips, but he didn't cry. Dudu stretched out his chubby arm. Dudu, it hurts. Mommy will blow on it. Yi Fan and He Han leaned in at the same time and blew on Dudu's arm. Because of the hurry, their foreheads touched. Warm skin pressed against each other. Yi Fan took another step back. He Han was also stunned. Dudu blinked. He sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Mommy, Uncle. What's wrong? Yi Fan spoke before He Han could. Didn't Dudu want to show Uncle the toys? Sure enough, Dudu's attention returned to the toys. Yi Fan walked to the side, picked up the toys scattered on the ground, and placed them on the living room table. He Han walked over with Dudu in his arms. Yi Fan tilted her head slightly. Actually, her gaze wasn't on He Han. Yi Fan said as she tidied up the sofa. He Han, play with Dudu. I'll go prepare lunch. Since He Han chose this time to come, there was no way Yi Fan wouldn't treat him to lunch. Even if He Han didn't eat, Dudu had to eat. After saying this, Yi Fan walked towards the kitchen. In this scene, Xin Yuan received an order from the emperor and went out to do something. Xin Yuan did not think that this was a trap set by the emperor. Yao Guang was summoned into the palace and the emperor wanted to kill her. The camera was pointed at Yi Fan and the light fell on Yi Fan's face. The scene officially started shooting. Not long after Xinyuan left, someone came to the Shin residence. There was a eunuch standing in front of Yao Guang. The eunuch's eyes swept over Yao Guang's body a few times. It was as cold as a poisonous snake. The eunuch's sharp voice sounded, "Princess Yao Guang, the emperor summoned you into the palace." The moment Yao Guang saw the eunuch, she already knew that this was a dead end. After entering the palace this time, she would not come out again. What the emperor wanted was her life. The eunuch said in a strange tone, "Please." Yao Guang's heart did not have any fluctuations. She faintly glanced at the eunuch and directly walked out. Yao Guang straightened her back. Her back was proud and aloof, like the most beautiful plum blossoms in the snowy night. Yao Guang got into the sedan chair. The sedan chair passed through the night. The surroundings were very quiet, like a dead silence. Yao Guang entered the palace and someone led her forward. When they arrived at a remote house, they opened the door and a dim light fell down. A small eunuch came in. The eunuch's hands were holding a plate that was covered with a red cloth. The eunuch's voice was filled with sarcasm, "Princess Yao Guang, this is the emperor's gift to you." Then, he lifted the red cloth. Yao Guang looked down. On the black plate, there were 3 things: white silk, poisonous wine, and dagger. Yao Guang's face was indifferent and her heart was calm. The emperor really wanted her to die. The eunuch said, "Princess, choose." A scene appeared in Yao Guang's mind. Qi country was destroyed, she was arrested, and she was sent to the enemy country alone. After going around in circles, things still came to this point. She suddenly felt a little tired. National enmity, family enmity, submission or revenge? She was trapped inside, and these things were like shackles, firmly imprisoning her. Yao Guang closed her eyes and calmed down. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were extremely clear. Yao Guang reached out and picked up the poisoned wine. She brought it to her mouth and drank it. Cut. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the side. She pressed the space between her eyebrows to relax herself and focus on the next match. He Han had been paying attention to Yi Fan. He walked over to Yi Fan and asked, "Are you ready for the next scene?" Yi Fan did not answer. Instead, she asked, "Are you ready?" In the next scene, Yao Guang drank the poisoned wine. Xinyuan rushed over and held Yao Guang. In the end, Yao Guang died. Xinyuan was heartbroken. This scene was too emotional and required a lot of energy to deal with. The two looked at each other. They both knew that they were very serious about acting. It was easy to get into character and hard to get out of it. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. He Han suddenly leaned over and slowly said a sentence. His tone was like a smile that was not a smile. He Han was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Dudu to ask this. However, He Han quickly regained his composure and a smile appeared on his face. Is it very obvious? Dudu can already tell. He Han didn't deny it and directly admitted his feelings for Yi Fan. Dudu nodded vigorously, indicating that he already knew. His little face was tense and his expression was very serious as he spoke in a childish voice. "Uncle, it's your fault for always staring at my mom." He Han's eyes deepened. He looked at Dudu and spoke in a serious tone. "Uncle likes your mom. Is it okay with Dudu?" Dudu didn't immediately answer He Han's question. He lowered his little head as if he was thinking about what to say. Dudu couldn't help but reach out his finger and grind it with the tip of his teeth. This was a small action that Dudu did when he was nervous. Even though Yi Fan had already changed Dudu's bad habit, Dudu would still subconsciously bite his finger whenever something happened. These few seconds of silence felt very long to He Han. He Han frowned and smiled helplessly. He Han, who had always been calm and self-restrained, also had a day when he was nervous. He Han calmed down a little and spoke again. "Dudu doesn't want me to like your mom?" Dudu tilted his head and scratched his head. "Dudu also likes mom. Does uncle like mom as much as I do?" He Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was unprecedentedly serious. "Yes." After pausing for a few seconds, He Han continued. Dudu wants mom to smile, be good to mom, and always be with mom. Uncle thinks the same. Dudu blinked. Then, does uncle like mom or Dudu? Yesterday, Yifan had asked Dudu this question. Now, Dudu was asking Hehan this question. Hehan reached out his arm and hugged Dudu's soft little body. He tightened his grip slightly. I like both of you. Dudu hesitated for a while, then he quietly reached out his little hand and wrapped it around Hehan's neck. His chin rested on Hehan's shoulder. His breath landed beside Hehan's ear. It was furry and a little itchy. Actually, I like uncle a lot too. But mom doesn't seem to like uncle. Dudu's childish words, but they hit the nail on the head. Not only did Yifan not like Hehan, but Hehan's. Chishu gave everyone a script. The script contained the English lines that they had to memorize for the challenge. Everyone skimmed through it and found the words even more difficult to understand. Yifan looked at the paper and clenched her fists slightly. Chishu said, when the time is up, I will collect your scripts. After that, we will proceed with the assessment according to the order of the drawing of lots. Chishu glanced at the time. Now, the countdown begins. Everyone took their scripts and found a place to sit down. As they recited their lines, the hall was filled with the sound of chattering. Yifan sat in her chair and looked at the script with full concentration. She glanced through it a few times to confirm the general content of the script before she started to memorize the words. Yifan looked at it very seriously. Time was tight and they couldn't waste a single second. The contestants were nervously reciting their lines. Chishu and Hehan sat backstage and watched the contestants through the camera. At this moment, they were the only two people around. Chishu deliberately asked, who do you think has a higher chance of winning this challenge? Hehan glanced at him gently. What do you think? Chishu dragged out his words. Changsu, I think. She has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has a lot of experience. She will definitely be able to handle this kind of situation. Hehan glanced at Chishu but did not say anything. Oh, you have a different opinion? Chishu raised his eyebrows. Hehan did not answer. His dark eyes looked straight at Yifan. An imperceptible smile appeared on Hehan's cold face. He was looking forward to Yifan's performance. Yifan recited her lines a few times. Most of the content was already imprinted in her mind and only a small part of it still needed to be memorized. Yifan then raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still 10 minutes until the challenge started. Yifan took a deep breath and looked down to continue reading the script. She looked at the lines intently and quickly recited them in her mind. Time passed slowly. Yifan had already memorized all the lines. The lines became clearer and clearer in her mind. Yifan lifted her head to look at the time. There were still 5 minutes left. Yifan put down the script in her hand. She stopped looking at it and retracted her gaze. Yifan closed her eyes. She silently recited the lines, but the scene appeared in her mind. This scene was about a lawyer's play. Lawyers from both sides were debating. Yifan was well aware that this test wasn't just a normal test of memory. She would also need to rehearse with someone later on. Since it was acting, she had to immerse herself in the scene and experience the emotions of the character. If she just mechanically recited her lines and ignored the character's emotions, then she would have lost from the beginning. Yifan imagined herself acting with other people in the future. She thought about it carefully, and the scenes became clearer and clearer. Chishu, who was backstage, asked curiously, there are still 5 minutes left to recite. Why isn't Yifan continuing to watch? Everyone else was still memorizing their lines. Only Yifan was not looking at the script. Hehan saw Yifan's actions and knew she understood the purpose of the test. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Dudu laughed. His childish laughter traveled into the car. He tilted his little head. Uncle is so nice. Dudu really likes uncle. But in the next second, Dudu suddenly thought of something and shook his head very seriously. However, Dudu can't take away uncle's luck. Yifan and Hehan were both stunned. They didn't understand why little Dudu would say that. Yifan stared at her favorite little baby. She even forgot that He Han's hand was still on hers. He Han's gaze slightly swept past his hand, and a trace of a smile silently surfaced on his lips. He subconsciously tightened his grip. He could feel the warmth of her hand. The night outside the car was getting darker. A bright moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. The family of 3 was in the video call. There was a small warmth in the air. He Han asked Dudu gently, "Why?" Yi Fan didn't say anything. She just looked at Dudu's chubby little face. The little chubby boy's eyes were sparkling. His little chubby hands were clenched tightly like little white balls. Uncle has to have a lot of luck if he wants to beat up bad guys. The child's thoughts were still stuck in the movie. A few days ago, when Dudu was watching TV, he saw a movie that He Han acted in a few years ago. He Han acted as a Jianghu assassin. His eyes were sharp, his temperament was cold, and his martial arts were excellent. The assassin lived a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife. He was often in danger, but he wasn't afraid. He Han suddenly laughed. He was amused by Dudu's childish words. Sometimes, He Han felt strange. From the first time they met, he and this child had an inexplicable fate. And he was Yi Fan's son. Such a coincidence was hard to come by. He Han's voice softened. "The 3 of us will be lucky." Dudu replied, "All right." The 2 of them, 1 adult and 1 child, exchanged words. Yi Fan actually couldn't get a word in edgewise. She could only sit at the side and watch them chat. Yi Fan gently pulled her hand away. He Han felt the sensation under his hand disappear. He Han glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and inadvertently glanced at her face. Yi Fan repeated, "Dudu is going to bed." Dudu nodded obediently and waved his little hand at the screen. "Good night, Mom and Uncle." He Han and Yi Fan had a tacit understanding as they spoke in unison. "Good night, Dudu." The 2 couldn't help but be startled. Yi Fan's mind was suddenly in a mess. He Han smiled faintly. Dudu gave a small yawn. His eyes were already filled with sleepiness. Nanny Li carried him away and brought him to the small bed to sleep. After the dance teacher finished watching everyone's dance, she said, "The competition will start tonight. Everyone, calm down." Time passed and it was soon evening. Many people skipped dinner because they wanted to be slimmer. Yi Fan had no appetite and only ate a few bites. After that, they were taken away by the makeup artist to have their makeup done. After Yu Xiao was done with her makeup, she sat in front of the mirror and looked at herself. She had asked the makeup artist to do her makeup very carefully this time. This makeup artist was pretty good. Yu Xiao was very satisfied with her makeup. Yu Xiao raised her hand and stroked her hair with a smile on her face. At this moment, someone walked in through the door. Yu Xiao caught a glimpse of that person's figure in the mirror and her smile froze. The light illuminated Yi Fan's face. The ends of Yi Fan's eyes were slightly elongated, but the color was very light. Her lips were a simple but elegant shade of red. Yi Fan was wearing a light blue dress, which made her skin look even fairer. Yi Fan's jet black hair was tied up in a simple bun, with only a few strands of light blue beads in the middle of his hair. Her beauty was slowly revealed. The more one looked at her, the more one couldn't look away. Her temperament was outstanding and had a hint of elegance. Yu Xiao froze in her actions. She looked at Yi Fan angrily, her eyes full of jealousy. It could be said that every time she saw Yi Fan would wear different types of clothes. In undercover on the Shanghai beach, she was charming and extremely cold when she pulled out her gun. In Xianxia, Yao Guang was cold and stubborn. In the set photos, she was fierce as an assassin. They were completely different characters, but Yi Fan could perform so perfectly. This time, the classical dance group was going to perform the rainbow feather dress. Yi Fan's makeup was very fairy-like. Compared to usual, it had a different flavor. Yu Xiao snorted and stopped looking at Yi Fan. At this moment, she looked at her own makeup and felt that it was a little inferior. She looked displeased. Yu Xiao had already seen Yi Fan's outfit on the set of Xianxia. Seeing Yi Fan now, she wasn't as shocked. It was Lu Qimun's first time seeing Yi Fan dressed up. Previously, when Yi Fan was in the assassin set photo, she had purposely put on a heroic look. This time, however, her exquisite facial features were fully displayed. Only then did Lu Qimun realize that the rumors online about Yifan's beauty were not deliberately exaggerated. Unfortunately, she and Yifan were both in the classical dance group. Everyone had similar makeup and wore the same style of clothes. Who was the prettiest? It was clear at a glance. Lu Qimun's facial features were average. Even with makeup, she still looked ordinary. Based on appearance alone, Yifan was already ahead above her. Lu Qimun didn't like Yifan because of He-han. She was a fanatic fan of He-han. He-han had never been a couple with anyone, nor did he have any scandals with anyone. Yifan was the only one. Before the set photo shoot, everyone was choosing their clothes. She purposely bumped into Yifan on the way, hoping that Yifan would be late and pick the worst clothes. She didn't expect that her plan would fail. Yifan picked the most ordinary clothes and still managed to get such a high score. How could Yifan be so lucky? Yifan didn't see the jealous gazes of the others. She walked straight to Shen Luoluo and said, "Luoluo." When Shen Luoluo saw Yifan, her eyes lit up. She sighed and said, "Yifan, you're so beautiful." She tugged at her clothes and said, "These are the same clothes. Why is there such a big difference between the two of us?" Yifan was amused by Shen Luoluo and said, "How can it be like that? You're obviously very beautiful." Shen Luoluo's facial features were sweet. This pink dress suited her very well. When Shen Luoluo heard Yifan's words, she smiled shyly. Yifan calmed himself down and suppressed his emotions from earlier. He-han's gaze stopped on Yifan. He looked at Yifan with a faint smile. He-han's windbreaker was open, revealing the dark shirt inside. His expression was indifferent. Wearing this color of clothes made his temperament even colder. Meeting He-han's eyes, Yifan felt that He-han had noticed something. But she knew that it was just her imagination. He-han's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently patted the sofa next to him. "Aren't you going to come over and sit?" He made these actions naturally, as if he wasn't a guest now. Yifan was just about to go over when she saw He-han's actions. She stopped in her tracks. Did He-han treat this place as his home? And Dudu didn't notice that anything was wrong. As usual, he continued to follow He-han. Whatever He-han was doing, he would do the same. Dudu watched as He-han patted the sofa, and he followed suit. He reached out his chubby little hand and patted the space between him and He-han a few times. "Mom, come and sit." Yifan sighed in her heart. What was going on? Yifan walked over to the sofa. She didn't sit next to the two of them. She chose to sit on the sofa opposite them. "Dudu, come here." Yifan clapped her hands at Dudu and asked Dudu to come over. Dudu persistently pressed his hand between He-han and himself. He emphasized in a childish voice, "Mom, come here." Yifan opened her arms at Dudu. "Dudu, come here." Dudu also reached out his chubby arms to Yifan and made a gesture of wanting a hug. "Mom, come here and hug me." Dudu flapped his little legs. "Mommy, carry me. I want to be carried." Dudu wanted his mother to sit between him and his uncle. Yifan really didn't want to accept it. She had just slept in and her son had been kidnapped. While Yifan and Dudu were in a stalemate, He-han kept his eyes on Yifan. In front of Dudu, Yifan would always reveal other emotions. He-han leaned forward slightly. The distance between the sofas was very close. He could reach Yifan if he stretched out his hand slightly. Yifan's hand was still in the same position as before. He-han suddenly grabbed her hand. The next second, he gently tugged at Yifan. He-han controlled his strength very well. Yifan sat right between He-han and Dudu. Dudu looked at Yifan and quickly ran over to Yifan with his short legs. His happy little voice rang out. "Mommy! Mommy!" Yifan quickly squatted down and caught the little chubby boy. Dudu hugged Yifan's thigh and looked up. "Wow, Mommy is so pretty." Yifan supported Dudu's little body and stood up. She hugged Dudu with one hand and used her other hand to scratch Dudu's little nose. "How did you get your little suit?" Dudu turned to look at He-han and pointed at He-han with his chubby little finger. "Uncle bought it for me. Today, Uncle came to the house and brought him this suit." Uncle also said that Mommy also wore beautiful clothes. Dudu also wore beautiful clothes to see Mommy. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Needless to say, she knew that He Han must have done this. Yi Fan's gaze swept past Dudu and then back to Yi Han. 2 suits, one big and one small. Yi Han and Dudu came here in matching outfits. What exactly did he want to do? Yi Han didn't avoid Yi Fan's gaze at all. Instead, he took a few steps forward and lowered his eyes to look at Yi Fan. The corner of Yi Han's lips curled up into a meaningful smile as he spoke slowly. I specially picked this suit. Yi Han said with a half-smile, Yi Fan, what do you think? Yi Fan was stunned. She hadn't even asked Yi Han what he wanted to do, but he was asking her. Yi Han raised his brows, and the smile on his face deepened. At this moment, Dudu tugged at his little bow tie, his eyes sparkling. Mommy, I really like this suit. Yi Fan wanted to say, baby, Mommy will buy clothes for you in the future. Don't trouble Uncle. But Yi Fan looked at Dudu. His chubby little face was full of praise. Yi Fan couldn't bear to make this little chubby boy sad, so she could only swallow her words. It really does look good. Oh, Yi Han replied slowly. Then, he said in a low and hoarse voice, so you like these clothes? Yi Fan was stunned. That wasn't what she meant. Why did it sound so strange from Yi Han's words? A second later, Yi Han turned to look at Dudu with a gentle smile. As long as Dudu likes it. Dudu broke into a smile. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. She looked at Dudu and spoke softly to Dudu. Dudu responded to whatever Yi Fan said. He nodded his little head obediently. Yi Han stood at the side and watched quietly, the corners of his lips gradually curling up. The air was filled with a warm atmosphere. Yi Fan inadvertently raised her head and glanced at Yi Han. She looked into his pitch-black eyes. Yi Han's gaze was very focused, just like a husband looking at his wife. In the following period of time, Yi Fan deliberately did not look at Yi Han, but she could feel that deep gaze from the side. It was so strong that she couldn't ignore it at all. She tried her best not to think about it and calmed herself down. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly felt a cold and familiar aura slowly surround her. Dudu nodded. He held back his tears and tried his best to be strong. The nurse drew Dudu's blood. Yi Han could feel his little hands clenching tightly. His entire body was pressed tightly against his body. He was extremely scared. After the nurse left, Dudu cried out in pain. He burrowed into Yi Han's arms. It hurts. Dudu's voice was muffled. The heavy white ball hung on Yi Han's body, relying on him wholeheartedly. Yi Han lifted Dudu's warm body and comforted his emotions. Dudu was very obedient. There was a knock on the door. Then, the door of the ward was opened. The manager, Guan Rue, walked in. He closed the door and walked in front of Yi Han. The movie king, who had always been cold and indifferent, was holding a child in his arms. Dudu hung on Yi Han's body. He seemed to be very clingy. Yi Han let Dudu do whatever he wanted. His eyes were filled with affection. Surprisingly, this feeling didn't seem out of place at all. Guan Rue was stunned for a few seconds. This was probably the first time he saw such a soft side of his boss. After all, in the eyes of the people in the studio, Yi Han's cold and stern appearance was normal. But he made exceptions time and time again for the child in front of him. Yi Han's gaze was indifferent as he looked over. He knew why Guan Rue was looking for him. Yi Han said coldly, for the afternoon recording, just say that I have something to do and won't be going. Yi Han had gone out at noon to record the show Superstar Project. But Dudu needed him, so he immediately rushed over. Dudu already had an indispensable place in his heart. That sense of familiarity was as inseparable as the blood that flowed in his veins. I've already spoken to Director Sun and temporarily sent another artist from the company over. Guan Rue had already guessed Yi Han's thoughts. Nothing was more important than the child in his arms. Yi Han nodded, and his deep voice echoed in the ward. That's it. Guan Rue hesitated for a moment and said, about this. Should we inform Yi Fan? Yi Han looked over and his eyes darkened. No need. Elsewhere, the Superstar Project had just started recording. The second episode of the competition was about to begin. Chishu gathered everyone together and said, "Today, He-han will be here to explain some acting skills to everyone. After that, we will test your acting skills. This competition is related to acting skills." Hearing that He-han was coming, some people's eyes lit up. Chishu was about to continue speaking when he suddenly paused. A staff member gestured for him to go over. Thus, Chishu said, "I'll talk about the requirements of this challenge later. Now, please wait for 2 minutes." Chishu walked over to a staff member and took a call. His brows furrowed slightly. After Chishu returned, he said, "He-han has something to do, so he will be temporarily absent from the recording." He looked at everyone. "So, there will be other people coming to explain acting skills later. For now, everyone can go back and wait for the show's announcement." Everyone returned to the dormitory. Yifan walked slowly by herself. She didn't go back immediately because she felt a little uneasy. Ever since she left the house this morning, her heart had been pounding. She had a feeling that something had happened, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Just now, Chishu told everyone that He-han would be absent from the recording. Facing such a sudden situation, Yifan was a little flustered. She hadn't been in the entertainment industry for long, so she didn't know how to deal with the paparazzi. And now, the most important person to her was lying on the hospital bed. At such a critical moment, Yifan subconsciously trusted He-han. Even she didn't realize that He-han had quietly become someone she and Dudu could rely on. Yifan's heart tightened, and her face darkened. When Yifan looked up at He-han, He-han saw her slightly flustered expression. "What should we do? We can't let anyone find out about Dudu." Yifan only cared about Dudu. If Dudu was discovered, she couldn't bear the consequences. He-han was as calm as ever. He didn't show any signs of panic. When Yifan looked at He-han, his calm gaze gradually calmed her down. She forced herself to calm down as well. He-han put his hand on Yifan's shoulder and lowered his eyes slightly. "Don't worry. I won't let anyone find out about Dudu." He-han made a solemn promise. He-han straightened up and looked at Guan Rui. He looked calm as usual and calmly arranged the next steps. "Is Chishu's assistant still in the parking lot?" Guan Rui nodded. "Should I contact him?" He-han's voice was deep and cold. "Ask him to take a set of Chishu's clothes from the car. Go down with him. The paparazzi will definitely follow the car when they see it leave." He-han didn't panic at all. He asked Guan Rui to call Chishu's assistant immediately. He-han said in a deep voice, "After you're far away, find a suitable time to let the paparazzi discover your identity." Guan Rui nodded and immediately walked to the door to make a call. He-han looked at Yifan again. He-han held her shoulders tightly. "You can leave the hospital after Guan Rui and the others take the paparazzi away," he instructed seriously. Yifan pursed his lips tightly. With a solemn face, he nodded seriously. He-han saw Yifan's expression and suddenly smiled. His voice softened a little, and there was a smile on his face. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." Yi Fan's heart tightened, and she looked at He-han in a daze. She was far from her usual calm and indifferent personality. "Thank you." Yifan did not know what to say. Thousands of words could only be converted into one sentence. Guan Rui had contacted Chishu's assistant, Zhou Lin. There were spare clothes for Chishu in the car, so he took one and went to the ward. The latest episode of the show had not been broadcast yet, but some fans had already watched the previous episodes several times. Not long after, a post suddenly appeared on a gossip forum. "I discovered a secret of the Superstar project. OP, does everyone still remember? In the first episode, Yifan was knocked down by someone. She was the last to arrive at the scene and only took a piece of leftover clothing. I had nothing to do these past few days, so I stayed at home and watched the show. I accidentally discovered that the person who deliberately knocked down Yifan was Lu Ki-moon." Following that, the OP posted a screenshot of the video comparing the clothing worn by the person who knocked down Yifan and Lu Ki-moon. As the camera flashed past, it could only be seen that the color was the same and the style was similar. The OP then dug out that Lu Ki-moon had liked a post that was defaming Yifan on Weibo. She had not deleted that like even now. Lu Ki-moon was Yihan's fangirl. She had posted several posts related to Yihan on Weibo and tagged him, but Yihan had never responded to her. No one knew if she was a real fan or just trying to gain popularity. "OP, are you a microscope girl? You even managed to capture such a shaky shot." Although I don't know if Lu Ki-moon did it on purpose, Yifan was still implicated. If she didn't do it on purpose, then what is? Did Lu Ki-moon have to step forward and admit to it? I went back and watched the video again. She was running very fast, but she paused for a few seconds just to push Yifan. She was already so scheming on the first episode. TSK, female celebrities in the entertainment industry are really scary. I think I'll stop being a fan for safety's sake. Good luck, Yifan. Don't get eliminated. You have to do your best for this episode. You can't let Lu Ki-moon laugh behind your back. Lu Ki-moon was just a small celebrity. If the OP hadn't mentioned it, no one would have noticed her existence. No netizens would have checked her Weibo either. Lu Ki-moon never expected that she, who had never been popular since her debut, would become so popular on the internet because of a framing incident. As the netizens' attention increased, time flew by. Sunday night soon arrived, and the new episode of the show was about to begin. There were still 4 hours left before the show began. All the contestants were called to the backstage hall. The host, Chi-shu, was standing there. Chi-shu smiled and asked, "How's everyone's preparation for the performance coming along?" The contestants all had different expressions. Some were frowning, while others were full of confidence. However, Chang-soo and Yifan looked at each other. Their emotions were extremely calm and their expressions were calm. Yifan and Chang-soo had already memorized all of their lines on the afternoon after the script was distributed. After that, they practiced together in the practice room. Of course, Shenluoluo also joined in midway. She wasn't an actress, and the two of them taught her how to act. In the end, she was barely able to control her emotions. Chi-shu looked at the contestants. "Now, let's announce the content of each group's performance tonight." First of all, Chang-soo and Shenluoluo's group, Chi-shu said. "You guys will act out the fight between the concubines in the harem. Yu Xiao and Dang Chu's group, rich and powerful assets. Yifan and Lu Ki-moon's group, family feuds." Lu Ki-moon heaved a sigh of relief. She wasn't good at memorizing lines. She had stayed up all night to memorize all the scripts, and the script that she was assigned now was the one that she was most familiar with. What about Yifan? What about her preparation? Lu Ki-moon tilted her head and inadvertently glanced at Yifan's face. She realized that Yifan's expression was normal, and she couldn't read her thoughts at all. Yifan's overall results were third from the bottom, while her results were sixth. How could she be so calm? Lu Ki-moon knew that no matter how good Yifan was, she couldn't lose to her in tonight's competition. When she was nervous, time flew by unusually quickly. The superstar plan started live on time. The audience first saw the content of the challenge round. Because of the previous experience, every contestant's performance in this challenge round was much more mature. Their scores weren't too different, except for one person, Yifan, who was absent from the recording. Everyone knew that Yihan rarely praised anyone on this show. In this episode, he only praised the movie queen, Chang-soo. And now, Yihan actually expressed his intention to work with Yifan again. This fully proved how much Yifan's acting had improved. To a contestant, this was undoubtedly the highest praise. Yifan bowed and said in a clear and cold voice, "Thank you, teacher He." Yihan stared at her and let out a drawn-out N. Dong Xian looked very satisfied. "Yifan, I have the same thoughts as Yihan. Your performance tonight was very good. You are the kind of actress that I'm looking for." Yifan's performance tonight was too outstanding. Furthermore, she didn't have stage fright even when her opponent tried to steal the limelight and change her lines. Instead, she completely suppressed Lu Ki-moon and took control of the entire scene. Therefore, every judge gave her a score of 10 points. The highest score for tonight's competition was Yifan's. After combining the scores of the 2 rounds, all the contestants' results were out. The music started and every contestant walked up the stage one by one. They stood in front of the camera and looked uneasy. Chishu looked at the results in his hand and glanced at the contestants. I will announce the names of the contestants who have advanced. The contestants whose names are called, please stand in front. First place, Chong Su. Second place, Shen Luo. Third place, Yi Fan. Yi Fan walked up and stood with them. The three of them hugged each other. The audience at the venue and in front of the TV let out a sigh of relief. They had been worried for a long time and now they could finally relax. Chishu continued to call out the names and the contestants went up one by one. In the end, only 2 contestants were left on the stage. Dang Chu and Lu Ki-moon. Your scores are very close, Chishu said. But only one of you can advance and continue to participate in the competition. Dang Chu was faced with such a situation again. She clutched her chest, and her heart was about to jump out. Chishu paused. His gaze slowly fell on Dang Chu. Dang Chu, congratulations. Dang Chu successfully advanced to the next round, and Lu Ki-moon was eliminated. Lu Ki-moon's expression was ugly. She gritted her teeth and almost exposed her emotions. Chishu looked at Lu Ki-moon. It's a pity that you've been eliminated. I hope your journey to stardom goes smoothly. Lu Ki-moon didn't say anything. She silently left the stage with a dark face. The elimination of the first contestant stirred up a wave of applause on the internet. Lu Ki-moon pushed down Yi Fan and changed her lines at the last minute. She was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Yi Fan. Luckily, she was slapped in the face by Yi Fan's ability. She's finally been eliminated. This is probably the happiest thing I've seen this episode. Ha ha ha. Amidst the spirited discussion, this episode of the show finally ended. The contestants who had advanced returned to the villa, packed their luggage, and went home to rest. Who knew what was waiting for them in the next episode? As Yi Han's voice fell, Dr. Zhao was stunned and said strangely, Yi Duo's blood sample is still in the hospital. Why did Yi Han mention this? Yi Han didn't say much on the phone. I'll tell you the details when I get to the hospital. Okay. Yi Han hung up the phone and looked out the window. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. The dark black color was surging, and the rain was still falling without stopping. Yi Han raised his hand and picked up the clothes hanging on the side. He casually put them on and walked to the door. The door closed, closing the silence and darkness. Yi Han got into the car. The car slowly started and drove into the cold rainy night. The car cut through the rain as if it was cutting through the unknown secrets. After a while, they arrived at the hospital. Yi Han wore a mask and walked into the hospital. It was already late at night. The corridor was silent and the air was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. Yi Han walked through the quiet corridor and got into the elevator. Finally, he arrived at Dr. Zhao's office. The door opened and Dr. Zhao was already sitting inside. When Dr. Zhao saw Yi Han, he immediately asked, what happened? It was already so late, but Yi Han actually called him. This had never happened before, and Yi Han even mentioned Yi Duo in his words. He vaguely had a guess in his heart, but this idea was too unbelievable and he didn't dare to think too deeply. Yi Han said in a deep voice, there's something I want you to do for me. His voice was very low, but it was so clear in the silent room. Yi Han said word by word, his expression serious and solemn. I want you to help me test my and Yi Duo's DNA. Dr. Zhao was shocked. You mean? Yi Han spoke slowly, and every word was filled with deep emotions. I believe that Yi Duo is very likely to be my biological son. The air was silent for a moment. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath. If this is true. Yi Han was now at the peak of his career. If it was revealed that he had a son, the entire entertainment industry would be shocked. To Yi Han and Yi Duo, this was no small matter. Yi Han said seriously, so, I hope you can help me keep this a secret. Don't mention this to anyone. If the matter was revealed, the media would focus on Dudu, and Yi Fan would also stand under the spotlight and be watched by everyone. Dudu and Yi Fan's peaceful lives would be disrupted because of this. Yi Fan protected Dudu because she wanted Dudu to grow up peacefully and happily. Yi Han Xiao didn't want them to suffer this. Dr. Zhao nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Dr. Zhao recalled that when Yi Duo was sick, He Han had carried him and stayed by Yi Duo's side from the beginning to the end without a trace of impatience. At that time, he didn't understand why an indifferent person like He Han would be so gentle to a child. Now that he thought about it, there was a reason for all the strange things that he had felt at that time. Dr. Zhao said, "Come over and draw your blood first." He Han nodded. He sat in front of the table, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his arm on the table. Dr. Zhao drew He Han's blood and gestured for him to sit aside. After the interview, He Han did not go straight home. Instead, he took a detour and went to Yi Fan's house. The test results would be out soon, but He Han did not want to wait a second longer. Right now, he just wanted to see Dudu and Yi Fan. "Why are you here?" Yi Fan froze on the spot. When Yi Fan opened the door, He Han was still wearing the same clothes he was wearing during the interview. She could tell at a glance that He Han did not go home. Instead, he came straight here. Ever since He Han took care of Dudu in the hospital, Yi Fan's attitude towards He Han was no longer so distant. He Han stood up for her when she needed help the most. Yi Fan could no longer treat He Han coldly. Yi Fan opened the door and said, "Come in." He Han looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze, but he did not let Yi Fan sense that something was wrong. He Han took a few steps inside, and Yi Fan closed the door. "Have you had dinner?" Yi Fan glanced at the sky outside. The lanterns had just been lit, and the night was already deep and dark. Before He Han came, Yi Fan and Nanny Li happened to be cooking in the kitchen. Now that dinner was almost ready, it would be unreasonable not to ask He Han to stay for dinner. He Han did not answer immediately. He stopped in his tracks. He looked at Yi Fan with a dark gaze and spoke in a deep voice. "Is it convenient?" Yi Fan did not expect He Han to ask this. Although she found it a little strange, she still answered his question. "It's convenient." He Han was a little different today. Yi Fan could not explain why. Whether it was He Han's attitude or behavior, there was something wrong. Yi Fan felt that she might be overthinking it. Yi Fan paused. "I'll go get Dudu for you." Dudu was so engrossed in playing in the room that he didn't hear the commotion at the door, so he didn't know that Uncle He had arrived and didn't run out to welcome him. Yi Fan walked into the room. Dudu was sitting on the floor, playing with his car. He used all the toys to build a small world. There was everything in it, and he would always ask Yi Fan to play with it. Yi Fan opened the door and went in. Dudu looked up at her. "Yi Fan, Uncle He is outside." Dudu's eyes lit up and he immediately put down the car. With all his might, he ran to the living room on his short legs. "Uncle." Dudu ran out of the room with Yi Fan following behind him. When Yi Fan walked out, she realized that He Han was still standing there and had not sat down. He seemed to be waiting for Dudu to come out. He Han's hands trembled slightly, and his jaw tightened. The edges of the white paper were slightly wrinkled from his grip, and his knuckles were faintly white. The night was dark, but He Han's gaze was even deeper. His extremely dark eyes stared unblinkingly at the results of the DNA test. See the truth clearly and clearly. Yi Duo was really his son. The emotions in He Han's eyes were unclear. He had already decided on one thing. He had to go and find them tonight. After a while, He Han gradually calmed down. He looked away and put the report into the safe. He Han looked up. "Dr. Zhao." His voice was cold and deep. "This matter must be kept a secret." Dr. Zhao's expression was very serious. "I understand. I'm the only one who knows the truth." What he meant was that when he did this report, he didn't ask anyone else to do it. This secret would never be known by a third person. He Han's dark eyes were deep. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you." He Han immediately walked out of the building. He got into the car and stepped on the accelerator. The black car sped away, breaking through the night and driving all the way to Yi Fan's house. Under the heavy curtain of night, the autumn rain had just begun, and everything couldn't be seen clearly. The fog was white, and there seemed to be no gap between heaven and earth. He Han frowned, and his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. The car sped along, passing through one long street after another. His lips were pursed, and his jaw was tense. Soon, He Han's car drove all the way forward and was about to reach Yi Fan's house. The faces of Yifan and Dudu suddenly appeared in Yihan's mind. He slammed on the brakes, and the car came to an abrupt stop. The car didn't drive into Yifan's neighborhood. It was only a small distance away. Yihan could see the building where Yifan and Dudu lived if he looked up. He reached out and pressed his temples, which were aching faintly. Yihan rolled down the window, and a quiet wind blew in from outside. The drizzle sounded, but it inexplicably calmed Yihan's mind. Yihan silently looked out the window at the building not far away. Almost all the rooms on every floor were lit up, and Yifan and Dudu were in one of them. The soft yellow street lights fell, and the cold curtain of rain made the light flicker. The contestants for the Superstar Plan's door challenging competition had been vetted. Shirue had passed the program team's assessment and was now on the list of contestants for the door challenging competition. However, Shirue's ability was not outstanding in this group of contestants. The producers had their own selfish motives for putting Shirue on the list. Some time ago, Shirue had become slightly popular because of her nickname, Little Yifan. Even though there weren't many positive comments about her, she still gained some popularity. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Shirue's team was trying to do this and wanted to find another way. No matter what, Black-Red could still be considered popular. Just like now, the program team wanted to pit Yifan and Little Yifan Shirue against each other. This way, the show would have something to watch out for and the viewership ratings would be higher than before. Shirue's participation was considered approved by the producers, but the director of the Superstar Plan, Sun Qing, still had the right to speak. Sun Qing was still holding back on this matter and did not immediately agree. The program team had not informed Shirue yet, so there was still time to change the arrangements. Sun Qing, Yihan, and Chishu already knew each other. Because Yihan had asked him to edit the video last time, Sun Qing accidentally found out about the relationship between Yihan and Yifan. Now that someone was going to offend Yifan, he had to inform Yihan about it. However, Sun Qing took a detour and told Chishu about it beforehand. Chishu had always liked to tease Yihan, so he gave him such a good opportunity. Sure enough, Chishu immediately rushed over to Yihan's house when he heard the news. Chishu did not choose to tell Yihan about it over the phone. A few days ago, Yifan had borrowed his cell phone and called Yihan. Even though Chishu had gotten someone to send Yifan to the hospital, he did not know what happened next. He had been so worried these past few days and Yihan was also very busy, so he only had time today. Chishu quickly walked over to Yihan's study in a hurry. Yihan. There was no one in the study except for a script spread out on the table. Chishu was feeling strange when Yihan's voice rang out behind him. What's the matter? Yihan's voice was calm. Yihan's black hair was wet and he was wearing a dark-colored shirt. He had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower. As soon as Chishu met Yihan, he would not let go of the chance to tease Yihan. Moreover, he really wanted to know what had happened between Yihan and Yifan previously. Yihan, I see that you've fallen in love recently. Chishu chuckled. Tell me, what were you two doing at the hospital that day? And since when did you two get along? Chishu asked two questions in a row. His curiosity had reached its peak. By the time Yifan returned to the villa, all the contestants were already there. After the preliminaries and the first elimination round, they were all exhausted. But after a few days of rest, what awaited them was an even more intense challenge. The new competition format caused a heated discussion in the outside world. Under the official Weibo account of the Superstar project, netizens kept asking questions. What were the rules of the challenge? Which new celebrities or amateurs would appear in the challenge? All sorts of questions emerged one after another. Even though the official Weibo account didn't respond, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the netizens. Even though the discussions didn't stop, the producer and director chose to remain silent. The entertainment industry needed nothing more than explosive news. If a popular variety show wanted to maintain its popularity, appropriate marketing was essential. Sometimes, silence was also an alternative marketing method. After whetting the audience's appetite, the program team didn't say anything for a short period of time. This way, the popularity could be maintained until the next episode was broadcast. The contestants in the villa were also very nervous. Even though they were participating in the competition, they were completely unaware of the program team's routine. In the living room, Yi Fan and Shen Luoluo were eating lunch. Not long after Deng Chu arrived at the villa, she quickly noticed the program's letter on the big screen. This week, we're competing on musical instruments. Deng Chu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Being at the bottom for 2 consecutive weeks had made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, she had learned the piano since she was young and had always maintained her musical sense. This time, the competition wouldn't be so tiring. Shen Luoluo laughed. Deng Chu, what if the program team gave you an instrument that you don't know? Deng Chu, Luoluo, don't jinx it. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. Yi Fan curled her lips and sat there watching the two of them chat and laugh. As an amateur, Deng Chu never thought that she would be able to live in the same house as a celebrity. However, after participating in the show and getting to know these celebrities, she realized that they were just ordinary people. Among these celebrities, only Yu Xiao had a bad temper. Yi Fan and Shen Luoluo were amiable and didn't put on airs at all. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the contestant dormitory was peaceful and harmonious. It was as if this peace would be broken at all. Afternoon came quickly, and the group of players was called to a large room by Qi Shu. They started to get nervous again because the legendary challenge had finally arrived. Qi Shu said, "This is the 3rd round of the competition. I will announce the content of this round." The contestants stared unblinkingly at Qi Shu. In this competition, each contestant will choose an instrument and decide the song they will perform. Hearing Qi Shu's words, the contestants all had different expressions. Qi Shu said, "Now, I'll give you some time to think about it. When the time is up, you can tell me the instruments and songs you want to perform." Everyone was deep in thought. The air was very quiet. Yi Fan pondered. If she had to choose an instrument to perform, what should she choose? Yi Fan was proficient in many musical instruments, but her favorite and best instrument was the violin. She made her decision. The instrument she chose for this competition was the violin. Of course, there was another reason why Yi Fan chose the violin. Previously, when Yi Fan participated in the reality show, she performed the violin on the streets of Austria. At that time, the netizens had a good impression of her. Previously, the production team of Superstar Plan allowed the 11 official contestants to film the advertisement. They did this for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the competition schedule of Superstar Plan was very tight. After participating in the show, the celebrities accepted fewer activities than usual. Filming this advertisement could increase the exposure of the celebrities. Also, by attracting the fans of the celebrities to watch the show, it could increase the ratings and increase the discussion of the show. Secondly, the passers-by who participated in the show were not as popular as the celebrities. This could increase the popularity of the passers-by and let more people know about the celebrities. After the post-production of the advertisement was completed, the production team would release the advertisement online. At the same time, the products involved in the advertisement would be sold at the same time. The production team could determine the actual popularity of the contestants based on the sales of the products. The more popular contestants would have more screen time during the recording of the show. Today, the official Weibo account of Superstar Plan released the advertisement. They first released the advertisement for the contestants who would be filming the eyeshadow. Changsu, Deng Chu, and Shen Luoluo were in it. As soon as the video was released, a lot of people commented, "Changsu will never disappoint us. I want this eyeshadow. Deng Chu's flattery is just SOSO. No merit, no fault. Luoluo is so cute. Don't fight with me for the eyeshadow on her face." After that, the production team released the advertisement for the lipstick group. First, it was Yu Xiao and Song Man's lipstick advertisement. When Yu Xiao was filming the advertisement, she only cared about showing off and neglected the lipstick. At that time, she was already scolded by Xiong Lan. In the end, the netizens' comments were even sharper. They did not hide their ridicule of Yu Xiao. After the netizens saw the advertisement, they all left comments. Why don't Yu Xiao stop filming advertisements in the future? A good lipstick has been ruined by her. I really don't have any desire to buy it. Why didn't I realize that Yu Xiao was so vulgar in the past? It seems like I was really blind in the past. I'm determined to unfollow her. Next, it was Yifan's lipstick advertisement. In the commercial, Yifan was leaning against the car window. She slowly raised her hand and lazily and carefully applied her lipstick. It was different from Yifan's usual cold temperament. In this commercial, she was charming and charming. Every movement and gaze seemed to make people's hearts go numb. Finally, the camera paused on those slender and plump red lips. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. The curve was beautiful and extremely seductive. The advertisement was only a few minutes long. After watching it, the netizens still felt that it was not enough. How could such a beautiful scene be so short? At this moment, the netizens' comments were the fastest. Almost every second, there were dozens of comments. The speed was astonishing. Praises for Yifan filled the sky and covered the earth. After watching Yifan's commercial and then watching Yu Xiao's commercial, well, I have to say, it really seems like there's an entire galaxy between people. It's gone just like that. I wanted to look at it a little longer. Why didn't I realize that this lipstick was so beautiful in the past? This young lady's lipstick is really beautiful to the core of my heart. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill my way to the counter to stock up on lipstick. I keep feeling like this lipstick is going to run out of stock soon. Ah. Not just lipstick, I want to buy Yifan's entire makeup set. I love every movement of hers to death. Amidst the heated discussion among the netizens, the program team took advantage of the popularity to post a Weibo post. All products will be sold online and offline at the same time. From today onwards, all the major stores and official websites would start selling eyeshadow, lipstick, and other products. After some time, the staff tallied up the sales figures. Among them, the lipstick that appeared in Yifan's commercial had the best sales figures. On the first day, the lipstick had become the #1 seller among all the products. And it was far ahead of the second place by a large margin. What was even more frightening was that the sales figures were still increasing rapidly. Every time, the sales figures from the previous day were refreshed. Yifan was stunned for a few seconds. He-han did not say anything. This time, he seemed to be patiently waiting for her answer. His thoughts were simple and straightforward. They had never changed. She already knew the result he wanted. This time, he used their child to confess and said it in a joking manner. He just wanted to see how she would respond. Yifan was a little dazed. She thought about it carefully and realized that something was wrong. How could her Dudu say that? Yifan knew that Dudu had a natural sense of dependence on Yihan. From the first time they met by accident until now, Dudu seemed to have become even more dependent on him. Even though this didn't seem very good, the possessiveness of a mother came again. Dudu and Yihan were too close, and now she was a little jealous. Yifan said in a cold voice, "Dudu is my son. I know him very well. He would never say something like that." Seeing Yifan's strong possessiveness, Yihan couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps it was because Yifan was always a very rational person. It was rare to see her so emotional, so Yihan felt that she seemed more alive like this. Yihan curled his lips and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. He stared into Yifan's eyes and said slowly, "Yes, I will slowly make Dudu realize that he will be my son in the future." Yifan was speechless. How could this person be so thick-skinned when he spoke? This sentence made people feel that something was inexplicably wrong, but Yihan was actually right. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yihan really didn't know that Dudu was his son. In that case, Yihan couldn't snatch her baby away. "You don't seem to object to what I just said?" Yihan smiled. His cold lips seemed to have melted, making him look even more handsome. Yifan pursed her lips and did not say a word. His verbal skills were brilliant. No matter what he said, it seemed that he would always be rebutted. Yifan wasn't good with words to begin with. If she were to argue with Yihan, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Forget it, forget it. Just let him talk nonsense. I'll ignore him. The two of them went back and forth like this. After Yifan shut up, the place became really quiet. This was the piano room that the program team had prepared for the contestants. It was used for practice. Although the door of the piano room was closed, the windows were very bright. There was no light in the room, and the sun shone in from the outside. At this moment, a staff member passed by the road outside. Han's eyes darkened. He quickly noticed and reached out to grab the curtains. With a light pull, the situation in the room was completely hidden. Fan was stunned. She turned her head and realized that someone might have passed by just now. Is it a staff member? Fan asked. This recording location belonged to the Superstar Project production team, so there wouldn't be any reporters or other people sneaking in. Han nodded and replied calmly, "Don't worry. No one saw us just now." "It's better if you don't come looking for me," Fan said. "This is the recording location of the show. The staff and contestants will all pass by." Fan didn't want them to find out about her private interactions with Han. As long as he was free, Han would take Dudu away from Fan's house. He would spend more time alone with Dudu. And Dudu had completely become Han's little follower. "Why isn't Uncle here yet?" Dudu stayed at Qingping's house. He would jump off the sofa from time to time and run to the door. He stuck his head out and kept looking at the door. Dudu couldn't sit still. Not long after he sat down, he started asking for Uncle. After spending the past few days alone with Han, Dudu became more dependent on Han. When Fan came back tomorrow, she would find that her little baby Dudu had completely become Han's son. Qingping couldn't help but laugh when she saw Dudu sticking his head out. "Dudu, do you like Uncle that much?" Han had been delayed at the company today, so he was late to get home. Even though Han had called Qingping, Dudu still missed him. Dudu tilted his head. "Dudu likes Uncle a lot." Yan Xiaoxiao heard Dudu's words and purposely teased Dudu. Xiaoxiao pretended to be angry. "Then Dudu doesn't like me anymore." Dudu was a little anxious and waved his chubby little arms. "Dudu likes sister too." In order to prove himself, Dudu ran in front of Xiaoxiao and leaned on her. Xiaoxiao was also a child, so she was almost pressed down by Dudu. She gently pinched Dudu's nose. "Little idiot, I lied to you." Qingping smiled and shook her head. Stop teasing Dudu. Dudu will take it seriously." The doorbell rang. Han had arrived. Dudu let go of Xiaoxiao's neck and ran to the door. Yan Xiaoxiao was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. "Which little fatty said he likes me? He's running faster than anyone now." "Uncle." Dudu was very happy every time he saw Han. Han walked in from the door and Dudu stood at the entrance. Han carried Dudu with one hand and walked into the living room. Yan Xiaoxiao saw this and pouted. Dudu was being taken away again. She hadn't played with Dudu for long. Han used his other hand to pick up Yan Xiaoxiao as well. "Are you guys going together?" Dudu replied loudly, "Sure." After Fan's performance ended, the host, Qi Shu, called the challenger, Shi Rui, onto the stage. The two contestants stood on the stage at the same time. After the judges' comments, they would receive their marks. Fan stood on the stage. Because she was playing the violin, her black hair fell to the side of her ears. It was slightly messy, but it made her look even more beautiful, like a pure white jasmine. Shi Rui stood beside Fan. Before she left the stage, she had already carefully tidied herself up. Her makeup was exquisite and her hair was not messed up. However, Shi Rui's exquisiteness had a hint of purposefulness. In the comments of the netizens, they were indeed paying attention to the topic of Fan and little Fan. Especially when the two of them appeared on the same stage, the contrast was even more obvious. There is indeed a difference between a celebrity and an internet celebrity. Fan is too beautiful. Alright, actually, every time I see Fan, I always have this feeling. When Shi Rui and Fan stand together, it's like a buyer and seller show. She was completely crushed by Fan. She even tried to sell her image as little Fan. She's really shameless. I knew that Shi Rui would be crushed tonight, but I didn't expect it to be so tragic. From her looks to her skills, none of them are good enough to look at. Tsk, Shi Rui shouldn't have thought too highly of herself. She originally wanted to scam Fan and then hype it up on the show. Now that she's made a fool of herself, she deserves it. There was a lot of discussion online, but the people at the live broadcast did not know about it. The judges picked up their microphones and began to comment on the two contestants. Tonight, the program team had invited a famous Chinese musician, Tan Zheng. He had composed soundtracks for many movies and was even nominated for an Oscar for Best Soundtrack. Tan Zheng first commented on Yifan's performance. He liked music and knew how to appreciate talent. "Yifan, your technique is indeed very skillful. You have a good grasp of every note," Tan Zheng said. "But in this song, Skylark, I'm not paying attention to your technique." The audience was stunned. What did Tan Zheng mean? Tan Zheng paused for a moment before he seriously expressed his thoughts. "I feel as if I can really hear the sound of a skylark here. It's as if I'm there. It's really shocking." Following Tan Zheng's words, the crowd burst into enthusiastic applause. Tan Zheng was a musician who had been nominated for an Oscar before, but he actually gave such a high evaluation. This meant that he was very satisfied with Yifan's performance. Moreover, he also voiced out the thoughts of the audience. Immediately after, Tan Zheng's gaze shifted to Shi Rui. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes dimmed a little. Tan Zheng did not comment immediately. Instead, he asked, "Shi Rui, what do you think of your performance?" Shi Rui's face turned red. She knew that she had made a lot of mistakes while playing the violin. It was her first time performing in front of a camera, and there were so many people in front of the TV. Shi Rui was nervous and had stage fright. She just wanted to finish her performance quickly and get off the stage. She had studied the violin for many years, but her performance tonight was like that of a beginner. "I'm sorry, teacher. This is my first time performing in public." Shi Rui tried to gain sympathy. She looked at the judges and spoke very softly. "Is this the reason why you didn't practice properly?" Tan Zheng's words were very sharp. He directly pointed out that Shi Rui did not treat the competition seriously. This competition is called a challenge. If you really came to participate in the competition, why did you go on stage after practicing like this? Do you have any basic respect for the audience? If you don't even have any skills, how can you talk about feelings? The audience can't even feel what you're trying to express with this song." Shi Rui was speechless at Tan Zheng's continuous questioning. Fashion editor Xianxia suddenly said, "Teacher Tan Zheng, don't be angry. Contestant Shi Rui might not have done it on purpose." The audience knew that Xianxia had the most poisonous tongue. Why was she so easy to talk to this time? Unexpectedly, they were slapped in the face the next second. Xianxia stared at Shi Rui and said slowly, "Her skylark is no longer called a performance. It's called a disturbance." She casually threw out a very poisonous sentence and then placed the microphone on the table. Shi Rui had indeed passed the program team's review. She was good enough to enter the competition. However, she did not expect her first challenge to be so big. At this moment, Yifan's room door opened. She had already changed into a new set of clothes and happened to hear the sounds in the living room. Yihan and Dudu were chatting in the living room. They didn't notice that Yifan was standing not too far away and had already seen everything that was happening. Yifan's heart tightened. Her emotions that she had already sorted out were now in a mess because of Yihan's words. Why did Yihan teach Dudu this? Did he just casually say it, or did he guess that Dudu was his son? Yifan's mind was in a mess, and she had no clue what Yihan was thinking. She didn't make a sound. She just stood there quietly and continued to watch. Dudu tilted his little head and looked seriously at Yihan as though he was thinking. The air was silent for a moment. After a while, Dudu said, "Daddy." Yihan looked at Dudu. They had similar eyebrows and eyes. He opened his little mouth slightly and called out in a childish voice. His heart skipped a beat when he heard Dudu call him daddy. Yihan felt as though a soft part of his heart had collapsed. He was such an indifferent person, but his biological son had evoked a rare warmth in him. Without him, Dudu had grown up so well. If only he had recognized Dudu earlier. But there was no point in saying all this. In the days to come, Yihan would give Dudu even more love. Dudu stared at Yihan with his round, dark eyes. As he watched, his little head seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly leaned over and lowered his voice as though he was keeping a super special secret with Yihan. Dudu leaned over to He-han's ear and said, "Uncle, do you really want to be my daddy?" He-han smiled a little helplessly. He was Dudu's father, but Dudu didn't know that yet. He would confess to Yifan first and then tell Dudu. Through this period of time, He-han felt that Dudu should be able to accept this matter. Yes. He-han patted Dudu's head. Is Dudu willing? Dudu grinned. His chubby little hand curled into the shape of a small trumpet and placed it next to He-han's ear. The tender voice of a child softly said, "I'm willing." He-han smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dudu had a good impression of him and did not object to him being his father. In that case, he could indeed find time to lay his cards on the table with Yifan. The father and son quietly hooked their fingers to make sure that their conversation today would not be heard by their mother. Yifan stood at the door for a while. She heard Dudu's words. She was shocked. Then she closed the door and leaned against it, feeling a little nervous. After Yifan completely calmed down, she walked out of the room. Today, Nanny Li had something to do, so Yifan would cook dinner for Dudu and He-han. After washing the vegetables, the sound of knives could be heard in the kitchen. She turned on the stove, heated up the oil, and put the vegetables into the pot. A sizzling fragrance wafted out. After a while, Yifan heard someone coming from behind her. That deep voice sounded very familiar. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yifan stopped what she was doing and turned to look at He-han. "You know how to cook?" He-han calmly replied, "No." He was very honest. He just wanted to slowly integrate with Yifan's life. "Then you shouldn't have come to the kitchen." Yifan seemed to want to drive him away. A dish was ready. She spoke as she put it on the plate. Yifan's back was facing He-han. She spoke casually as if she was just casually asking. "He-han, did you teach my son what he shouldn't say?" Yifan's words were probing and questioning. On the one hand, she wanted to know if He-han knew anything. On the other hand, she felt that he was subtly influencing her Dudu. He-han was stunned for half a second. Then he suddenly curved his lips. "You just heard?" His voice was low and hoarse with a hint of a smile. When Tang Jin heard Jianlan's words, she turned to look at Jianlan. "Mom, this Yifan is my archenemy. Do you know how annoying she is?" Tang Jin had always been at odds with Yifan. In her opinion, Yifan was still her substitute, but she had used her fame to become famous. However, Tang Jin subconsciously neglected the fact that if Tang Jin hadn't wanted to suppress Yifan, things wouldn't have backfired. "Yifan usually looks very quiet, but she's always going against me behind my back." Tang Jin spared no effort to smear Yifan's reputation. Jianlan was stunned. Her intuition told her that Yifan wasn't such a person. "Did you misunderstand something?" Jianlan subconsciously spoke up for Yifan. Tang Jin's smile was a little stiff. "Mom, let's not talk about her anymore, okay?" Jianlan could tell that Tang Jin was unhappy, so she didn't continue to defend Yifan. "Okay, Mom won't talk about it anymore." Tang Jin reluctantly grunted. "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Wake me up for dinner later." Tang Jin got up and hugged Jianlan before returning to her room. Jianlan didn't continue to stay in the living room. She also returned to her room and turned on the TV. Jianlan switched on the channel that was broadcasting Superstar Project. Yifan appeared on the TV screen again. The judges were commenting on Yifan's and Shirui's expressions. When she heard the judges praise Yifan, Jianlan's lips subconsciously curved into a smile. She really wanted to know what kind of person Yifan was. Yifan's eyes were clear and pure. She was sure that she was that kind of person too. And Tang Jin's conclusion about Yifan might not be right. Jianlan thought that if there was a chance, she really wanted to meet Yifan. At the same time, she wanted to figure out where that familiar feeling came from. He residence. He was very concerned about He-han's life. Every time he returned home, she would always ask about it. Today was no exception. As usual, He waited in the living room for He-han to come home. Before He-han could enter the room, she stopped him. "He, are you busy with work?" He-han's thin lips opened slightly. "Just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Mrs. He smiled and asked honestly, do you have a photo of the girl you're talking about? He Han raised his eyebrows slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. In a few days, I'll bring someone over to visit you. He Han's cold voice echoed in the huge living room. Is that okay? Mrs. He was a little surprised. You'll bring that girl home? He Han didn't deny it as his lips curved upwards. He didn't deny it or admit it. There was a meaningful smile in his dark eyes. Because Yi Fan wasn't the only one who would come to the He residence. He Han would immediately lay his cards on the table with Yi Fan. Then he would find a chance to let Dudu know the truth. Once Dudu accepted the truth, everything would be easy to handle. After a while, with Yi Fan's approval, He Han would bring Dudu and Yi Fan over. Not only would Mrs. He have a granddaughter-in-law, but she would also have a great-grandchild. Tang. Jin's assistant told Tang Jin that Jianlan had come to the dressing room to look for her. Tang Jin waited for a while, but didn't see her. So she went out of the dressing room to look for Jianlan. She didn't expect to see this scene in the hallway. Jianlan was very protective of Yi Fan at home. Jianlan didn't know why she had a good impression of Yi Fan even though the two of them hadn't met before. Moreover, Yi Fan was her archenemy. Even so, Jianlan didn't show a cold expression. Tang Jin looked angry. She quickly took a few steps forward and stood between Yi Fan and Jianlan. Yi Fan's eyes revealed understanding. It seemed that her guess was right. The woman in front of her was indeed the original owner's biological mother, Jianlan. Yi Fan glanced sideways and her gaze fell on Jianlan again. She looked deeply at Jianlan. Tang Jin looked at Yi Fan with a cold gaze. What did you say to my mom just now? Tang Jin's tone sounded like she was questioning her. It sounded a little aggressive. Tang Jin didn't know why she was so afraid of Yi Fan. Maybe it was because Yi Fan was too outstanding and always suppressed her. Or maybe it was because of other reasons. Jianlan frowned. Ah Jin, why are you talking like that? Jianlan instinctively defended Yi Fan. In her opinion, Tang Jin's attitude was really problematic. Jianlan had never spoiled her children, so she wouldn't be biased towards Tang Jin just because Tang Jin was her child. Jianlan looked gentle, but she had been in charge of the company for many years and had always had a strong attitude. If her bottom line was crossed, she wouldn't tolerate it. Tang Jin had always had a bad temper, but she hid it in front of the Tang family. Now that Jianlan had spoken, she immediately clenched her fists. She was embarrassed in front of Yi Fan, but she couldn't refute her. Tang Jin stomped her feet on the spot. Mom. Tang Jin seemed to be acting coquettishly, but in fact, she didn't want to apologize to Yi Fan. Jianlan looked at Yi Fan and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. Yi Fan smiled at Jianlan, as if she did not take this matter to heart. She was not the type to make things difficult for others, and the person in front of her was her mother. Her voice softened a little. It's all right. Jianlan sighed inwardly. Tang Jin and Yi Fan were obviously the same age, but Yi Fan was obviously much more mature. Jianlan and Yi Fan's temperaments were surprisingly similar, but Tang Jin didn't fit in when she stood next to them. Yi Fan turned her head and met Tang Jin's eyes. Auntie sprained her ankle just now, so I said a few words to her. If you are in a hurry, you should take Auntie to the hospital first. Yi Fan's tone was indifferent. It was very different from her attitude towards Jianlan just now, but Tang Jin couldn't refute it. Tang Jin took a deep breath. I will take care of my mother myself. You don't have to worry about her. Jianlan was right next to them, so Tang Jin had no choice but to soften her tone in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan flashed a rare smile at Tang Jin. Her lips curled up slightly as she spoke in a meaningful tone. I see. It would be best if you could do it in the future. At this moment, among the people present, only Yi Fan knew about the relationship between the three of them. Even Yi Fan couldn't guarantee how long Jianlan could be Tang Jin's mother. Yi Fan said goodbye to Jianlan. Auntie, I'll be leaving first. Jianlan nodded. Yi Fan didn't continue to stay where she was. She walked towards the back door. The nanny van was already parked at the door, and she quickly got into the car. The night was dark, and the street lamps cast a cold light. The car was silent. Yifan looked out the window at the scenery flying past. She frowned slightly as Jianlan's face appeared in her mind. Now, Yifan wouldn't tell Jianlan that she and Tang Jin had been swapped, because now wasn't a good time. Even if the Tang family confirmed her true identity, they would only let her return to the Tang family. But Tang Jin had lived in the Tang family for many years, and they had already built up feelings for each other. If she suddenly appeared, she would only seem like an outsider. Moreover, Yifan didn't want to rely on the Tang family's background to get what she wanted. Mrs. He walked to the side of the sofa and sat across from Dudu. She asked, "Little kid, what's your name?" Dudu shook his head seriously. "Mom said I can't tell strangers my name." When Dudu shook his head, the little chubby cheeks also moved a few times. It was indescribably cute. The more Mrs. He looked at him, the more she liked him. She was just about to continue asking. He Han walked out of the kitchen with a helpless expression on his face. He Han originally wanted to inform Yifan first before telling his grandmother, but he didn't expect things to go awry. "Grandma," He Han called out, interrupting Mrs. He's excitement. He Han held Dudu's kettle in his hand. He filled it with warm water, walked over to Dudu, and handed the kettle to Dudu. Dudu skillfully pressed the switch, and the lid opened. Dudu lowered his head and quietly drank the water. Mrs. He had never seen her grandson care so much about other people. Even in front of his family, He Han would only care about them secretly and wouldn't make it so obvious. He Han had always been introverted and didn't show his emotions, but in front of this child, he changed. "Is this your?" Mrs. He looked at He Han, eager to verify. He Han didn't deny it. He nodded. "I'll explain it to you later." He Han had his own plans, and he didn't want Dudu to know about them at this time. Dudu held the kettle and opened his round eyes. Even though he was clear-minded, he didn't know what the adults were talking about. "Uncle." Dudu looked up at He Han with confusion in his eyes. He Han stroked Dudu's head. "Dudu, this is Uncle's grandmother." Dudu nodded obediently. He first put the kettle to the side of the sofa. His two chubby little hands crossed over his stomach as he bowed politely to Mrs. He. "Hello, Granny." Mrs. He tried hard to suppress her excitement. She gave Dudu a kind smile. "Dudu, you can call me great-grandma." He Han faintly glanced at old Madam He. Old Madam He restrained her smile and explained. It was as if she was trying to hide something from him. "If I had a great-grandson, he would be similar to Dudu." Mrs. He rummaged through her bag and took out a piece of chocolate. She handed it to Dudu. Great-grandma gave Dudu chocolate. "Do you want it?" Mrs. He liked sweets and always carried them with her. Now that she had met her great-grandson, she finally had a use for them. Dudu glanced at He Han. He Han nodded, so he accepted it. He thanked her in a childish voice. "Thank you, great-grandma." Mrs. He smiled. Dudu is so obedient. Mrs. He thought of something and looked at He Han. "Remember not to give Dudu too much. It will cause tooth decay." Mrs. He became a qualified great-grandma and quickly got into her role. He Han said indifferently, "Dudu's mother is very strict. She won't give Dudu too much." Mrs. He's eyes lit up. She really wanted to know who Dudu's mother was and what the relationship between the three of them was. These things really made her heart itch. He Han helplessly massaged his temples. He knew Mrs. He's personality. She was a woman of her word. He really couldn't leave her hanging. He Han took out the toys from the drawer and put them on the table. "Dudu, play for a while." Dudu quickly agreed. He obediently sat in front of the table and played with building blocks. He Han walked to the window, and Mrs. He quickly followed. From where they stood, they could see Dudu's situation. Mrs. He immediately asked, "Did you do something wrong? Are you not responsible for the little girl?" She heard Dudu call He Han uncle. If He Han hadn't been irresponsible, the little girl wouldn't have raised a child alone. He Han knew that Mrs. He would misunderstand, but he couldn't explain this matter. Although he didn't know about it, the result was already like this. "This matter does have something to do with me." Mrs. He was anxious. "What about now? You want to kidnap the child again?" Old Madam He was worried that He-han was acting on his own and only wanted children because she had never seen He-han like anyone before. Dudu had stayed at home for too long and really wanted to go out and play. Yi-fan was busy with work and didn't have time these days. He-han occasionally heard Dudu mention this matter and immediately made arrangements. When Yi-fan wasn't at home, He-han came to Yi-fan's house to pick up Dudu. Dudu sat in the child's seat in the back of the car. His little body was fastened by the seat belt and his chubby arms were obediently placed on both sides of the seat. Dudu stuck his head out and said in a childish voice, "Uncle, where are we going?" Dudu's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with curiosity. He-han turned his head slightly and glanced at Dudu. Didn't Dudu say that he wanted to go out and play? A hint of a smile appeared in He-han's eyes. When Dudu heard this, he really clapped his little hands. Then he leaned against the car window and stared straight out of the car. He was extremely excited and wanted to reach their destination immediately. The red light in front suddenly lit up and the car slowed down and stopped by the side of the road. He-han looked at Dudu through the rearview mirror. Dudu grinned, revealing a row of white baby teeth. One look and one could tell that he was in a good mood. The corners of He-han's mouth curled up and the smile in his eyes didn't disappear. The car stopped and Dudu stuck his head out the window to look. Just then, a couple walked over with a child from a short distance away. They walked on both sides of the child and each of them held one of the child's hands. After a few steps, the couple held the child's hands at the same time. The child's body was lifted into the air and he let out a crisp laugh. The faces of the family of three were filled with smiles. They approached He-han's car and passed in front of Dudu. Through the car window, Dudu heard the little girl happily shout, "Daddy, Mommy, I want to play again." As soon as she said that, the couple held the child's arms again and laughed non-stop. Dudu's round eyes were fixed on them. He didn't blink and his eyes were filled with envy. He clasped his chubby fingers and felt indescribably conflicted. At this moment, Dudu's eyes were drooping and his originally bright eyes dimmed a little. He looked like a little animal that had been greatly wronged and was so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. The couple walked away, and Dudu twisted his body to look in the direction they left. He pursed his lips and his big eyes were wet. Previously, the Dudu would keep talking to He-han. Now, the car instantly became quiet. He-han immediately sensed that something was wrong. He frowned slightly, trying to figure out what was wrong with Dudu. The next second, the red light turned red. Because of He-han's hesitation, the car behind them honked and urged him to speed up. He-han could only step on the accelerator and speed up slightly. The car quickly stopped in front of the amusement park. Because Yi-fan didn't want Dudu to be exposed, He-han booked the entire amusement park in advance. At this moment, the amusement park was extremely quiet and there wasn't a single visitor. He-han got out of the car and walked around to the back seat. He opened the car door and found that Dudu's excited expression had disappeared. Dudu's head was even drooping. He-han helped Dudu undo the buckle on his chest. Dudu instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around He-han's neck. He-han carried Dudu out of the car. He-han didn't carry Dudu to play. Instead, he went to a bench and placed Dudu on his lap. He leaned over slightly and looked into Dudu's eyes. "Dudu, what's wrong?" He-han softened his voice. Dudu was still pouting with an unhappy look on his face. Faced with He-han's question, Dudu didn't answer. He just shook his head. He-han very patiently coaxed him. "Dudu, can you tell Uncle what happened?" Suddenly, Pouty's mouth drooped down and tears rolled down from her eyes, dripping onto He-han's hand with a plop. His slightly cold hand suddenly felt hot to the touch. He-han was slightly startled. Dudu's eyes were dripping with tears, and there was an indescribable feeling of grievance. He raised his head and looked at He-han. His voice had a thick nasal sound. "Uncle, why don't I have a father?" When Dudu went out, he often saw parents with their children. However, he was always accompanied by Yi-fan or He-han. He also wanted a father who was like an uncle. Not only were the audience members stunned by Yi-fan's performance, the audience members in the live comments section were also commenting non-stop. "Am I seeing things? Tang Jin looked like he wanted to hit Yi-fan just now. Is he deliberately looking for trouble? That's too much. Yi-fan is so cool. I didn't know that this scene could be adapted in such a way. I've learned something new. The judges have already said that he can freely express himself. There's nothing wrong with Tang Jin doing this, right? Tang Jin's fans are really shameless. Just because he allowed you to express yourself, you took the opportunity to hit him? Yi Fan's aura alone crushed Tang Jin to the ground. In the live comments section, Yi Fan and Tang Jin's fans started arguing as usual. However, they quickly turned their attention back to the situation on stage. On the stage, Yi Fan raised her head slightly and stood there slender and straight. Meanwhile, Tang Jin, who was standing next to her, had his head lowered and looked like he had lost all morale. Qi Shu walked on stage and said, "Now, let's invite the judges to give their comments." Qin Yan picked up the microphone with a smile on her face. "Yi Fan, I never thought that this role could be interpreted in such a way. You've completely subverted the original character's indifference and forcefully implanted a new image into everyone's hearts. I'm very satisfied with this adaptation." Even the original lead of this film had acknowledged Yi Fan. It was obvious how outstanding Yi Fan's performance was this time. Qin Yan turned to look at Tang Jin and said in a calm tone, "Tang Jin, your aura at the end was a little weak." Her words were actually very tactful. When Tang Jin heard this, his face turned pale. Qin Yan continued, "You should think carefully about what you should do if your character is overshadowed by the person you're acting with in the future." Tang Jin's face turned even paler. He Han looked at Yi Fan and suddenly asked, "Yi Fan, how did you think of adding that last line?" Yi Fan thought for a while and said, "Actually, the character of Consort De is very cold. At first, she disdained to fight for favor with others. Later on, after she became evil, her character became even colder. So even if she reaches a higher position, she is destined to be alone." He Han's eyes flickered. Actually, this sentence vaguely revealed Yi Fan's true thoughts. In Yi Fan's heart, she had probably already decided that she would continue on her own in the entertainment industry. No matter what happened, she would face it alone. But he would stay with her. Whether it was the music industry, the film industry, or other aspects. The two of them walked side by side on this path. He would tell her bit by bit so that she would understand his true feelings. He Han slowly opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "You edited this line very well." He stared at Yi Fan and said, "But in real life, even if some people reach the peak of their career, they won't necessarily be alone. There will be someone to accompany them to the end." Yi Fan was stunned. He Han's words were ambiguous. It was as if he was hiding something, but it was also as if he was silently revealing something through the screen. Yi Fan didn't understand the deeper meaning behind his words. No one present understood what He Han meant. At this moment, He Han's lips suddenly curled into a smile. "For example, your fans and your family. They will always be with you." He said this without leaving a trace. Yi Fan pursed her lips and said, "Thank you, Teacher He." With a buzzing sound, Yi Fan's mind suddenly went blank. All the sounds suddenly stopped, and the sounds around him suddenly stopped. The world fell into silence. Yi Fan's heart beat rapidly. She was in a daze as she stood rooted to the ground. He Han's eyes flashed slightly, and his gaze became gentler. He sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at Yi Fan's expression and pursed his lips. It was just as he had guessed. Yi Fan knew the truth and didn't want him to know. He Han suddenly let go of his hand, and the warm touch was immediately removed. He didn't restrain Yi Fan's movements anymore, but there was an indescribable emotion rising from the bottom of his heart. He Han's voice was very low, and it fell in the stuffy car. The shadows of the trees outside the car window swayed and couldn't be seen clearly. His thin lips moved slightly. "So you already knew about this?" Yi Fan didn't deny it, nor did she answer. She lowered her gaze, and no one knew what she was thinking. It was quiet for a moment. He Han suddenly opened his mouth and called her name. "Yi Fan." Yi Fan slowly raised her eyes and looked into Yi Han's eyes. "When did you find out?" Yi Han didn't lie. "When Dudu was sick, I took a blood sample at the hospital." Yi Fan's eyes dimmed a little. He had the same thought as her. He Han probably used Dudu's blood sample after he became suspicious. He Han asked, "Is that why you didn't want me to meet Dudu before?" Yi Fan acquiesced. She thought for a while and said, it doesn't seem to be a good thing for Dudu to reunite with a father he has never met. Dudu had always believed that he didn't have a father. He Han's appearance was an accident. He Han frowned and said in a low voice, but Dudu needs a father now. He Han, don't forget, Yi Fan's attitude suddenly turned cold, this year, you just met Dudu. Yi Fan was completely unaware of He Han's true identity. All she knew was that He Han had never discovered Dudu or found Dudu all these years. What was he doing now? Was it just to make up for Dudu's lack of fatherly love in the past 3 years? Yi Fan did not have any thoughts of monopolizing Dudu, but at this moment, all she could think of was how Dudu felt. The dim light shone in from outside the car window, making He Han's jaw tense. He was as silent and cold as usual, but at this moment, he was shockingly cold. After a while, He Han finally spoke. He slowly spat out 3 words, I'm sorry. He Han couldn't explain it to Yi Fan. At the moment, apologizing was the only thing he could do. He didn't expect Yi Fan to forgive him for being absent from Dudu's life for so many years, but he really liked Dudu and wanted to take responsibility. Yi Fan had already calmed down. Her expression was very calm. Dudu and I are already used to living together. She told Yi Han the truth objectively. Do you think Dudu can accept having a biological father for no reason? He Han looked down. How did you explain it to Dudu? He Han remembered Dudu's sad expression because other children had a complete and happy family, but he didn't. As long as he thought of this, He Han felt his heart ache. Yi Fan was silent for a while. Her voice was cold as she said, Dudu only knows that his father has gone to a faraway place. The night deepened, and a faint layer of light enveloped the sky. He Han's words were very soft, but they carried a lot of weight. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. She understood that He Han was promising her a future. She quickly collected her emotions and calmed herself down. Yi Fan's tone was very calm. Since you've already made a decision, I won't interfere. He Han seemed to have been waiting for Yi Fan's answer, and now his body relaxed. He said softly, thank you for your understanding. Yi Fan pursed her lips and said, how's Dudu's reaction? You have to be mentally prepared. He Han didn't hesitate. Okay. They seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to tell their child this secret. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly said, also, I only treat you as Dudu's father. What she wanted to tell He Han was that she didn't have any feelings for him now. What they needed to do now was to be Dudu's parents and consider everything for Dudu. But marriage, she hadn't thought about it yet. Yi Fan didn't grow up in a complete family. She didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of her. She was still figuring out everything related to Dudu. If He Han's suggestion was better for Dudu, she thought she would try to change it. He Han interrupted Yi Fan and said bluntly, I understand. Right now, I just want to be Dudu's father, He Han said. I won't force you on anything else. He Han wasn't in a hurry to have a relationship with Yi Fan. The most important thing now was to make Dudu accept him. As long as Dudu was willing, the father and son would solve the rest together. He Han's eyes flashed, and his thin lips moved. Before you agree to date me, we can raise Dudu together. Raise Dudu together? He Han seemed to have subconsciously treated himself as part of this family. Yi Fan subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. She narrowed her eyes slightly and turned her head to look at He Han. At that moment, Yi Fan happened to meet He Han's eyes. His gaze was extremely focused, as if every word he said was the most serious. Yi Fan was stunned. She and He Han looked at each other and could only see his firm eyes. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Seeing that Yi Fan did not refute, the corners of He Han's lips curled up and an undetectable smile surfaced in his eyes. Yi Fan came back to her senses. She didn't look at He Han and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere in the car didn't seem as stiff as before. He Han lowered her head and glanced at her watch. I have to rush back to film in the afternoon. Yi Fan was dazed. You came from Film City? Film City was almost an hour's drive away from the filming location. He Han had come all the way just to talk to her for a few minutes. He Han nodded. His reaction was normal, as if nothing was more important than her and the child. There are many things that can't be explained over the phone, He-han explained. I want to explain it to you in person. Although his words were calm, his actions showed that he cared deeply. He-han said, especially you and Dudu. You're the most important to me. Yi-fan looked down at the hem of her windbreaker and didn't say anything. He-han made a phone call to Dai Jinshan and hung up after saying a few words. Just as Yi-fan placed her hand on the wardrobe, her tears began to fall. She gently opened the wardrobe, afraid that she would disturb Dudu. The tightly shut wardrobe door slowly opened, and the light seeped in through the gap, illuminating only one corner. Dudu's small body only took up one corner of the wardrobe, and he sadly wiped his tears. Yi-fan opened the wardrobe door completely. She carefully wrapped her arms around Dudu's body and pulled him into her embrace. Dudu was still angry at Yi-fan, and his entire body was tense. His chubby little hands were clenched tightly, and his body was twitching. Yi-fan's movements became even gentler. She rubbed Dudu's arms to make Dudu relax. Yi-fan kissed Dudu's head and placed Dudu on her lap. She gently said to Dudu, "Mommy wants to apologize to Dudu." Hearing Yi-fan's words, Dudu lifted his head slightly and looked at her through the gap. At this moment, his big eyes were wet, and his little face was red. Mommy shouldn't have hidden Dudu's father from Dudu. Because Daddy didn't appear before, Mommy didn't tell Dudu. Does Dudu know? Actually, Dudu's father has always liked Dudu. He didn't know about Dudu's existence before, so he didn't appear. Yi-fan leaned close to Dudu's ear and spoke softly. Dudu's little body moved, and his twitching body slowly calmed down. He burrowed into Yi-fan's embrace. Dudu mimicked Yi-fan and spoke softly. His voice had a strong sobbing tone. But he doesn't like Dudu. Dudu shook his head. Yi-fan lifted Dudu's body. Dudu is such a cute little baby. How could Daddy not like Dudu? Everyone likes Dudu. He-han's voice fell. I only recently found out about Dudu's existence. I also just found out that I'm Dudu's father. That's why I made a promise with Dudu. I want to quickly become Dudu's father. Dudu's little hands clenched tightly. Yi-fan opened his fists and gently wrapped them in her palms. Yi-fan looked at He-han, who was standing to the side, and gave him a look to sit beside Dudu. He-han immediately understood the meaning in Yi-fan's eyes. He-han took a few steps forward. Yi-fan and He-han circled Dudu in the middle. Dudu sensed He-han's approach and snuggled into Yi-fan's arms. Yi-fan gently comforted Dudu. Mommy only found out today that Dudu wants a father like Uncle He. Now that Daddy has appeared, he wants to be with Dudu as he grows up. He wants to be with Dudu to do whatever he wants. He wants to be able to do things that Mommy can't do. Daddy can take Dudu and turn him into an indomitable little man. He-han's eyes darkened. I'm just like Dudu's mommy. We both love Dudu the most in the world. Yi-fan kept guiding Dudu. She wanted Dudu to accept He-han. Even though Dudu buried his head in Yi-fan's arms, Yi-fan knew he was listening attentively. Dudu isn't saying anything. Does that mean you want to ignore Daddy forever? As soon as she said that, Dudu shifted his body. Yi-fan tried to persuade him again. Dudu, can you take a look at Daddy? Daddy really wants to make up with Dudu. After a while, Dudu pulled his head out and quickly glanced at He-han. He quickly turned his head and buried it in Yi-fan's neck. Yi-fan took Dudu's little hand and put it in He-han's direction. He-han reached out and wrapped Dudu's little hand in his palm. His movements were very careful, like he was holding the most precious thing in the world. Dudu, can you hold Daddy's hand? Daddy will stay tonight to keep Dudu company. I'll coax Dudu to sleep and accompany Dudu to wake up. In the next second, He-han felt the touch on his hand. Dudu reached out with his chubby fingers and held one of He-han's fingers. He-han suddenly asked, how important is he? Yi-fan was stunned. She didn't understand why He-han would ask that. Even so, Yi-fan still thought about it seriously. Then, she began to recount their past. He once gave me a lot of help and helped me walk out of the lowest point of my life. Yi-fan couldn't reveal that she came from another world, so she didn't explain in detail. Instead, she skipped over what had happened at that time. Although he and I aren't familiar with each other, he was the one who supported me through the most difficult days all these years. These had been repeatedly memorized countless times. As long as Yi Fan opened her mouth, those images would appear in her mind. And every point she listed pointed to a person. He Han. You should be able to understand, right? Yi Fan's eyes were clear as she looked at He Han. She emphasized each and every word, his importance to me cannot be replaced by anyone else. He Han didn't say anything. He just stared at Yi Fan's face in silence. His gaze swept across her face calmly, but his heart skipped a beat. So the reason why she rejected him earlier was because of him in another world? He Han actually knew Yi Fan's true thoughts for all these years under such circumstances. This was something He Han hadn't expected. At the same time, a kind of surprise and joy rose from the bottom of his heart. Yi Fan closed her mouth and didn't say anything. She looked at He Han and patiently waited for his answer. He Han said in a low voice, "I understand." He restrained the smile on his lips as if he just understood Yi Fan's decision. Yi Fan didn't know that He Han was the most important person to her. After getting his understanding, Yi Fan suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He Han's face was cold and he hid his emotions very well. Only he knew about this matter. If He Han were to tell Yi Fan the truth now, it might be too sudden. Too many things had happened in the past 2 days. It was better to let Yi Fan rest for a while. Yi Fan had already made her intentions clear to He Han. For the rest of the journey, he just needed to accompany her slowly. He Han's tone sounded very normal. "You're going back to record the show today?" Yi Fan nodded. "What about you?" "I'm going back to the film studio to film," He Han said. "I'll come back to accompany Dudu when I have time." The two of them were like a married couple as they talked about their children seriously. They finally came clean about this matter, but Dudu still had a grudge in his heart. The rest was just a matter of time. After He Han and Yi Fan finished talking, they went to Yi Fan's room together. They were worried that Dudu would be anxious if he didn't see them when he woke up later. Not long after they arrived in the room, Dudu opened his eyes. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Dudu had just woken up and was defenseless. He softly called out, "Mommy." Dudu's voice was filled with attachment. Dudu then looked at He Han. "Uncle." But Dudu immediately woke up. He immediately turned his head and reached out to Yi Fan. "Mommy, carry me." Dudu, who was still in a daze, suddenly woke up and pointed his little butt at He Han. Yi Fan smiled and picked Dudu up. Dudu hooked his arms around Yi Fan's neck. As the last few lines of the song played, Yi Fan's clear and cold voice echoed throughout the hall. The light shone on Yi Fan's body and also on her mask. The mask covered Yi Fan's face, leaving only a dim shadow. The singing stopped and the music gradually came to a stop. Yi Fan's hand that was holding the microphone was slender and fair. Just like her singing, there was a hint of stubbornness in her sadness. The singing stopped and the audience looked silently at the slender figure on the stage. They could not see her face clearly and did not know what kind of face was under the mask, but they all had the same thought. Perhaps they would never be able to forget this song. During Yi Fan's singing, many of them even cried. It was not for anything else, but for the mood in the song, for the voice that could affect thousands of emotions. From the moment the song started, they had entered that world. Many of them felt the same way because they all had a dazzling light in their hearts. Perhaps it was a dream, a person they admired, or a secret they treasured in their hearts. And they followed the light forward, experiencing too much along the way. The singer sang their hearts out. They followed the song, experiencing the ups and downs of the singer's emotions, from darkness to sorrow, and finally to silence. Some of them did not even realize that they were crying. When the music stopped, they realized that their faces were wet. Everyone was moved by this singer's singing. The song slowly seeped into their hearts, silent but clear. At this moment, the hall was extremely silent. There was no applause or chatter. They were still immersed in that atmosphere. After a while, applause suddenly rang out in the silent air. More and more people started clapping. The applause was loud and clear and spread throughout the entire hall. Everyone used their own applause to show their approval for the singer on stage. Yi Fan had already sorted out all her emotions. The weakness that she had inadvertently shown during her singing had long been restrained. She had turned back into that strong and cold person who never gave up easily. It seemed like nothing could affect her. At this moment, a lot of comments appeared on the screen. Is she really not a professional singer at this level? I cried listening to her singing just now. I even used a few packets of tissues. This person's voice is really nice. Who is she? Could it be Yifan? I really want to know. I've never heard Yifan sing before, so it's unlikely that this person is Yifan. I'm guessing it's Yu Xiao, Tang Jin, and the others who are good singers. Why can't it be Yifan? We can't allow Yifan to be good at everything. She can even amaze us with her singing. Everyone was guessing who the masked person was. Some guessed that it was Yifan, while others disagreed. When Yifan was singing on stage, Yu Xiao was watching from below. When Yifan sang the first line, Yu Xiao did not take it to heart. However, the more Yu Xiao listened, the more uneasy she felt. If she did not know that the singer was Yifan, she could not help but praise her. This person sang really well. However, Yu Xiao did not think that she would lose to Yifan. In terms of voice, Yifan was indeed not bad. However, she did not lose to Yifan at all. She felt that the two of them were on par. In terms of pitch, Yifan's voice was not as high as hers in this song. Yu Xiao had practiced light many times. She chose to sing it one pitch higher than the original because she felt that it was the best way to sing it. However, Yifan was not as good as her in this aspect. Even if Yifan wanted to use her emotions to win, her technique was much better than Yifan's. How could she lose to Yifan? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao was full of confidence. Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had never seen Dudu's father before. She didn't know who Dudu was talking about. But Qingping had told Xiaoxiao not to mention Dudu's father in front of Dudu. Dudu might be sad. Dudu looked at Xiaoxiao's stunned expression. He thought she didn't hear him clearly, so he repeated it in her ears. Sister Xiaoxiao, Dudu's father has appeared. Dudu couldn't stop laughing. His giggles could be heard outside the room. When Dudu realized this, he quickly covered his mouth. But he still smiled with his eyes squinted. Xiaoxiao tugged Dudu's chubby arm. Dudu, who is the father you're talking about? Xiaoxiao was really curious about this and couldn't help but ask. Dudu didn't hide it. He pointed at the door and said softly, Dudu's father is Uncle He. Xiaoxiao was shocked again. How come she never knew that her cousin and sister Yifan were a couple? At this moment, Qingping came into the room with snacks. She couldn't help smiling when she saw Dudu and Xiaoxiao laughing happily. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Qingping put the snacks on the table and sat beside the two children. She patted Dudu's head. Dudu's lips were still curled up, but Xiaoxiao didn't seem to be able to say anything. Xiaoxiao only came back to her senses when Qingping asked. Mom, Dudu said he has a father. Xiaoxiao was stunned. Dudu called her sister, but Dudu's father was her cousin. Wasn't the seniority messed up? Was Dudu going to call her Auntie Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao was completely confused. Should Dudu call her sister or auntie? She was stumped by this question. Qingping and Xiaoxiao had the same reaction. Qingping was stunned for a few seconds before coming back to her senses. Who is Dudu's father? Dudu told Qingping his little secret again. To be honest, this secret wasn't a secret anymore. Through Dudu's mouth, everyone knew that He Han was Dudu's father. Uncle He is Dudu's father. Dudu explained patiently with his baby voice. Qingping was stunned when she heard Dudu's voice. Yifan and He Han stopped in their tracks. They looked at each other. And there was a trace of helplessness in their eyes. Dudu wanted to tell everyone about this. However, they did have to be honest with Qingping about this. Yifan walked in front of Dudu. Dudu looked up at her and smiled. Mom. Yifan squatted down and patted Dudu's head. She said gently, I have something to tell Auntie. Dudu, can you go play by yourself first? Dudu nodded and said in his baby voice, okay. He walked to the back with his short legs and mumbled, what should I play with Sister Xiaoxiao? After Dudu ran to Xiaoxiao, He Han walked in front of Qingping and said, let's talk in the study. Qingping took a deep breath. Okay. This matter was too shocking for her. She needed some time to digest it. They entered the study and He Han and Yifan stood in front of Qingping. He Han said, Auntie, it's like what you heard. Dudu is my son. He Han and Qingping explained it simply. Qingping felt complicated. She felt that it wasn't easy for Yifan to raise Dudu alone. In the past, Qingping only felt that Yifan and Han were very compatible and had the thought of matchmaking the two of them. But she didn't expect them to have a 2-year-old son. And this child was Dudu. Qingping quickly accepted it and smiled. No wonder Dudu and I hit it off so well. She already liked Dudu when she first met Dudu. Now that she knew that Dudu was Yihan's son, this feeling intensified. Dudu looked at Yihan and Yifan expectantly, his little hands clasped together. His gaze was very serious, and the two of them couldn't bear to resist. Do you want to sleep with Dudu tonight? No one answered Dudu for the time being. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the air, breaking the silence in the room. Dudu rubbed his little belly in embarrassment. Daddy, Mommy, are you hungry? Yifan suddenly laughed out loud. She bent down and squatted in front of Dudu. Dudu's little body was wrapped in a down jacket, making him look round and chubby. She reached out and gently poked Dudu's stomach, asking gently, Dudu is hungry, right? It was too cold outside the villa just now. Walking in the winter air, one could feel the biting cold. Even with the sunlight, it couldn't be dispelled. Now that they had been in the house for a while, their entire bodies were heating up. Yifan carefully helped Dudu take off his down jacket. He was wearing a little gray sweater inside, making his chubby little face look even paler. Dudu smiled and ran out of the bedroom. When Han and Yifan came out, he was already standing obediently by the dining table, waiting for lunch. As time was tight, Yifan cooked 2 dishes so that Dudu could eat earlier. After the 3 of them finished their lunch, Dudu leaned against the child's seat in satisfaction. His little belly was bulging, and the meat on his face looked a lot plumper. Dudu looked through the open door and saw a piano in the piano room on the first floor. His eyes instantly lit up, and his little voice rang out. I want to hear Mommy play the piano. Before Yifan was earning money, they didn't have any musical instruments at home. She had once taught Xiaoxiao how to play the piano. At that time, Dudu was present. His mother played the piano very well, and he had always remembered it in his heart. There are only 2 matches left in the competition. We don't know what the competition will be yet, Han answered on behalf of Yifan. Let's play the piano together with Dudu today. The two of them hadn't found the right way to get along for the time being, but every time Dudu was around, the atmosphere would always be a lot more relaxed. Yifan looked down at Dudu and smiled. Does Dudu like to hear that so much? Dudu's little head bobbed up and down, strongly indicating that his mother's music was the best in his heart, and that no one could compare to her. Dudu thought for a while and pointed at Han's direction with his chubby finger. Daddy likes it too. Yifan subconsciously looked in the direction of Dudu's finger and met Han's eyes. Their eyes met, and Han's eyes seemed to be hiding an inexplicable emotion. She couldn't understand it, but she couldn't look away. Yifan was stunned. The warm winter sun outside the window shone on every corner of the room, and it became completely silent. The moment she met Han's eyes, it was like layers of memories. Yifan had a very strange feeling. She and Han clearly hadn't interacted much before, so why did his eyes seem so familiar? It was as if he had known her for many years. When Dudu's tender voice rang out, Yifan came back to her senses. The chubby boy sitting next to him made a gesture of asking for a hug. The thought in her mind disappeared. Yifan picked up Dudu and walked to the piano room. Yifan sat on the piano stool, and Dudu asked, Dudu and Daddy will sit beside you and watch you play the piano, okay? Yifan smiled. Okay. The piano stool could seat 2 adults. Han held Dudu in his arms and sat on the other side of the piano stool. The father and son looked at Yifan. Facing these 2 close audiences, Yifan didn't have stage fright. Yifan sensed Dudu's focused gaze. She just curved her lips slightly, and a light smile appeared on her lips. Yifan lifted the cover of the piano, and the sunlight fell on her fair and slender fingers, as if they were covered in a layer of light golden light. Han's eyes deepened as he looked at Yifan without blinking. Yifan pondered for a few seconds, and a tune echoed in her mind. She pursed her lips, placed her fingers lightly on the black and white keys, and played the first note. This song was composed by Yifan herself, and it was very significant. It was the first song she wrote when she was studying composition in the United States. Early in the morning, the sky gradually brightened. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, the thin fog outside had dissipated, and it was exceptionally quiet. Yifan slept by the window. The sunlight shone on her face, and it was a little dazzling. Yifan's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her half-awake eyes were still a little dazed. Yifan tilted his head to the side and felt a touch on his forehead. She didn't know when, but her forehead was pressed against Yifan's. They were so close that the distance between the two of them was almost zero. Yifan's breath seemed to be right in front of her. Their breaths were so close to each other. Yifan was suddenly stunned. She wanted to retreat before Yifan woke up. The next second, Yifan, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Yifan met Yifan's eyes. He could see the nervousness in Yifan's eyes. She blinked subconsciously. Her eyelashes seemed to be tickling his heart. Yifan's eyes were dazed for a moment, but he quickly woke up. Yifan chuckled softly. Because he had just woken up, his voice was a little hoarse. "Morning, Yifan." Yifan's facial features were deep and handsome. The cold aura around him suddenly dissipated, and the smile in his eyes was obvious. Yifan couldn't help but retreat a little, and she instantly pulled away from Yifan. Yifan sat up on the bed. She didn't look at Yifan. "Look after Dudu. I'll go make breakfast." Yifan lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She looked like she was running away. Yifan's eyes darkened. He looked at Yifan's figure, and his eyes became gentle. Yifan went to the bathroom to wash up and went to the kitchen. At this moment, Dudu suddenly turned over and rolled into Yifan's arms. Dudu slowly opened his eyes. His pair of clear and bright eyes were like black grapes. He looked at Yifan, blinked his eyes, and called out softly, "Dad." Yifan smiled as he picked up Dudu from the bed and put a jacket on him. Dudu rubbed his eyes and asked, "Where's Mom?" Yifan buttoned up Dudu's shirt. "Your mother is in the kitchen." Yifan's movements were much smoother than before. He was getting more and more comfortable playing the role of Dudu's father. "Shall we go brush our teeth? Breakfast will be ready soon." Dudu sat on the edge of the bed. Yifan helped Dudu put on his shoes. Dudu jumped out of bed. He didn't resist brushing his teeth like the other children. He simply agreed. "Okay." Yifan quickly prepared breakfast. She didn't know how Yifan and Dudu were getting along. Dudu had just woken up, so she didn't know if he would throw a tantrum. Yifan pushed open the door. There was no one on the bed, and the sound of water came from the bathroom. Yifan was a little curious, so she walked into the bathroom. Dudu stood on a small stool. Yifan leaned over slightly and stared at Dudu brushing his teeth. Dudu was holding a small toothbrush and brushing each of his teeth seriously. "Okay, you can rinse your mouth now." Yifan poured a glass of warm water and placed it by Dudu's right hand. Dudu spat out the toothpaste in his mouth. He had just taken a sip of water when he saw Yifan standing at the door. At the same time, Yifan also noticed Yifan's arrival. "Mommy," Dudu called out happily. He swallowed the mouthwash in his mouth. Yifan and Yifan smiled helplessly. They pulled Dudu to sit at the dining table, and the three of them finished their breakfast quietly. After Dudu finished his breakfast, it was almost time to go home. Yifan pulled her suitcase out of the bedroom and stood at the door of the villa. As she walked over, she could see Dudu running there. His baby voice came from afar. "Dudu is the happiest Dudu." No one knew whether the viewership of Han Palace was fake or not. Even if the fake reviewers praised Han Palace to the skies, no one had any evidence to prove that they were the ones behind it. Hence, the matter was settled. Xianxia continued to be popular. More and more people began to watch it because of its exciting storyline, emotional arc, and high reputation. Some people were originally Yifan's casual fans, but after watching the drama, they completely became Yifan's die-hard fans. Yifan's Weibo account suddenly increased by millions. Soon, another announcement was made that Xianxia and Han Palace were once again at the center of public opinion. This was because the viewership ratings of Xianxia and Han Palace were announced. Xianxia was ranked second among the TV series that aired at the same time slot, with a viewership rating of more than 5%. This figure was already the best among the TV series that had aired so far. Even so, Xianxia was still ranked second in the viewership ratings. So, which TV series was ranked first in the viewership ratings? Han Palace was ranked first with a viewership rating of more than 7%. A viewership rating of 7% was simply too high. No TV series had ever achieved such a high viewership rating. Of course, this was because the crew of Han Palace was faking the viewership ratings again. They had already tasted the benefits of faking the viewership ratings previously, so of course, they would fake the viewership ratings as well. At the same time, the crew also paid fake reviewers to praise Han Palace to increase its popularity. Han Palace has surpassed Xianxia in both viewership ratings and viewership ratings. Han Palace is undoubtedly the most popular TV series this year, right? What are you talking about? The viewership ratings of Xianxia are way better than Han Palace in terms of both plot and reputation. That's strange. Not many people around me are watching Han Palace. Why are the viewership ratings so high? Some netizens also raised their doubts. Did the viewership ratings really exist? Could a period drama really be that popular? However, even if everyone was puzzled, Han Palace was still the center of the discussion. A lot of people were talking about Han Palace, and Yili was also watching it. When Yili found out that Tang Jin and Duan Qi were acting as a couple in Han Palace, she clenched her fists in anger. Why was Tang Jin always clinging to Duan Qi? Duan Qi was her idol. Every time she watched the love scenes between Tang Jin and Duan Qi, she would always feel suffocated. In Yili's eyes, Tang Jin's looks were not good, and her acting skills were even worse. Even casually wiping away her tears was extremely fake. Duan Qi could even act so affectionately while facing Tang Jin's face. The production crew must have been blind to have chosen Tang Jin as the female lead. She might as well have taken the role herself. After Prime Minister Shen and Han Palace were broadcast, many of Yili's friends started watching Prime Minister Shen and discussing it during their free time. On the other hand, not many people were watching Han Palace. Even though not many people were watching Tang Jin, Yili, as a lifelong hater of Tang Jin, would naturally do her best to diss Tang Jin. She spared no effort in criticizing Tang Jin's acting skills, saying that her relationship with Duan Qi was not touching, and so on. Under Yili's brainwashing, the people around her who were originally watching Han Palace stopped watching it. Yili was very satisfied with this. On this day, when Yili returned home, Nia Weiru was sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV screen without blinking. Yili put down her bag and asked casually, "Mom, what are you watching?" Nia Weiru did not say anything, nor did she look at Yili. She seemed to be engrossed in the TV. Yili found it strange that Nia Weiru was ignoring her. She turned around and her eyes immediately darkened. On the TV, the woman who was crying pretentiously and pretending to be weak was none other than Tang Jin, the woman she hated the most. Yili looked at Nia Weiru again. Nia Weiru was very focused and did not look away at all. She seemed to be completely moved by Tang Jin's acting. Yili said unhappily, "Mom, don't you think that Tang Jin's acting was terrible?" Due to inertia, Yi Fan's body leaned forward and she steadied herself. It was pitch black in front of her and she couldn't see anything clearly. Yi Fan only remembered one thing. He would take care of everything. The scenery outside the car window flashed by quickly. He Han looked indifferent as he dialed Guan Rui's number. He Han's voice was neither cold nor indifferent. "Where are you right now?" Guan Rui replied, "At the company." He Han nodded. "I drove a car I don't often use over." Guan Rui said in surprise, "You can't have." He Han's reaction was extremely calm. "Yi Fan and I are being followed again." Hearing Yi Fan's name, Guan Rui was very calm. This was already within his expectations. He strongly suspected that his boss had already started to fall in love. Otherwise, why would he disappear after filming during this period of time? At the He residence, Dudu sat on the floor in the living room. The floor was covered with a thick carpet and the heater was turned on in the room. Dudu's little face was flushed. There were a lot of toys piled up in front of Dudu, all of which were suitable for his age to play with. Old Madam he didn't go anywhere. She just stayed by Dudu's side. Do you want to play with this? Mrs. He handed the toy to Dudu. Do you want anything else? Great-grandma bought it for Dudu. Mrs. He wished she could give everything to Dudu, so she looked at Dudu dotingly. Dudu looked up at Mrs. He. Dudu already has a lot of toys at home. Mommy said that we have to cherish every toy. Great-grandma doesn't have to buy it for Dudu. Mrs. He also knew that she couldn't spoil the child too much, but she had never met Dudu before, so she wanted to give the best to him. Mrs. He already felt sorry for He-han who lost his mother at a young age, so she doted on He-han's son even more. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a child of Dudu's age. Mrs. He touched Dudu's head. Great-grandma was wrong. Dudu was taught well by your mother. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Mrs. He thought that Yi-fan would come with He-han, so she quickly picked up the phone. Hey, are you guys almost there? He-han and Yi-fan were being followed by the paparazzi, so they couldn't go to the He residence tonight. He-han's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi-fan is beside me. We've been spotted by the paparazzi. Mrs. He's eyes dimmed a little. She knew that the entertainment industry was like this. You must drive carefully. A soft sound came from the other end of the phone. He-han seemed to have handed the phone to Yi-fan. Yi-fan said in a gentle voice, Grandma, please take care of Dudu for now. Mrs. He's eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly lit up. A smile appeared on her face. It's no trouble at all. Dudu is very obedient. You must be careful on the road. Yi-fan responded politely. Mrs. He happily hung up the phone. The disappointment on her face disappeared. Dudu, what are we going to play next? Mrs. He began to focus on accompanying Dudu again. On the other side, the paparazzi had been following them for a long time, but when He-han's car drove into the villa area, they stopped outside. The security here was very strict, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Therefore, even if the paparazzi knew where He-han lived, they couldn't take any other news. It was already late at night, and the winter wind was getting cold. The car stopped in the garage of He-han's house. Guan Rue, who had a pass, had already prepared the car. Yi-fan got out of the car. He-han continued to drive out and let all the paparazzi leave with him. Yi-fan sat in the living room. Guan Rue had to make arrangements for other artists. He didn't want to disturb Yi-fan, so he went to the guest room for a video conference. 2:00 in the morning. The alarm clock in the villa suddenly rang, waking the 6 contestants from their sleep. When they walked into the living room with sleepy eyes, the host, Chi-shu, was already waiting. There with his signature smile. He seemed to have rested well and was full of energy. Contestants, Chi-shu said with a smile. Now, bring your luggage and follow me to the airport. Shenluolua's sleepiness disappeared. Why are we going to the airport? Chi-shu glanced at Shenluoluo and their eyes met. He smiled. For the next competition, we will be going to Hollywood. As soon as he said this, all the contestants came to their senses. Wasn't every season of the competition held within the country? Was the second last episode of the competition going to be so big and exciting? Even so, the contestants still followed Chi-shu's instructions and quickly packed their luggage. They boarded the production team's bus and rushed to the airport. When Superstar Project started airing, the production team had already prepared visas for each contestant. It turned out that it would come in handy for this episode. Because this episode of the show was going to be held in Hollywood, the original live broadcast was changed to a recorded broadcast. The news had already been announced on Weibo that the contestants would be competing in Hollywood. Netizens, please wait and see. After a long flight, everyone finally arrived in Los Angeles. Before they could recover from their tiredness, the recording of the show had already started. After getting off the plane, they were brought to Hollywood by the production team. The camera followed everyone's every move. When they arrived, Chi-shu announced the content of the competition. Today, you will be competing in an audition. Also, the audition crew will all be in Hollywood. Audition? Superstar Project was already very famous in China. People of every age group were following the show and the contestants were well known by everyone. Therefore, the production team took an ingenious approach and arranged for the audition to be held in Hollywood. It was true that the people in China knew the contestants and celebrities, but the people in Hollywood didn't. In Hollywood, if they wanted to be the best, they would have to compete with real ability. Chishu said, "We have arranged 5 audition locations in different places in Hollywood. You have 5 roles to choose from: Chinese immigrant, doctor, femme fatale, detective, and federal agent. Now, let me introduce each character." The first movie, Kindness Life, was produced by an all-Chinese team. It was a story about immigration and cultural shock. They have to play the role of Chinese girls who grew up in immigrant families. They have different ideals from their parents, and the clash between Chinese culture and American culture. Dr. Green, a supporting role of a doctor in an American medical drama. Beverly Hills. The story is set in Beverly Hills, which is filled with luxurious mansions. The character is a vengeful beauty. Next, Chishu introduced the audition locations for each film. Other than the Chinese character Xianxia, the other members of the crew were all foreigners. The difficulty factor was extremely high. However, the audition location for that film seemed to be the furthest away. It was really hard to decide which role to audition for first. Chishu raised his eyebrows. The production team will give everyone a score based on the number of characters they get. From highest to lowest, the top 3 people will advance to the finals. The next match is the finals. I hope you can do your best. There was a very cruel point in this competition. Each character was limited to 1 person. Different people could compete for the same character. If they were good enough, they could go to the next audition location and fight for another character. In other words, some contestants could get more characters than others. Some contestants could not get a single character. In the end, Chishu gave everyone a warm reminder. Remember, distance is also very important. If you are late to the audition and don't get a role, you can only bear the consequences. Rachel, the actress of Beverly Hills Feud, walked in. She had perfect makeup and looked elegant. She looked like a professional actress. Yifan had read the script. According to the plot, Lucia, who was playing the role of Lucia, had changed her identity and come to Beverly Hills. Rachel was Lucia's childhood friend, so she recognized her. This scene was Lucia trying to escape from Rachel's doubts. Will leaned back in his chair and looked at the 2 actors. "You can start acting." Yifan quickly got into character. Her eyes were calm and restrained, but because her identity was on the verge of being exposed, there was a hint of panic. Rachel smiled kindly. "I don't know why, but I think you look familiar." Yifan slowly turned around and met Rachel's eyes. The corners of her lips curled up casually, as if it was just a normal greeting. Yifan looked at her face. "Sorry, I don't remember where I've seen you before." Rachel smiled and didn't mind. "My name is Rachel." "Where are you from?" she asked tentatively. "New York or Chicago?" Both of these places were places that Lucia had visited with her when she was a child. "New York?" Yifan smiled and said, "It's not a place for me to stay for long. As for Chicago, I've never been there." Yifan reacted quickly. "I grew up in New Jersey and worked in Los Angeles." Rachel asked, "Why did you come to Beverly?" Yifan looked into Rachel's eyes. "Beverly Hills is everyone's dream, isn't it?" She said seriously, "Beverly Hills is everyone's dream. I had a friend when I was a child." Rachel looked sad. Rachel was lost in her memories, and her eyes drifted away. "Her hair was as beautiful as yours." A tinge of pain flashed across Yifan's eyes. Her childhood best friend was standing in front of her, but she could never acknowledge Rachel. There was a rare gentleness in her cold voice that could soothe people's minds. "Trust me, your friend must be living a good life now." Rachel's eyes regained their clarity. She looked at Yifan and said softly, "Maybe." After the performance ended, Yifan looked at Will. His expression relaxed a lot. Will thought that Yifan's performance would only be slightly better than the others. He didn't expect that Yifan would give him such a stunning performance. Will's body even leaned forward slightly as he emphasized Yifan's name again. Are you Yi Fan? Yi Fan nodded. Will had an obvious smile on his face. You're the fourth Chinese actor to audition today, but you're the only one who got this role. Will, congratulations, you've been accepted. As Yi Fan left the audition venue for Billy's Revenge, her phone vibrated a few times. It was a message sent by the program team. Yi Fan looked at it seriously. There were a few clear lines of words on the screen. Under the light, they appeared clearly on the screen. So far, 3 contestants have gotten the chance to audition. They are Chong Su, Yi Fan, and Tang Jin. Yi Fan thought about it. According to the competition rules, this competition was to choose the finalists. Only 3 out of 6 people could advance. It was very quiet here. Every word fell clearly into Yi Fan's ears. Yi Fan looked at He Han and looked at his features seriously. He Han's familiar voice was low and hoarse. It overlapped with the person in her memory. That person who used to be unreachable was now standing right in front of her very clearly. Yi Fan opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. But her doubts had already been answered by He Han's series of actions just now. Seeing Yi Fan in a daze, He Han couldn't help but laugh. A chuckle fell into the silent air. In a while, the show was about to start. He Han didn't want them to attract too much attention. He Han straightened up. His gaze was still on Yi Fan. A voice came from the dressing room. Where did Yi Fan go? Did you guys see her? At this moment, Yi Fan came back to her senses. She realized that this was the broadcasting building. It was very easy for people to notice them. Yi Fan looked away. She turned around and said in a panic, I'll be leaving first. She quickly walked to the dressing room. The door was open and light seeped out from inside. The contestants' voices were mixed together and could be heard through the air. He Han silently looked at Yi Fan's back. He only left when she entered the room. The show was about to be recorded. Yi Fan restrained all her emotions. She couldn't let anyone notice that something was wrong with her. After a while, it was time to record. Yi Fan entered the studio. There were a total of 4 contestants left. Besides Yi Fan, there were Chong Su, Shen Luo, and Tang Jin. The 4 of them stood in the center. Qi Shu stood in front of them. The judges sat behind Qi Shu. Yi Fan subconsciously glanced at the tall and cold figure. She knew that He Han was sitting there. Among those people, she saw him at first glance. Yi Fan's gaze fell on He Han and coincidentally met He Han's eyes. He Han looked at Yi Fan solemnly. His pitch-black and gloomy eyes were filled with unfathomable emotions. Just like that, the incident that happened just now was hidden in the depths of their hearts. Only they knew the complicated feelings in each other's hearts. Their gazes met in the air for a few seconds before they looked away. Yi Fan's expression was calm. Her hands were hanging by her side, but her fingernails were lightly clenched into her palms. Seeing He Han, the incident just now rushed to Yi Fan's mind. Panic, surprise, nervousness. Complicated emotions once again surrounded Yi Fan bit by bit. He Han's heart was in a mess. Yi Fan took a deep breath to calm herself down. At this moment, Qi Shu said, Yi Fan, Chong Su, come forward. Yi Fan walked in front of Qi Shu. Chong Su stood beside Yi Fan. Qi Shu smiled. The 2 of you got 2 auditions in yesterday's competition. You did very well. The night wind whistled outside the window. He Han tightened his arms and hugged Yi Fan even tighter. After so many years, he wanted to give her a good hug. Yi Fan could feel the constant warmth from his body. There wasn't much time left for them to talk. It was extremely quiet. For the first time in so many years, Yi Fan felt that He Han was very real. She no longer had to look at the email and imagine H's identity through the screen. Similarly, when she stood on the stage after the performance, she didn't have to look at the audience to see if H would come. Yi Fan remembered the first time she saw He Han in this world. She was a stunt woman, and He Han was the person who acted with her. They were strangers at the beginning, but they kept getting closer. And because of Dudu, the 2 of them were connected. When did He Han find out about her identity? The He Han in front of her overlapped with the H in her memory. Yi Fan only knew that in the future, she hoped to be by He Han's side. Time passed by, and the corridor was very quiet. The two of them didn't explain anything. At this time, in this place, it didn't seem like a good time to explain. After a while, someone came over. The sound of footsteps came from behind the two of them. The sound paused for a moment. The person was probably stunned, and then the footsteps gradually faded away. Yi Fan's body stiffened. She guessed the identity of the person behind them. She opened her mouth and said, "That." He Han heard her muffled voice coming from his arms with a hint of panic. Dai Jinshan is also at the hospital. He Han was stunned. He let go of his hand and Yi Fan raised his head. Both of their gazes met. He Han saw Yi Fan's red ears and cheeks, and he couldn't help but smile. Yi Fan immediately looked away, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. They stood at the entrance of the operating theater and distanced themselves from each other. When Dai Jinshan came back, he saw this scene. He raised his eyebrows and walked over. Just now, Dai Jinshan didn't want to disturb He Han and Yi Fan, so he left. He didn't expect them to try to cover it up. Dai Jinshan glanced at the two of them. "You too." He Han and Yi Fan had a tacit understanding and looked over at the same time. As a result, their eyes accidentally met and they quickly looked away. Dai Jinshan coughed and didn't ask further. He already knew in his heart that these two people must be in a relationship. He was still very sensitive. The atmosphere here was so ambiguous. But he had to deal with the paparazzi first. "I have a university classmate who works as a doctor here. His car is parked in the hospital," Dai Jinshan said. "Yi Fan, when you leave in his car, the paparazzi won't take pictures of you." Yi Fan nodded. "Okay." Dai Jinshan turned to ask He Han, "How's Guan Rui's condition?" "The doctor said that his life is not in danger," He Han said in a deep voice. "But after the operation, he has to stay in the hospital for a period of observation." He Han returned to his previous cold appearance, but Dai Jinshan could tell that this was the most relaxed he had been since he entered the industry. After being exposed by Dudu, the heat on Yi Fan's face deepened inch by inch. She avoided He Han's gaze. He Han could see Yi Fan's moment of hesitation. He didn't let Yi Fan say her answer, but helped her make the decision. It's indeed a little early to do this. Moreover, the new house is still under renovation, so it will take some time. He Han's voice was extremely low as it fell heavily. Yi Fan rarely looked at being at a loss. He looked at Yi Fan's current state and couldn't help but smile. The moment He Han finished speaking, Yi Fan's body relaxed. However, in the next second, He Han continued to speak, making Yi Fan's heart jump again. "Wait until the new house is renovated, then you can tell me your answer." He Han's voice suddenly rang out. There was a deeper meaning hidden in his words. He deliberately lowered his voice, and his words seemed to be bewitching. Yi Fan instinctively replied, "Okay." By the time Yi Fan reacted, she had already agreed to He Han's request. He Han and Yi Fan talked back and forth, but Dudu couldn't understand the meaning behind their words at all. He held his round head with a conflicted look on his face, as though he was thinking about something. Dudu's eyes suddenly lit up. He shuffled his little bare slippers and ran into the room. Yi Fan and He Han were both stunned. They looked at each other and followed Dudu into the room. At this moment, Dudu's little butt was sticking out. His entire chubby body was almost buried in the drawer. His little hand was rummaging through the drawer's innermost part. A crisp knocking sound came from the drawer. Dudu suddenly broke into a grin. He pulled out a metal box from the drawer, and his chubby fingers tightly pinched the edges of the box. Yi Fan was stunned. She didn't know what was inside the box. Dudu hugged the box and plopped down on the floor. He crossed his legs and grabbed the edge of the box. Dudu took a while to open the box. Yi Fan leaned over slightly and saw the contents of the box. The box was empty except for a bunch of keys. These were the spare keys to the house. Whether it was the main door or the keys to every room in the house, they were all here. After the original owner moved, she put the keys in this box. Because she never used them, she never took them out. Dudu might have seen this box when he was playing, so he had an impression of this bunch of keys. Yi Fan didn't react. Why did Dudu take the spare keys out? Dudu carefully took out the keys from the box and ran to Yihan as if he was presenting a treasure. He stretched out his white and tender little hand and the bunch of keys lay in his palm. Dad, this is for you. Yifan's heart was in a mess. So this was Dudu's idea? Dudu looked up. Yihan was too tall, and Dudu was just a little kid. His neck was tired from looking up. Yihan froze for a few seconds, then quickly squatted down. For me? Yihan's voice carried a hint of doubt. Dudu acknowledged loudly. Dudu gave it to Dad. This is the key to Dudu's house. I'll give it to you now. Yihan didn't take it. Instead, he glanced at Yifan with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Did Dudu ask for Mom's opinion? Dudu held the keys in his hands and ran in front of Yifan. As he ran, the keys in his hands made a crisp sound. Tutu tugged at the hem of Yifan's clothes and used his cute skills again. He stared at Yifan with a pair of clear black and white eyes, as if he wanted to melt Yifan. Mom, can Dudu give the keys to Dad? Dudu's little face was filled with anticipation. Yifan froze. She could feel Yihan's gaze on her, waiting for her answer. Yifan pursed her lips, but she still said, sure. Dudu exclaimed. He happily strode over with his short legs and handed the keys to Yihan again. He looked like a fat version of a little traitor. Yihan said ambiguously, then thank you Dudu. And thank you Dudu's mother. On the other side. Yifan was deep in thought. That day, Tang Jin had left the set early to film a commercial. Later, she bumped into her and looked flustered. Yifan naturally guessed that Tang Jin had most likely discovered her true identity. If Tang Jin found out who her biological mother was, where would she go immediately? Of course, she would go to Nye Weiru's house to see what her biological mother was like. Yifan continued to think. If she wanted to confirm this matter, she had to make a trip to Nye Weiru's house. Nye Weiru didn't want Tang Jin's identity to be exposed. She would definitely keep it a secret and not tell anyone. If she wanted to find a breakthrough in this matter, it would have to be Yili. As far as she knew, Yili had a very bad impression of Tang Jin. As long as she gave her a little guidance, she would definitely find out what she wanted to know. When that time came, everything would be easy to handle. Yifan immediately rushed to Nye Weiru's house. Yifan walked in and looked around. Nye Weiru was not there. Only Yili was at home. The corners of Yifan's mouth curled up. This was indeed a good opportunity to ask questions. Yili was sitting on the sofa playing computer games. Yifan sat across from Yili and asked, Yili, what have you been busy with recently? Yili was surprised that Yifan was here, but she still answered, what else can I be doing? Reading, eating, and watching gossip. Yifan looked at Yili. Yili's facial features were somewhat similar to Tang Jin's. It was just that the two of them had different auras. The older Yili was, the more obvious the similarities were. Yili was a little frightened by Yifan's gaze. She did not know why Yifan was looking at her like that. At this moment, Yifan suddenly said in a meaningful tone, actually, sometimes I think you look quite similar to Tang Jin. She deliberately mentioned Tang Jin to lead Yili to think in this direction. As soon as Yili heard Tang Jin's name, she immediately became excited. That's because Tang Jin and I look alike. She's benefiting from my good fortune. She believed that Tang Jin was not as beautiful as her. She was barely 1/10 as beautiful as her. Yifan said, you don't seem to like Tang Jin very much. Yili said impatiently, Tang Jin is Duanqi's girlfriend, and my mom likes her so much. People who don't know would think that Tang Jin is her biological daughter. When it came to her dissatisfaction with Tang Jin, Yili couldn't finish talking for days and nights. Yifan's eyes revealed a mocking look. Yili did not know that she had unintentionally revealed the truth. Yili leaned over to Yifan with a gossipy look. Let me tell you, a few days ago, I saw Tang Jin's car downstairs. Yifan narrowed her eyes. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Yili said confidently, my eyesight is very good, and I know everything about Tang Jin. I can recognize her car even if it turns into ashes. Yifan's voice was cold. Did you see Tang Jin sitting in the car? Yili said in annoyance, the person in the car had her back to me, so I didn't see her face clearly. She was sneaking around, and I don't know what she was doing. Yifan's expression did not change, but the coldness in her eyes gradually deepened. Sure enough, her suspicions were confirmed. Although Yili did not see that person's face, based on her loss of composure at the filming of Tang Jin that day and her hurried footsteps as she left, it was obvious. Without a doubt, the person who came to Nyaweru's downstairs was Tang Jin. Yili said, "There's another very strange thing. When my mom found out that Tang Jin was downstairs that day, her reaction was a little strange. She was a little uneasy the whole time. When I talked to her, she acted as if she didn't hear me. After dinner, she quickly went back to her room." As soon as Tang Jin was mentioned, Yili's chatterbox opened up. Or perhaps it was because she and Yifan had never had a good chat, so she kept telling her what she knew. Yifan's expression became cold, and her tone also became colder. She stayed in her room the whole time? This time, it was Yifan who brought Dudu to Yihan's house. They couldn't go in and out together, or else it would easily attract attention. Yifan had no idea that Dudu had been to the new house. Dudu was very tight-lipped. He wanted to give his mother a surprise, so naturally, he would keep it a secret. Yifan's car drove into the parking lot of Yihan's house. The number of times she had been to Yihan's house could be counted on one hand. The first time, she only stopped at the door for a moment and didn't go in. The second time, to avoid the paparazzi, she entered Yihan's house. She accidentally found out that Yihan was H's secret. And now, it was Yifan's third time at Yihan's house. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but unknowingly, it had quietly changed. "Daddy." Dudu's voice rang out, interrupting Yifan's thoughts. Yifan looked out the car window. Yihan heard the sound of the car parking and walked in their direction. Yifan got out of the car and opened the door for Dudu. Dudu's buttons hadn't been unbuttoned yet, but Dudu couldn't wait to get out of the car. He reached out his chubby arms to Yifan, wanting her to carry him out. Because of Dudu's actions, Yifan couldn't undo the buttons for a long time. She helplessly stopped. Yifan gently pinched Dudu's nose. "You little rascal, you like Daddy that much, huh?" Yifan lowered her head. Just as she was about to continue unbuttoning, Yihan reached his hand over. He placed his hand on Yifan's slightly cold hand. Where their skin touched, a warmth spread out. Yifan looked up. His eyes were focused, and his gaze fell directly on Yifan. Yihan's expression was indifferent. His voice was neither soft nor heavy as he spoke in a low voice. "Let me do it." Yifan froze. She retracted her hand and took a small step back. Yihan's hand pressed on the buttons. With a gentle push, the button sprang open. Dudu's outstretched hand changed direction. Yihan naturally carried Dudu from the seat. Yihan carried Dudu into the house. Yifan followed behind them. From the back, they looked like an ordinary family of three. A loving couple and their child. Yifan and Yihan accompanied Dudu for a while. Dudu's eyelids started to droop. Last night, for some reason, Dudu was very excited. He tossed and turned for a long time without falling asleep. Yifan told him 2 stories. Dudu's big eyes were still staring straight at her. He didn't feel sleepy at all. Yifan coaxed him for a while before Dudu finally fell asleep. Dudu was very happy that the 3 of them were going to live together. However, Yihan told him to keep it a secret from his mother and give her a surprise. Dudu could only hide this secret in his heart. He was secretly happy. Yifan reached out to Dudu. "Mommy will take the baby to sleep, okay?" Dudu rubbed his eyes and wrapped his little arms around Yifan's neck. Yihan had already prepared a room for Dudu. Yifan placed Dudu on his small bed. Yifan took off Dudu's jacket and covered him with the blanket. Before Yifan finished, Dudu's little body was already slanting. Yifan didn't need to coax him for long. Dudu quickly fell asleep. Dudu seemed to be exhausted. His little mouth was slightly open, and his little belly was bulging. Yifan smiled. She placed Dudu's exposed arm under the blanket. She tucked Dudu in and planted a kiss on his chubby little face. Yifan stood up and closed the curtains. When she turned around, Yihan was standing behind her. After Dudu fell asleep, Yihan and Yifan looked at each other. Yihan pointed at the door, indicating for Yifan to come out. They rarely spent time alone, so he had some things to say to her. Yifan lowered her head and looked at Dudu's little belly. After making sure he was really fast asleep, she looked up again and met He-han's eyes. Yifan nodded and walked away. Her movements were very light. She didn't want to disturb her little baby. When she reached the door, she glanced at Dudu again before gently closing the door. The next second, Yifan felt a warmth coming from her palm. He-han had already reached his hand over. He naturally held Yifan's hand tightly. His palm was wide. When his fingertips gently brushed against her palm, it felt like a small electric current was flowing. Yifan was stunned. She lowered her eyes and allowed him to hold her hand like this. Outside the window, the wind was bitterly cold. As it blew, the windows rattled. It had started snowing last night and hadn't stopped until now. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. Yifan squatted in front of Dudu and adjusted his cap. When Dudu saw that the snow was still flying outside, he couldn't wait to go out. Yifan reminded him repeatedly, "Don't eat snow when you go out, okay?" Dudu obediently agreed as his eyes kept drifting outside. Yifan also put on a mask and scarf to cover herself tightly. Yifan held Dudu's little hand as they went downstairs. He-han's car was already downstairs. Today, they were going to send Dudu to the He residence. Mrs. He called to say that she missed Dudu. Previously, she and He-han didn't go to the He residence because of the paparazzi following them. Now that Yifan was about to participate in the finals, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the time. As soon as Dudu left the building, he jumped into the snow. The snow was thick and made a soft sound. His nostrils were filled with the cold air. As far as his eyes could see, it was a vast expanse of white. Yifan bent down slightly and helped Dudu tighten the scarf around his neck. She was afraid that he would inhale too much cold air. The paparazzi had already discovered He-han's car last time. Now, he had a new one. Yifan held Dudu's hand as they walked to the car. In order not to attract attention, He-han didn't get out of the car. As soon as the car door opened, He-han turned sideways slightly. His gaze fell on Yifan and Dudu. Yifan stood behind Dudu and carried Dudu into the car. After Dudu got into his seat, Yifan followed him into the back seat. Dudu was very happy to see He-han. He smiled and called out, "Daddy." Yifan helped Dudu buckle his seatbelt. When she raised her head, she happened to meet He-han's eyes. He-han's brows were deep and his eyes were pitch black. Perhaps Yifan was being paranoid, or perhaps Yifan was recalling their first kiss that night, but she felt that He-han was smiling. Yifan subconsciously avoided He-han's gaze and lowered her eyes slightly. Her cheeks couldn't help but heat up a little. Yifan looked out of the window in an attempt to hide something. She coughed softly and pretended to be as natural as usual. "Let's go." He-han chuckled softly. His extremely low chuckle fell into Yifan's ears. It was as if he could see through Yifan's thoughts. Okay. Dudu was very excited about going to his great-grandmother's house. Great-grandmother's house was like a treasure trove. Anything could come out of that house. Dudu looked at the snow outside with anticipation. In his heart, he secretly thought that it would be great if his great-grandmother had a snowman at home. Dudu's imagination ran wild. Great-grandmother's yard was so big that it should be able to fit several snowmen. He-han and Yifan had rather cold personalities, but Dudu was different from them. His little mouth chattered nonstop. Dudu was at the age where he was curious about everything. When he saw something unfamiliar, he would ask a question, and Yifan would always patiently answer. "We're here." He-han's deep voice fell. Because of Dudu and Yifan's existence, the originally long car ride didn't seem boring at all. He-han's lips had a faint smile the entire time. He-han carried Dudu out of the car. Mrs. He had been waiting for little Dudu for a long time. Before Dudu's feet touched the ground, his round eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with surprise. Dudu used his chubby finger to point at the snowman in the yard. "Mommy, there really are snowmen in the yard. And there's more than one." Dudu's voice was extremely excited as he ran into the yard. This time, Mrs. He really didn't know what Dudu liked. She thought that children would like it. However, Mrs. He was especially meticulous when it came to Dudu's matters. She always felt that the first snowman wasn't as good as the second one. So, one after another, there were many more snowmen in the yard. Mrs. He watched as Yifan and Yihan stood side by side. Her eyes were filled with indescribable joy. In her heart, she had long treated Yifan as her granddaughter-in-law. Even though she secretly hid this secret in her heart, her eyes had completely betrayed her. Mrs. He liked Yifan no matter how she looked at her. She smiled at Yifan as if she was Yifan's real family member. Yifan's eyes were filled with joy as she called out, "Grandma." Mrs. He nodded. "It's cold outside. You guys go in and wait. I'll look after Dudu." After watching Yifan and Tang Jin's performances, a lot of comments appeared on the bullet screen. Yifan acted so well. When she cried, I felt like my heart was going to break. Sob sob sob. Was Tang Jin acting as himself just now? Why is it that he's not as good as Yifan's acting? Has Yifan's acting improved again? She's so much better than Tang Jin. The bullet screen was filled with praises for Yifan. Tang Jin's fans wanted to speak up for Tang Jin, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the bullet screen. At this moment, Qishu walked up onto the stage and said, "These two actors have both worked very hard. Now, let's invite the judges to give their comments." Dong Xian looked at Yifan with a look of approval. "Yifan, when you cried just now, I really felt your sadness. The scenes that were allocated to you were very reserved. Actually, you were at a disadvantage, but you used your acting skills to perfectly express the character's despair, humility, and rekindled hope." Dong Xian was not stingy with his praise. "Yifan, you did very well." Yifan's performance was acknowledged. She smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher." Xionglan continued to comment on. "Yifan. I'm not an actress, but from the perspective of an audience, you completely let me experience all the emotions of that character." Yihan did not say anything. He just looked at Yifan and smiled. Needless to say, Yifan was naturally the undisputed champion in his heart. Following that, it was the judges' turn to give their comments on Tang Jin. Dong Xian frowned. "Tang Jin, I thought that after you swapped roles with Yifan, you would be able to play the role of a popular singer well. After all, this character had a strong personality and would be easily remembered by everyone." Dong Xian could not hide his disappointment. But compared to Yifan's performance, it was too weak. Tang Jin's heart sank. Xionglan commented on Tang Jin, "Your performance is a little too generic. There are no ups and downs. Think more about it in the future. You can increase the richness of your character's personality." Tang Jin said dejectedly, "Thank you for your comments, teacher." Qishu, "Okay, let's invite the judges to give us the scores. The final score will be the combination of the judges' scores and the audience's scores." The scene fell silent as the judges discussed intensely. The atmosphere at the scene was very tense, and the audience watching online were also very nervous. "Oh my god, I'm so nervous." Although Yifan performed very well, her offside audience votes are still behind Tang Jin by a large margin. God, Yifan must win. Although Tang Jin didn't perform well on stage, the audience's votes do have a huge advantage. It's really hard to say who will enter the second round of the competition. Big sister Yifan, I will always support you. You will definitely make it to the end. Who would be eliminated and who would enter the second round of the competition was still unknown. Yifan was also getting a little nervous. But very quickly, she calmed down. She had already put in a lot of effort, so no matter what the final result was, she would accept it calmly. Meanwhile, Tang Jin was extremely nervous. What should she do? Could it be that she was really going to lose to Yifan today? How could she possibly accept that? But Tang Jin was still hopeful because Yifan's offside audience votes were much lower than hers. She still had a chance of beating Yifan. The tense atmosphere fell on everyone. Yifan's fans and Tang Jin's fans. Everyone was waiting for the final result. At this moment, a staff member walked up onto the stage and whispered something into Qishu's ear. Qishu nodded. The audience knew that the scores had been released. The atmosphere at the scene became even more tense. The air became slow and heavy. Qishu said, "The scores will be out soon." Now, please look at the big screen. The room was extremely silent. Han's voice was a little hoarse, as though he had been hesitating for a long time. The moment he said it, his throat tightened. Because of this, it sounded even more touching. When Yifan heard Han's words, her body froze. Yifan's eyes flickered. She lifted her head slightly and met Han's eyes. In the dark night, Han and Yifan's eyes met in midair. The camera below was focused on Han and Yifan's eyes. This scene looked so real that it moved the audience's hearts, but only the two of them knew that this sentence wasn't an act. The emotions in Han's eyes were very real, and it couldn't help but affect Yifan's emotions. Even though Yifan was already very immersed in her acting, the appearance of a good actor, especially Han, could improve her performance even more. Yifan's eyes surged with complex emotions. It seemed like she had never thought that someone would be willing to stand by her side when her reputation had hit rock bottom. Hu Manjun was the most popular female celebrity in recent years. If his confession had happened a few weeks ago, she would have considered whether his feelings were mixed with other factors. But now, what were the media saying? From a shining star to a scandal, it only took a few short weeks. Although Yifan's heart was touched, she still turned around and avoided Han's gaze. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. She pursed her lips tightly and her lips turned pale. She lifted her head slightly and didn't let her tears fall. After a while, Yifan finally spoke. At this moment, her voice had already returned to normal. It didn't sound strange at all. Have you ever thought about what would happen if what the newspapers wrote about me was real? Under the moonlight, Yifan's voice sounded even colder. So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? Han's eyes darkened. Does it matter if it's real or fake? After seeing the overwhelming news outside, Han had already decided to look for her. He didn't know her home address and only found out after asking around. Yifan's hand fell to her side. She was no longer as vigilant as before. Her body was very relaxed, but her emotions were taut. For someone who cared about her as much as he did, if he was disappointed in her, perhaps he would leave. Yifan remained silent. Then, Han walked in front of her and stood in front of her. Han opened his mouth slightly and said a few words very carefully. What's important is. Han held Yifan's shoulders with both hands. He bent down slightly, forcing her to look into his eyes. He happened to see Yifan's teary eyes very clearly. Han said word by word with great certainty, I only know that the person I like is you. Yifan's gaze trembled. The next second, tears rolled down her cheeks. 2 clear lines of tears flowed down, revealing the release of her suppressed emotions at this moment. The popular and promising newcomer Hu Manjun had recently had her activities cancelled and her schedule temporarily suspended. Now, she didn't even have the courage to walk on the streets. She was afraid that someone would recognize her face and scold her. The once proud Hu Manjun had actually become self-abased and weak. None of her so-called good friends in the entertainment industry had called her. Their good friend was the popular Hu Manjun. As for the scandal-ridden Hu Manjun, they couldn't wait to avoid her. Han lowered his head and reached out to gently caress Yifan's cheek. His fingers were warm to the touch. In the cold night, it was like the only warmth. Han gently wiped away the tears on her face and encouraged her. Then he slowly hugged her. After Tang Jin lost the competition, she stayed backstage in the waiting room. From the waiting room, she could see the situation on the stage. From the beginning of Yifan's performance to her final victory, Tang Jin had seen everything. Tang Jin could almost imagine how enthusiastic the applause from the audience was. She was so angry that she threw her phone at the dressing table, and the things on the dressing table spilled all over the floor. Her manager was by Tang Jin's side. When he saw that Tang Jin had lost control of her emotions, he immediately locked the door of the waiting room. If someone took a picture of Tang Jin in her current state, the media would definitely exaggerate and say that Tang Jin was a sore loser. This would be extremely detrimental to Tang Jin's reputation. Tang Jin was so angry that her eyes were red. She scolded Yifan unwillingly to her manager. Who does Yifan think she is? How can she win the championship? How can I lose to her? The manager had already figured out Tang Jin's character. Even Changsu lost to her. Even if you lose to her, the audience won't say anything. The program was still playing on the screen. Everyone was congratulating Yi Fan. Even the unsmiling Qinan smiled at Yi Fan. Tang Jin was even angrier. She continued to scold Yi Fan. At this moment, she forgot to lower her voice. The manager frowned. "Keep your voice down. Someone will hear you." As soon as he finished speaking, the manager's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and immediately reminded Tang Jin. "It's your mother." Tang Jin immediately fell silent. When Tang Jin's phone was thrown at the dressing table, the screen was smashed. Jianlan called her, but she didn't pick up. She could only call Tang Jin's manager. The manager picked up the phone. "Wait for us in the parking lot. I'll send Tang Jin over." After hanging up the phone, the manager hurriedly tidied up the messy dressing table. "Let's go to the parking lot now. Your mother is waiting for you there." The agent pulled Tang Jin's arm and pulled her up from her seat. Tang Jin gradually calmed down. She would have to face Jianlan later. She would not let Jianlan see anything wrong with her. Compared to Yi Fan's victory, it was more important to keep his identity a secret. The agent was afraid that something would go wrong midway, so he sent Tang Jin all the way to the parking lot. After Tang Jin got into the car, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Jianlan drove while Tang Jin sat in the front passenger seat. Tang Jin had something on his mind, so the car fell silent for a moment. Jianlan thought that Tang Jin was not in a good mood because he did not get selected. Jianlan looked at the road conditions and said to Tang Jin, "You've already performed very well tonight." Jianlan watched Tang Jin and Yi Fan's performance very seriously. She told Tang Jin all the good points about Tang Jin's performance. Her voice was very gentle. As she quietly entered the car, it seemed to have the power to soothe people's hearts. However, Tang Jin did not think that way. When she found out about her true identity, she drew a clear line between herself and the Tang family. She could not cross it, and the Tang family could not come in. When Jianlan's words of encouragement fell into Tang Jin's ears, she only felt that Jianlan was mocking her. Jianlan also watched Yi Fan's performance. Last time, Jianlan and Yi Fan got along so well, so she would definitely side with Yi Fan and laugh at herself in her heart. The lights and shadows fell on Tang Jin's face, burying her true emotions. She said something against her will, but in her heart, she was blaming Yi Fan and Jianlan. Elsewhere, Dudu was also watching the live broadcast of Superstar Project. Before the competition started, He Han and Yi Fan sent Dudu to the He residence. Mrs. He knew that He Han and Yi Fan would be participating in the filming that night, so she took the initiative to call them and said that she would take care of Dudu. Dudu sat on the sofa and watched his mother appear on the television. He clenched his little hands tightly and stared at the television screen nervously. Mrs. He also had the same expression as Dudu. She was also extremely nervous about the results. The old and young pair stared at the television with tacit understanding. Their eyes followed Yi Fan the entire time, and Yi Fan's every move seemed to tug at their hearts. It wasn't until the host, Qi Shu, announced that Yi Fan had won that they started laughing at the same time. Dudu clapped his little hands vigorously and couldn't stop grinning. Meanwhile, Mrs. He was smiling happily at first, feeling gratified that Yi Fan had won. Later on, Mrs. He thought about how Yi Fan had taken care of Dudu all by herself, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. When old Madam He watched TV, she was always immersed in the drama. Especially when she recalled the scene that Yi Fan and He Han had just put on, she felt even more touched. After Yili was sent away by Nyaweru, she couldn't go home, but she didn't go far. Instead, she stayed downstairs. Yili felt that there was something wrong with the woman who came to look for her mother. Yili had met almost all of Nyaweru's friends, but she had never seen Chen Yuan. Yili sat in the pavilion in her neighborhood. She waited for a long time, but that person didn't come out. It was the coldest time of winter. The snow had just melted, and the temperature was extremely low. Yili was so cold that she kept stomping her feet, but she still insisted on not leaving. She had to wait for that woman to appear. Yili thought for a moment, then used her frozen fingers to pull out her phone from her pocket. Yili was about to die of anger because of Nyaweru. Who would chase their own daughter out in the middle of winter? Nyaweru urged her, so she casually put on a jacket and came out. She didn't take anything like a scarf and gloves. Yili flipped through her contact list and found Yifan's name. Not long after she dialed, Yifan picked up the phone. Yili? Yifan sounded a little confused. Yili blew on her hand and said, "Are you home?" Yifan heard Yili's voice and guessed that she probably wasn't home. "Are you outside?" Yili acknowledged, "I'm downstairs. Someone came, and my mother didn't let me stay." Yifan was stunned. She thought for a moment and vaguely guessed something. Yili said to herself, "I've never seen that woman before. I keep feeling that there's something weird between her and my mother." Nyaweru said that they were friends, but Yili didn't think so. The two of them looked like they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Last time, Yifan asked Yili to help keep an eye on Nyaweru's movements. Nyaweru kept mentioning Tang Jin, so Yifan asked Yili to tell her about Nyaweru. Even though Yili felt that this matter had nothing to do with Tang Jin, she was short of pocket money recently. This information was barely within Yifan's scope. If Yifan was generous, she would probably give her some pocket money. Yili told Yifan everything. Mom looked very nervous. "I don't know what she talked about with that person." Yifan understood what Yili meant. "I'll give you some pocket money. You should have used up most of the money I gave you last time." Yili suddenly laughed out loud. She said sweetly, "Thank you, sister." In Yili's opinion, even though Yifan wasn't related to her by blood, Yifan could be considered half an elder sister to her. Besides, her mother wasn't that generous. "Yifan, can you take a picture of that person?" When Yili heard this, he immediately responded, "Of course, I've been waiting downstairs for that person to come down." Yili casually glanced downstairs and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Wait a minute. When that person comes out, I'll send you a picture." Yili hung up and pointed the phone at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't expect Yili to still be waiting downstairs. She also didn't think that her secret would be discovered by others. Back then, only she and Nyaweru knew about the Tang Jin incident. All these years, she had done it flawlessly, so no one would notice. Chen Yuan and Nyaweru never expected that the secret that had been hidden for so many years would be indirectly exposed by Yili. A few minutes later, Yifan received a photo from Yili. Chen Yuan's face was very clear in the photo. Yifan was also unfamiliar with this person. She didn't have any impression of him. Yifan guessed that this person might be related to the Tang Jin incident. Nyaweru and she even hid it from their own daughter. Other than the Tang Jin incident, there couldn't be any other reason. This person might be the key. Luckily, Yili mentioned it to her. Otherwise, Yifan might have missed this opportunity. Yifan thought for a moment and gave Hehan a call. After a few rings, the call went through. Hehan's deep voice traveled through the air and landed in Yifan's ears. "Yifan." Yifan paused for a few seconds and asked, "Can you do me a favor?" Hehan didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "Sure." "Yifan, I want you to help me investigate someone. I'll explain the details to you later." Hehan didn't probe further. "Who do you want to investigate?" The night was so dark, and the surroundings were very quiet. In this moment of silence, everyone's body's reactions became more sensitive. The winter night was so cold that it seemed like just a little bit of temperature could start a prairie fire. Hehan captured her lips, and the tips of their tongues rolled and intertwined until it was hot. Yifan's eyes were closed. She could feel that his breathing was gradually becoming heavier. Hehan kissed Yifan as he hooked his arm around her slender waist and lifted it slightly. He had the absolute advantage, and she couldn't help but follow his movements. He easily pulled her up from the chair. Hehan didn't give Yifan a chance to stand up. His hand slid down her back, and he placed her body on the desk. His arm was strong, and it was pressed tightly against her waist as he supported himself on the desk. Yifan was pressed between Hehan and the desk, and the space around her seemed to become narrow and cramped. In the pitch-black night, only their breaths could be heard. Hehan's body leaned forward, protecting the back of Yifan's head as he pressed it down bit by bit. Her back gently leaned against the desk, and her entire body lay on the desk. Yifan lay there, slowly welcoming Hehan's kiss, allowing him to wantonly sweep away the air at the tip of her tongue. Han's fingers hooked into her hair, and the fragrance of her hair drifted into his nose. In the dark night, her scent was like an extremely deep temptation. Yifan's brain started to feel dizzy, and the two of them rubbed their ears and temples together, overflowing with ambiguity. She couldn't hold it in, and a few soft moans came out of her mouth. Han, who received a response, chuckled softly. Through her clothes, his palms stroked her, igniting her desire. Their bodies were pressed so tightly together that there was almost no gap between them. The moonlight was quiet, and it made Yifan's skin seem even fairer. Her body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of light, and she was kissed until she went limp. Her cheeks and ears were already very red. He followed the clean and white moonlight and kissed down her neck. His kiss was sincere and serious, but it was also teasing. She couldn't help but feel waves of numbness. He unbuttoned her blouse as he continued to kiss her. Her gradually heavy breathing affected people's desires. Han seemed to have thought of something, and his movements gradually stopped. The warm touch was instantly pulled away, and the cold air in the room engulfed her. Yifan slowly opened her eyes. Her breathing was still a little unstable. Yifan looked into Han's eyes and saw the affection in her eyes that had not yet faded. His gaze was very gentle. Han caressed her cheek, then straightened up and stepped back. "Your new film is about to start filming," Han said in a low voice. He didn't remember wrongly. It was within these 2 days. There was a hidden meaning in Han's eyes as he said meaningfully, "Don't tire yourself out." As if he was afraid that she would misunderstand, he added, "You must perform better when you first enter the set." Yifan. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with those words? Han reached out his hand in front of Yifan. She pursed her lips and put her hand in his. He closed his hand and helped her stand up. Han lightly glanced at Yifan's clothes that he had messed up. He bent down and reached out to help her button up. He looked up at her. "I'll sleep in the guest room." Yifan nodded. Her voice had already returned to normal. "Okay." The two of them left the study, and Yifan returned to her bedroom. Yifan was about to start filming, so she wouldn't be able to come back to see Dudu for a few days. Yifan had already told Dudu in advance. Mrs. He and Qingping also knew about this, so they would take turns to accompany Dudu. Before leaving, Yifan and Dudu talked for a while. Yifan sat at the dining table with little Dudu in her arms. Yifan had already finished breakfast, so she was feeding Dudu. Yifan didn't let Dudu sit in the child seat. Instead, she let Dudu sit on her lap, and she fed Dudu bite by bite. Dudu obediently opened his mouth to eat breakfast, but he looked a little unhappy. Dudu sat in her arms and looked up at Yifan. He said in all seriousness, "Mommy, Dudu will miss you." Yifan gently pinched Dudu's little face. "Mommy will be back soon. Daddy will come over later too. Let Daddy play with Dudu, okay?" Yifan specially mentioned Han, barely managing to appease Dudu's little mood. Yifan looked at Dudu's expression and fed the rest of the fruit into Dudu's mouth. The sweet fruit made Dudu's mood slowly improve. "Alright then. Dudu and Daddy will wait at home for Mommy to come home," Dudu agreed in a childish voice. Dudu enjoyed the sweet fruit his mother fed him. He rubbed his round little belly and obediently waited for Han to come over. Yifan hugged Dudu and didn't get up. "Mommy and Dudu will wait for Daddy to come over first. Mommy will go out after that." Yifan coaxed Dudu gently. When Dudu heard this, any unhappiness disappeared. He nestled in Yifan's arms and responded loudly. "Okay, okay, okay." At Chuangxing Studio. Even though it was already night time, the lights in the studio were still on. There were several people sitting around in the conference room, and one of them was Huan was the paparazzi who failed to track down Han last time. He had been keeping a close eye on Han's every move without letting his guard down. Huan's master, Kongjing, was already the person in charge of the studio. He was also an experienced paparazzi, and he was the one who took a lot of breaking news. Because they had been following Han for a long time, Han's security measures were very tight, and there were almost no loopholes. They were considering whether to reduce the number of people following Han. Han has been a star for so long, and he has always had no scandals. We can't get any more breaking news by following him. He Han is very famous. We can allocate some people to follow him, and the rest can follow other stars. Huan was very opposed to this idea. He had always followed He Han's news, but after so long, he really couldn't get any really eye-catching headlines. But Huan had always believed that He Han was also an ordinary person. He couldn't be flawless. As long as he was human, he would have a weakness. I don't agree with this suggestion. If we can capture He Han's trending news, just this alone would be much better than capturing those unknown celebrities. Huan's tone was very aggressive, and he didn't give anyone any face. However, the others didn't dare to say it out loud. They just said sarcastically, according to the way you're going, all of us will have to revolve around He Han. How many years of time will you waste? What's more, we're not taking all of our people away. We're just taking a portion of them. The discussion in the meeting room was endless, but they couldn't come up with an answer. Huan could only turn to Kongjing for help. Master, what do you think we should do? Kongjing usually thought highly of Huan, so Kongjing was very likely to be biased towards his opinion. During the previous discussion, Kongjing did not express his opinion. He remained silent. Everyone looked at Kongjing. Kongjing muttered to himself for a while before slowly saying, continue following up on He Han. At the same time, we have to keep a close eye on Yi Fan. Huan was stunned for a few seconds. Then his eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, is that? Kongjing nodded. From now on, you only have one mission. Keep a close eye on He Han and Yi Fan. Don't miss out on any details. Huan immediately understood. Yi Fan and He Han's relationship might not be as simple as it seems. If we follow Yi Fan, we'll have a higher chance of getting any news about He Han. Kongjing had always been everyone's backbone. He had always had a sharp eye. Since he said that, it meant he could tell there was something fishy going on between He Han and Yi Fan. Today, when Yili returned home, she was about to change her shoes when she heard Nyaweru's voice. She paused. Yili lifted her head and looked over. Nyaweru's door was slightly ajar and she could vaguely make out her silhouette. Yili walked over to Nyaweru's room. His movements were very light, and he walked to Nyaweru's door. Nyaweru leaned to the side and put her phone to her ear. Nyaweru's voice had a hint of pleading in it. Give me a few more days. I'll definitely be able to get the money. Yili found it strange. At the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. Since when did her mom have such a humble attitude towards others? Nyaweru continued, I promise that I'll give you 400,000 in 3 days. What she said next completely shocked Yili. It was a heavy blow to her heart. In the next second, Nyaweru opened her mouth. As long as you don't tell Jianlan that Tang Jin is my biological daughter, I'll do anything. Yili's eyes widened in disbelief. What had she just heard? Her mom had actually said that Tang Jin was her biological sister? This was too ridiculous. After that, Nyaweru said something else, but Yili couldn't hear a thing. Her mind kept replaying one sentence over and over. It was crystal clear. Tang Jin is Nyaweru's biological daughter. Every word was a stark reminder to her of this fact. Yili snapped back to her senses. She immediately turned around and walked out. She couldn't let Nyaweru know that she had overheard this. Yili tiptoed back to her room. Just then, Nyaweru finished her call and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qinyuan had promised her, so she had a few more days to gather the money. This time, she would send the money over as soon as she gathered the money. Nyaweru left the room. She glanced around casually and found Yili at home. Her face instantly turned extremely pale. When she got home, she saw that Yili's shoes were not at the door. After confirming that Yili was not at home, she called her. However, she was too nervous on the phone just now and didn't hear the door open. Nyaweru was extremely flustered. She was very worried. When did Yili come back? How much did she hear of the conversation just now? Nyaweru walked to the door of Yili's room and asked tentatively, Yili, when did you come back? Yili pretended to rummage through her bag, but her hands were trembling. Yili pretended not to know. I just came back. What's the matter? Nyaweru asked again, why didn't you tell me that you were home? She had been paying attention to Yili's expression. Yili met Nyaweru's eyes. I came home to get something. I'll be leaving soon. What's there to talk to you about? Yili still spoke in her usual tone, but she was extremely nervous. Nyaweru didn't notice anything unusual about Yili. If Yili had heard it, she wouldn't have reacted so calmly. Nyaweru was completely relieved. Yili picked up her bag and walked out. I can't talk to you anymore. I have to find my friends to play with. Yili closed the door. Her legs suddenly weakened and she leaned against the door. She forced herself to calm down and walked downstairs. Dudu's birthday was coming up. It was his 3rd birthday. Dudu had never celebrated his birthday before, so Mrs. He really wanted to throw a birthday party. But Dudu's identity was special, so they chose to hold the party at the He residence. On the day of the birthday, Yifan came out from the set. As soon as she walked out, the fans outside started calling out Yifan's name. They knew Yifan had joined the cast of Life Like Fireworks, so they had been waiting outside the film studio. They thought that once Yifan finished filming, they would be able to see her. Yifan, Yifan, look over here. The fans held up their name boards. The weather was very cold. The temperature had already dropped below 0, but it didn't dampen the fans' enthusiasm. They waited outside without any complaints just to catch a glimpse of Yifan. Yifan stopped in her tracks. She didn't immediately get into the car. Instead, she walked over to the fans. I'm preparing to go home now. Everyone, hurry up and go home too. It's been too cold lately. Yifan frowned slightly as she urged everyone to go home. The fans looked at Yifan with smiles on their faces. They didn't feel tired at all. Didn't you say you were taking the postgraduate entrance exam? Why aren't you home yet? It's so late. Yifan pointed at one of the fans. As long as it was a fan who spoke to Yifan, Yifan would remember their information. The female student stuck out her tongue and was a little embarrassed. I'll definitely study hard tomorrow. I'll come back in a few days. Yifan smiled. Everyone, wait a moment. I'll treat you all to a cup of milk tea. There was a milk tea shop not far away. Yifan treated every fan to a cup of hot milk tea before she got into the nanny van. As soon as Yifan got into the car, her gaze fell on a box next to the car seat. Yifan's eyes lit up with a smile and her expression became gentle. A few days ago, Yifan had ordered a pair of children's roller skates at the mall. Her assistant had helped her retrieve them. Yifan imagined the scene of Dudu wearing roller skates, clumsily sliding forward, followed by He-han. They should be very happy. Yifan's gaze fell outside the car window. The car drove steadily through the bustling streets. Pedestrians came and went, and there was a lot of noise. Soon, the car stopped outside Yifan's house. She did not take the gift she had prepared. Instead, she hid it in the back seat of her car. Yifan took the elevator upstairs. Dudu knew that Yifan was coming home today, so he was already waiting for Yifan. As Dudu was the star of the birthday party, Yifan dressed him up nicely. Yifan helped Dudu change into the red sweater that Mrs. He brought over. Dudu's eyebrows were delicate, and his skin was very white. He looked like a little boy who had walked out of a New Year painting. Yifan hugged Dudu and kissed him a few times. Let's go to Great-Grandma's house. Dudu waved his arms happily, his eyes sparkling. At the He residence. Mrs. He had already decorated the house in advance. The entire He residence was hung with all kinds of things that children liked. Everywhere was filled with warmth. Did you bring Dudu's birthday cake? Mrs. He's panicked voice rang out. Mrs. He checked the things needed for the birthday party one by one. She searched for a long time, but she did not find the cake. The housekeeper quickly replied, Auntie Wang has already gone to get it. The cake is here. Auntie Wang just happened to arrive. She had been delayed on the way, so she was late. Mrs. He breathed a sigh of relief. Dudu likes sweets. The cake must be there. Not long after she relaxed, Mrs. He looked at the door again. Dudu and Yifan aren't here yet. Could something have happened? The housekeeper smiled and reminded Mrs. He, Miss He just called 10 minutes ago. They must still be on the way. Old Madam He just couldn't stay idle. She kept wandering around, afraid that something wasn't ready. They also told Yihan's father about Dudu over the phone. Father, he originally wanted to come back to celebrate Dudu's birthday, but an emergency at the company delayed his trip. Tang Jin was sitting in the audience. When she heard that Yi Fan had been nominated twice, she clenched her fists tightly as a deep sense of jealousy welled up in her heart. Yi Fan had actually been nominated twice. Tang Jin was so jealous that her eyes were about to spit fire. Ever since her debut, she had never won a single White Magnolia award. She had only been nominated a few times. Whether or not a person could win a White Magnolia award depended on their acting skills. No matter what kind of background you had, if your acting skills were not good enough, you would never win an award. It could be said that in the past few years, Tang Jin had either not been nominated or could not even get past the threshold. Or she had been nominated but could only accompany the others. That was why Tang Jin was so angry when she saw that Yi Fan had been nominated. More importantly, Yi Fan had clearly been nominated twice, so why was her expression still so calm? Was Yi Fan unhappy? Or was Yi Fan so certain that she would win this award? When she thought of this, Tang Jin's expression darkened even more. Tang Jin stared at the guest presenter on stage and prayed in her heart. Please don't let it be Yi Fan who wins the award. Please don't let it be Yi Fan. At this moment, the guest presenter was about to announce the winners. He said, the winner of the Best Supporting Actress award is. Everyone looked at him. Yi Fan was also looking at him. The next moment, the guest presenter spoke. Yi Fan, for Xianxia. The Best Supporting Actress award was settled. The winner was Yi Fan. At this moment, the camera panned to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face was displayed on the big screen. Her posture was graceful and there was a light smile on her lips. Yi Fan's heart was filled with joy. When she found out that she had been nominated twice, she was naturally happy. When she really won this award, her heart was finally at ease. Applause rang out in the hall. Everyone was clapping for Yi Fan. For a young actress like Yi Fan to be nominated twice for her first role in a television drama, this was already a very high honor. Following that, she even won an award, shocking everyone once again. When Tang Jin found out that Yi Fan had won an award, he was very surprised. She was extremely angry, and a trace of viciousness flashed through her eyes. However, Tang Jin quickly realized that the camera had been filming every celebrity, and any of her expressions would be captured. She couldn't show any displeasure now. Otherwise, the entertainment news would write nonsense about it tomorrow. Her image was no longer as good as Yi Fan's. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes now. Tang Jin took a deep breath and told herself as she forced herself to maintain her smile. Then, Tang Jin raised his hand. Just like everyone else, she clapped for Yi Fan, but her heart was filled with hatred. Yihan sat beside Yi Fan. He looked at Yi Fan with a smile in his eyes and said very softly, "Congratulations." Yi Fan turned his head and exchanged glances with Yihan for a few seconds before retracting his gaze very quickly. It looked like there was no difference in their expressions. Yi Fan stood up gracefully. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Yi Fan. Yi Fan walked onto the stage and started reading her acceptance speech. Yi Fan put the tape back into the safe and changed the password. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Yi Fan changed the password of the safe every time she went home. Yi Fan locked the door of the study and left with Yihan. Yihan asked her, "Do you still want to go back to the hotel where the crew is staying?" Yi Fan shook her head. "I already told the driver. He'll pick me up tomorrow morning and take me to the film studio. It's too late. I'll stay at your place tonight." Yihan didn't ask, but used a statement. "You don't mind, right?" Yi Fan was stunned. She looked into Yihan's eyes and didn't think too much about it. "I don't mind." Yihan's lips curled into a faint smile. Yi Fan had been busy all day, and the hot water washed away her tiredness. She sat on the bed, and the light fell on the script in her hands. She still had to prepare her lines for tomorrow, and she hoped that she could finish every scene in one take. Yihan sat beside Yi Fan. He looked down at his phone and received a text from Mrs. He. Dudu was already sound asleep. Before going to bed, he drank a cup of warm milk and brushed his teeth seriously. Dudu had a very happy day today. He-han conveyed Mrs. He's words to Yi-fan word for word. Hearing this, Yi-fan couldn't help but smile. Their little baby was always able to affect her mood. He-han casually asked, "Where are you filming?" Yi-fan looked at the script and didn't look up. She replied, "Hu Manjuan's true love passed away. She's devastated." After she said this, she didn't hear He-han's reply for half a minute. Yi-fan instinctively explained, "The kissing scenes are all staged." The actor who played Hu Manjuan's boyfriend was a high school student who had been acting in national dramas all year round. He didn't have many scenes and had been on the set for less than half a month. Yi-fan looked up and met He-han's eyes. He-han looked over with a smile that was not a smile. His ink-black eyes contained deep meaning. He curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I know." Yi-fan looked at He-han. Why did she feel that it was better for her not to explain? She placed the script on the bedside table. Since she had finished watching the drama for the next day, she might as well make things clear to this jealous king in front of her. He-han picked up Yi-fan's hand and played with her slender and beautiful fingers one by one. "Do you care so much about what I think?" He-han asked casually, but there was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Yi-fan suddenly smiled and replied, "I still care about what Dudu and your family thinks." She looked up and counted seriously, but she didn't answer He-han's question directly. He-han's thin lips curved slightly as he opened and closed them. "Is that so?" The two of them went back and forth and talked in circles for a while, but there was no winner. He-han suddenly let go of her hand and inched closer to her. "Yi-fan, it's late." Yi-fan held her breath, and the air was silent for a moment. He-han raised his eyebrows and the smile in his eyes deepened. "Isn't it time for you to sleep?" Yi-fan was stunned. For a moment, she was speechless and subconsciously nodded. Nyeweru remembered that she had opened the safe a few days ago. At that time, she had confirmed that the tape was still there. All the blood in her body rushed to her head, and her temples throbbed. Nyeweru prayed silently in her heart. She searched everywhere near the safe, pinning her hopes on the fact that she had misplaced the tape. Just as Nyeweru was desperately searching for the tape, there was suddenly the sound of the door opening. Nyeweru shuddered and straightened her back. Her eyes darkened as if she had thought of something, and she walked to the door step by step. Yili didn't know that Nyeweru had found out that the tape was missing. She greeted Nyeweru as usual. "Mom, I'm back." Nyeweru's face was extremely gloomy. When she walked toward Yili, she was silent. At that moment, Yili realized that something was wrong. "Mom, why are you?" Before Yili could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Nyeweru. Nyeweru's tone was unusually calm, but it made one's heart tremble. "Did you take the tape from the safe?" Yili's heart suddenly trembled. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and squeezed out a smile. "Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Nyeweru was Yili's mother. She could be considered the person who understood Yili the most. She saw Yili's moment of hesitation. Thus, Nyeweru repeated coldly, "Did you take the tape?" Yili knew that Nyeweru had found out, so she decided not to hide it anymore. In any case, the tape was already in Yi-fan's hands. Even if Nyeweru found out, she couldn't get it back. Yili had nothing to lose. She looked at Nyeweru and said, "I took." A crisp slap rang out in the silent living room. Nyeweru ruthlessly slapped Yili without mercy. Yili's head tilted to the side. The side of her face quickly became red and swollen. Yili's eyes were filled with disbelief. Her eyes instantly turned red. "You actually hit me for Tang Jin." Yili looked at Nyeweru. Her voice was full of complaints. Originally, when Nyeweru slapped Yili, a trace of regret welled up in her heart. However, when Yili shouted, her heart hardened once again. "Did you already know that Tang Jin was your biological sister? Where's the tape? Who did you give it to? Don't you know how important this tape is to your sister?" Nyeweru's repeated questions made Yili's heart grow colder and colder. She held back her tears and said, "I've already hidden this tape. No one can get it. Including Tang Jin." Yili emphasized Tang Jin's name again. She didn't like Tang Jin to begin with. Now, she hated Tang Jin even more. Nia Weiru's arm was once again raised high. Yili took a step forward without the slightest bit of fear, as if he was completely against Nia Weiru. Nia Weiru was heartbroken. Yili and Tang Jin were biological sisters, but Yili hated her so much. Tang Jin is your biological sister. You'll kill her if you do this. Nia Weiru wanted to use family affection to change Yili's mind. When Yili heard Nia Weiru's words, she sneered and said, I only have one sister. I only recognize Yi Fan. Yili suddenly thought of something. Maybe it could explain Nia Weiru's abnormal behavior. Her gaze fell straight on Nia Weiru's face. Tang Jin came to you? Yili was clearly asking, but her tone was very firm. Yili knew that Nia Weiru wouldn't check the safe for no reason. Chen Yuan didn't call again. For Nia Weiru, this matter had come to an end. Nia Weiru suddenly checked the safe. It was very likely that something had happened that made Tang Jin contact Nia Weiru. Nia Weiru's face stiffened. She didn't answer Yili's question. But her subconscious reaction fully showed that Yili's guess was right. Yili didn't wait for Nia Weiru's answer. She continued to speak. Tang Jin met you just to use you. Do you think she will recognize you as her mother? Yili's words stabbed Nia Weiru's heart. Nia Weiru couldn't help but retort, of course Tang Jin will recognize me. It's just that she has difficulties now. Nia Weiru's voice became smaller and smaller. She was becoming less and less confident. Yili sneered and said, even you think so? Don't you want to admit it? Tang Jin has always been a selfish person. She went against her conscience to occupy other people's lives. It's time for her to return to the right position. Under Yi Fan's relentless pressure, Tang Jin couldn't resist at all. She left the place as if she was escaping, her footsteps a little messy. Meanwhile, Yi Fan took the videotape of Tang Jin's actions just now and returned to the hotel. After Tang Jin and Yi Fan met, she immediately found a place to call Nia Weiru. The last time Tang Jin called Nia Weiru had already saved Tang Jin's phone number. As soon as Tang Jin called, Nia Weiru picked up. Ah Jin. Nia Weiru's almost fawning voice rang out, and there was a hint of surprise in it. Tang Jin didn't have time to act like a mother and daughter with her, so she immediately got to the point. Where's the videotape I asked you to take? Why haven't you given it to me yet? Nia Weiru's voice sounded panicked, and she quickly explained, your little sister took the videotape. I don't know where she put it. I'm still asking. I thought I'd give you an answer in a few days. Tang Jin's voice suddenly rose. She said in a flustered and exasperated manner, what did you say? I only asked you to take the videotape, and you actually lost it. Now that the videotape was gone, Tang Jin simply shed all pretenses. If Yili gave this videotape to Yi Fan, do you know what the consequences will be? You useless piece of trash. Tang Jin was in a fit of anger. After she said that, she immediately hung up the phone. Call me after you find the videotape. Otherwise, don't contact me again. When the sound of the call being hung up came from the other end of the phone, Nia Weiru didn't even have time to react. She was shocked by Tang Jin's completely different attitude. After a long time, Nia Weiru seemed to be possessed. She couldn't help but laugh. Her low laughter fell in the room, making people panic. Yili was right. She was just a tool that Tang Jin could use. However, because of Tang Jin, who never belonged to her, she lost even more things. Huan followed He Han for a few days, but he didn't find anything. He started to change his target to Yi Fan. He thought that if Yi Fan was related to He Han, then they would definitely leave some traces. Huan first investigated Yi Fan's family background. He found that Yi Fan started as a stunt double, and the information she left behind at that time wasn't complete. Later on, when Yi Fan signed with Huawei, all her information was in Huawei's hands. They couldn't find any more specific information. After asking around, they found Nia Weiru's house. Huan went to Nia Weiru's house to ask around. Huan knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came to open it. The door behind him suddenly opened, and the resident walked out. She was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. The woman had a suspicious look on her face. Who are you looking for? Huan had been in this line of work for a long time, so he was always good at reading people's expressions. He quickly reacted and revealed a standard smile. I'm a reporter. I'm here to interview Yifan's family. The woman nodded in understanding. Yifan doesn't live here. She moved out a long time ago. But if you have any questions, you can ask me. When the woman heard that Huan was a reporter, she thought she could go on TV, so she quickly straightened her clothes. Huan couldn't ask for more. If Yifan doesn't live with her parents, then where does she live now? The woman shook her head. I'm not sure about that. After Yifan worked for a while, she moved out. But she's very filial and always sends money home. Huan asked, what kind of people are Yifan's family? Have you interacted with them before? The woman quickly said, of course. I've been their neighbor for many years, so I know almost everything about her family. Other than her mother, Yifan also has a younger sister. Her younger sister's school fees are all paid for by Yifan. Huan caught the main point in the woman's words, so he asked tentatively, then is Yifan's father not around? The woman pursed her lips and lowered her voice. Her father died a long time ago. Before he died, he even went to jail and committed a lot of crimes. Huan's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, can you tell me more about it? The woman said, when Yifan's father was young, he was a heavy drinker. Their family quarreled every day. Once, when her father was drunk, he mustered up the courage to rob a gold shop and even stab the boss. Yifan became a parent a long time ago. She's responsible for the family's living expenses and her younger sister's school fees. She's finally made it. This neighbor had a good impression of Yifan. She just felt that Nyaweru really didn't know how lucky she was to have a daughter who was so good at making money and still treat Yifan like this. At the Tang Corporation, Jianlan was sitting in her office. She was flipping through some documents. Something had happened in the company recently, and Jianlan needed to deal with it. At this moment, an employee walked in with a package in her hand. Jianlan looked over. The employee said, Chairman Jian, your package. Jianlan took the package, and the employee left the office. Jianlan lowered her head to look. It was a document bag that was tightly wrapped. Jianlan was puzzled. Who sent this to her? Jianlan opened the envelope. There were 2 audio tapes and a USB flash drive inside. Jianlan was even more puzzled. She picked up one of the audio tapes warily and put it into the recorder. The audio began to play. This audio tape was a conversation between Qin Yuan and a doctor. It revealed that Qin Yuan was arguing with someone. Qin Yuan proposed to increase the dosage of the medicine, but that person strongly opposed it. Jianlan frowned. She remembered the medical accident that year. Because of the mistake of the chief surgeon, the patient died. The chief surgeon had already taken responsibility for it. But judging from the content of this audio tape, it was very likely that there was more to this medical accident than met the eye. Jianlan had an idea. Qin Yuan had used the wrong dosage of the medicine, which led to the accident. The chief surgeon had suffered an unexpected misfortune. And Qin Yuan had gotten away scot-free. Jianlan's expression was serious. She had always trusted Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had always acted normal in front of her. She had never realized that Qin Yuan was such a person. Jianlan picked up the other audio tape. She didn't know who sent these things, but she was certain that Qin Yuan was not a good person. The second audio tape began to play. The content was that Qin Yuan had blackmailed Nyaweru into giving her money, and Yifan had recorded their conversation. Jianlan keenly noticed something that Qin Yuan had said. This information is related to your precious daughter, Tang Jin. Jianlan was shocked. She couldn't believe it. With trembling hands, she rewound the tape and listened to it again. That sentence rang clearly in the air, repeatedly echoing in Jianlan's mind. Every word reminded Jianlan of a terrible fact. Could it be that Tang Jin was not her daughter? Jianlan suppressed her emotions and continued to listen to the tape. A few more keywords appeared at the end. Qin Yuan threatened the woman that if she didn't give her 400,000 yuan, she would expose Tang Jin's identity. Chen Yuan was afraid that the recording would be handed to her. This meant that Qin Yuan had long known that Tang Jin was not her biological daughter. Qin Yuan had been blackmailed by the woman in the recording and had been hiding Tang Jin's identity for many years, keeping herself in the dark. Piece by piece, the sequence of events became clearer and clearer. An unimaginable scam that had been premeditated for many years was unfolding in front of Jianlan. Jianlan took a deep breath. She thought carefully. Since Tang Jin was not her daughter, then who was her biological daughter? Where was she now? Jianlan had a feeling that this USB drive would give her the answer. Jianlan held the USB drive as if she was holding on to her last hope. Her hands were still trembling, but she firmly inserted the USB drive into the computer. There was a video in the USB drive. Jianlan clicked on the video. The first thing that appeared in the video was Yifan's face. Jianlan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Yifan's similar eyes and had an extremely bold guess in her heart. Could it be that Yifan was her biological daughter? Jianlan continued to watch. In the video, Yifan was interrogating Tang Jin. Tang Jin admitted that she had long known that she was not the biological daughter of the Tang family. Jianlan had never imagined that Tang Jin had already known about this. What she saw next made Jianlan's heart turn cold. An hour before Jianlan held the press conference, Tang Jin had no idea what was about to happen. After Tang Jin was exposed by Jianlan, she hid in the hotel and did not go out for a few days. A few days later, Tang Jin's manager gave her a call. The Tang family has already withdrawn their investment. Your mother said that they will no longer be in charge of your affairs. Jianlan did not tell them about Tang Jin and Yifan, so the manager did not know about Tang Jin's background. The manager kept asking Tang Jin the reason. He thought it was because Tang Jin had done something wrong. Did you make your mother angry? Otherwise, why would she suddenly make such a decision? The manager was puzzled. Tang Jin was Jianlan's daughter. No matter what, she would not be so heartless. Tang Jin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that the Tang family might still have some feelings for her, so they did not expose her. Tang Jin pretended that nothing had happened. I had some conflicts with my mother because she doesn't want me to stay in the entertainment industry anymore. You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I want to take a break recently. This is just right. The manager wanted to say something, but Tang Jin interrupted. If my mother wants to withdraw her investment, then she will. Don't talk so much nonsense. Tang Jin did not wait for a reply and immediately hung up the phone. Tang Jin thought about it and was still worried, so she blacklisted her manager. So she did not receive any calls from her manager after that. She also did not know that Jianlan had held a press conference to announce that Yifan was her biological daughter and that Tang Jin was an imposter. At this moment, Tang Jin's phone suddenly rang. Duan Qi's name was displayed on the screen. Tang Jin's lips curled up. She had nothing left. Fortunately, Duan Qi was still by her side. Tang Jin's mood improved and she happily answered the phone. Ah Qi. Duan Qi's voice was not as sweet as usual. Instead, it sounded a little cold. Tang Jin, I want to break up with you. Tang Jin was stunned and almost dropped the phone. Her voice trembled. What did you say? Why did you break up with me for no reason? Tang Jin vaguely guessed something, but Jianlan had no intention of telling anyone about it. How could Duan Qi know? A thought flashed through Tang Jin's mind. Did Yifan say something? Duan Qi did not show any mercy and said coldly, turn on the TV and take a look yourself. Your parents are holding a press conference right now. You're not the daughter of the Tang family at all, and you've been hiding it from them for so many years. Duan Qi did not want to continue talking to Tang Jin. Since you can lie to your parents with a clear conscience, then which of your words to me are true and which are false? You're too scary. Finally, Duan Qi said, you're on your own now. There's nothing between us anymore. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Duan Qi had already hung up. Tang Jin walked over to the sofa and wanted to pick up the remote control on the coffee table. Her hands were trembling so badly that she couldn't hold it properly several times. The TV turned on and the room instantly lit up. The light and shadow overlapped and swept across Tang Jin's face. Her eyes stared blankly at the TV screen. The sound came from the TV and fell into the silent room. Jianlan and Tang Zhen were holding a press conference. A large group of reporters surrounded the stage. The spokesperson spoke word by word. Every word was not what Tang Jin wanted to hear. Tang Jin's entire body turned cold. She was now completely finished. She had also drawn a line between herself and the Tang family. Everything she owned no longer belonged to her. It was in the hands of Yi Fan. And today's press conference was started because of Yi Fan. Because Yi Fan's family had been exposed, the Tang family did not want her to suffer and chose to make a public announcement at this time. Tang Jin wrapped her arms around her legs. She suddenly thought of something. Tang Jin ran over to the window and glanced down. It was pitch black and she could not see anything clearly. There were no paparazzi downstairs. No one knew that Tang Jin was hiding there. But Tang Jin still pulled the curtains tightly. Without the moonlight, the room seemed even dimmer. The next day, Tang Jin paid for a public relations company. She did not make an appearance. Instead, she released a statement. The statement stated that Tang Jin would temporarily withdraw from the entertainment industry and would not take on any shows or advertisements. However, in this statement, there was no mention of Tang Jin's background, her relationship with Yi Fan, or Tang Jin's attitude towards this matter. It would have been fine if Tang Jin did not make a statement. Once her statement was released, those who hated Tang Jin rebounded even more. They wanted Tang Jin to come out and apologize and respond to this matter directly. After that, Tang Jin did not appear in the public eye again. Nia Weiru could not even protect herself. To Tang Jin, Nia Weiru was not her mother, but her burden. Jianlan had followed Yi Fan's news on the internet, so she naturally knew about Yi Fan's news. No one knew that Yi Fan had a child. Jianlan subconsciously thought that Yi Fan had hidden her marriage and just didn't tell her fans. "Are you married?" Jianlan asked. Yi Fan didn't hide it from Jianlan. Instead, she told her the truth, "I'm not married. The birth of the child was an accident." Jianlan remained silent. When she spoke again, her voice was obviously choked with sobs. She thought that Yi Fan had suffered a lot when she wasn't by Yi Fan's side. In her eyes, Yi Fan was just a child. Jianlan blamed herself. "Are you raising the child alone? The child must be very cute." Yi Fan thought of Dudu and smiled. "The child's name is Dudu. When you see Dudu, you will definitely like him." Yi Fan continued, "I met the child's father some time ago. You might be surprised to know his identity." Jianlan was stunned. Yi Fan had already said, "Dudu's father is He Han." Jianlan didn't react. She said with confusion, "He Han? Is he that celebrity?" Because Yi Fan had participated in this superstar project and He Han happened to be one of the judges, Jianlan had a deep impression of He Han. Jianlan was worried that Yi Fan and He Han were only together because of the child. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's going on between the two of you?" Yi Fan's eyes became gentle. "He Han didn't know about Dudu's background at first, but he was still willing to be with me. Now, we are very good." Yi Fan's simple words made Jianlan feel relieved. Jianlan's original worry lessened a lot, but when she thought of their identities, she became worried again. "What will you do if this matter is exposed?" Yi Fan comforted Jianlan, "I will protect Dudu with He Han. Even if this matter is exposed, we will face it together. Besides, I have you guys now. I'm not afraid of anything." Jianlan smiled. "No matter what happens, I will stand by your side." Yi Fan and Jianlan talked about Dudu. "I mentioned you to Dudu before. Dudu really wants to meet you." Jianlan's smile did not diminish. "Really? Can I come over now?" Yi Fan said, "Of course." After hanging up the phone, Jianlan set off from home. She was half nervous and half looking forward to Yi Fan's child. If that child was like Yi Fan, it would definitely be very cute. Jianlan was anxious, so she drove a little faster. Soon, they arrived at Yi Fan and He Han's new home. Jianlan quickened her pace and walked inside. Yi Fan and Dudu were already waiting for Jianlan. As soon as Jianlan entered the door, she met Dudu's eyes. The child's eyes were exceptionally pure. When he looked at Jianlan, her heart almost melted. Jianlan felt a trace of warmth in her heart. She walked step by step towards Dudu and squatted in front of Dudu. Dudu looked at Jianlan curiously. He tilted his head and asked, "Are you grandma?" When Jianlan heard this, her eyes instantly turned red. She nodded and said, "I am Dudu's grandma." Dudu felt a little strange. He reached out his chubby little hand and helped Jianlan wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Grandma, are you crying?" Dudu asked in a childish voice. "Grandma, are you unhappy to see Dudu?" Jianlan immediately shook her head. "Of course not. It's because Dudu is really too likable. Grandma is so happy that she's crying." Jianlan noticed that Dudu's eyes were the same as hers and Yifan's. They really looked like a family. Jianlan carefully pulled Dudu into her arms and sat down on the sofa. Yifan sat beside Jianlan and Dudu. Jianlan touched Dudu's little face and looked at Yifan. Her eyes were filled with undisguised laughter. Dudu is very cute. The chilly wind was blocked out by the window, making the room seem even hotter. Yihan met Yifan's eyes and looked straight into them. The next second, Yifan suddenly pressed her lips against his. Yihan was stunned and pleasantly surprised. His hands were still caressing her waist, but his lips didn't move at all as he allowed her to move. Yifan gently probed Yihan's lips, pried open his teeth, and kissed him. Why did time pass so slowly when the surroundings were especially quiet? Yihan couldn't wait any longer. He kissed Yifan as he picked her up. Her legs were empty, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Yihan curled his lips and kissed Yifan as he carried her to the bed. He held her waist tightly, and the warmth of his fingers warmed her. His movements were extremely gentle. As Yihan moved, Yifan's body leaned back and she fell onto the bed. Beneath them was an extremely soft bed, and the two of them sank into it together. Yihan's hand moved, and Yifan instantly felt her body turn cold. Yifan opened her eyes, and her consciousness gradually blurred. In a daze, she tried to unbutton Yihan's shirt. Perhaps it was because her body was restrained, but Yifan's movements were unexpectedly clumsy when she unbuttoned his shirt. She only managed to undo a few buttons, and her movements stopped. Yihan suddenly chuckled. "Do you need me to help you?" Before Yifan could reply, Yihan stretched out his hand and covered it, wrapping her hand completely in his palm. With a light flick of his fingertips, the remaining two buttons were easily undone. Yihan's hand continued to move slowly along her back. The ambiguous atmosphere became even more intense, but Yihan wasn't that anxious. He patiently prepared himself. Yifan's smooth skin was as white as snow under the moonlight. The light from the pearls made her beautiful and exquisite, and he couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Yihan narrowed his eyes. He hugged her body, and his lips touched her earlobe as if he was comforting her. It seemed like an obvious sign, but it didn't give any warning at all. The next second, he finally couldn't hold back. Her slender fingers tightened on the bedsheets beside her, and the bedsheets instantly wrinkled. They came and went like this, and they lost track of time. They didn't know when it ended. They dreamed of each other the entire night. The moonlight was bright and gently fell into the room. Suddenly a heavy cloud covered the moon, and quietly and tenderly covered her face. The production team of Life Like Fireworks released the trailer. In the trailer, Yifan experienced Hu Manjuan's transformation from being young and inexperienced to falling to the bottom. Then she picked herself up again and finally became a legend in the film industry. Yifan's performance at every stage was very exciting. While the netizens were praising Yifan, they also had a thought. Because the legend of Hu Manjun and Life Like Fireworks were both about Hu Manjuan's life, it was inevitable that there would be some similar scenes. Ever since New Year's Eve, it had been snowing non-stop. It never cleared up, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. When Yifan returned from filming the Dior commercial, the sky had cleared up. The sunlight shone into the room, and a cold air dissipated, bringing with it a hint of warmth. In the light beam by the window, tiny dust particles rose and fell. Dudu had just finished his afternoon nap. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yifan appear, and his mood improved a lot. Dudu reached out to Yifan and said in a soft and cute voice, "I want mommy to hug me." Dudu was not awake yet, so he burrowed into Yifan's arms. Because Dudu had just woken up, his little body was still warm. Yifan smiled as she pinched Dudu's face. There were several marks on his face, all of which were left when he was sleeping. Dudu, do you want to watch the fireworks later? Yifan leaned against the bed, holding Dudu in her arms. Dudu's eyes lit up. He still remembered the fireworks on New Year's Eve. The entire sky was lit up, and the colorful fireworks were the most beautiful things he had seen in recent times to Dudu. Dudu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Dudu wants to see them. Dudu originally wanted to lie in the warm bed with Yifan, but now it was the other way around. Dudu got out of bed with a grunt, picked up the jacket by the bed, and put it on. But Dudu was so anxious that he put on his sleeves inside out. Just as he was getting anxious, Yifan came over to help him tidy up his clothes. A soft sound came from outside the room. Yifan smiled and carried Dudu out of bed. Daddy is here. Dudu held Yifan's hand and walked out excitedly. Yihan also heard the movement in the room and knew that Dudu had woken up. Yihan took off his jacket and was rolling up his sleeves when Dudu pounced on him. Dad, Dudu wants to watch the fireworks. Yihan naturally wouldn't refuse. He picked up Dudu and looked at Yifan. Dudu's mom, come along too. Yifan walked to the sofa, picked up Yihan's jacket, and put it on her arm. She was afraid that Yihan would catch a cold when he went out later, so she took his coat for him. Yihan's smile deepened. He understood what Yifan meant. Yihan was afraid that Dudu would get hurt, so he only brought some smaller fireworks. Yihan asked Yifan to stand by the door with Dudu in her arms while he squatted down to light the fireworks. Fireworks from the fireworks tube, even during the day, is enough to make Dudu excited. Dudu stared at the fireworks without blinking. His little mouth was slightly agape, and his little hands were raised in the air. He even forgot to clap his hands. When the fireworks finished burning, Dudu still wanted more. Yifan draped his jacket over Yihan and helped him close his clothes. You'll get cold. Yifan thought that Yihan always didn't take care of his body. Yihan was slightly stunned. Then a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He held Yifan's hand and held Yifan's hand with his warm palm. You're the one who should take care of your body. Yihan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke in a meaningful tone. Yifan shook her head helplessly. She struggled but couldn't break free, so she let Yihan hold her hand. Yihan held Yifan's hand and didn't let go. Dudu didn't notice Yihan and Yifan's movements at all. Instead, he kept thinking about the fireworks. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran inside. Yifan and Yihan were both stunned. They followed Dudu back into the house. The moment they entered the house, they saw Dudu squatting in front of the fish tank. The goldfish that Dudu had raised before was still swimming happily in the fish tank. The little goldfish was Dudu's first friend. Of course, he had to bring it with him wherever he went, especially when they were moving house. Dudu carefully held the fish tank. The car was shaking as it drove. Dudu was nervous the whole way. His wrinkled little face was lowered, afraid that the little goldfish would jump out of the fish tank. Dudu squatted in front of the fish tank and softly comforted the goldfish. Fatty, Dotty, you weren't scared, were you? The fireworks were very beautiful. I've already watched it for you. Because they had to let the goldfish bask in the sun, the fish tank was placed next to the window. The movements in the yard could easily be heard in the house. Dudu was mumbling to himself and the goldfish, but Yihan was restless. Yihan hugged Yifan from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. Yihan's breath was close, and his deep voice lingered in Yifan's ears. Yifan pondered. If she were to act as an assassin, what should she do? If she wanted to leave a deep impression on everyone, she had to act differently from Lu Jian. Also, her character should not be monotonous. After some thought, Yifan decided on the direction she should go. Yifan and Lu Jian swapped roles and the performance started again. Yifan appeared. She did not say her lines, but raised her hand and gently placed her fair fingers on her arm. Her skin was snow white and her fingers were slender. Her neck was slightly raised and there was a lazy smile on her lips. Yifan clearly did not say anything, but everyone on set realized that the assassin played by Yifan was different from the one played by Lu Jian. She was lazy and wanton. It was as if no one could affect her. Yifan had just appeared and she was already so different. How would she perform later? Lu Zhaoshan looked at Yifan without saying a word. Following that, Yifan still did not say anything. Yifan glanced at Lu Jian and sized her up. In the end, Yifan fixed her gaze on Lu Jian's face and looked into her eyes. Now, Yifan spoke her first line. Yifan snorted and said in a lazy tone, "The people from the 6th fan school are here to look for me again." Yifan did not choose to say her lines right from the start. Instead, she used her expression and actions to act out the scene. After a series of expressions, Yifan finally said her lines. Lu Zhaoshan caught Yifan sizing up Lu Jian. He did not expect Yifan to act out the scene in such a way. She won by a surprise move, but it was not abrupt at all. Lu Jian had just been criticized by Lu Zhaoshan, so she wanted to change her method for this performance. For example, she could act as a silent and cold constable like Yifan. Unfortunately, Yifan had previously acted as a constable with forbearance. Lu Jian did not have Yifan's acting skills. What she did was extremely ordinary in the eyes of others. Yifan walked over to Lu Jian. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Yifan's red lips curled up slightly. Her delicate and small lips curled up, and her expression looked like she was smiling yet not smiling. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you." It was clearly the same line, but when it was spoken by Yifan and Lu Jian, it gave off a completely different vibe. Especially the last half of the sentence, Yifan had intentionally slowed down slightly, and he slowly and clearly spat out those few words, causing them to enter the ears of everyone present. His tone was slightly raised, revealing a trace of coldness and impatience. This cold and elegant female assassin had a very distinct image, and was immediately remembered by everyone. Yifan was acting as an assassin. She should be afraid of the constable, but under Yifan's acting, the constable played by Lu Jian seemed to become Yifan's prey. Lu Jian also realized that Yifan's performance was different from hers. Yifan's acting was more memorable. In comparison, her performance was more boring. Lu Jian gritted her teeth. If this continued, how was she going to get this audition? She decided to take Yifan by surprise. She picked up her sword and stopped her in her tracks. When Yifan was performing, she had also noticed that Lu Jian seemed to be imitating her. She had already guessed that Lu Jian would very likely imitate her previous actions and point her sword at her. How could Yifan give her this chance? Yifan decided to control Lu Jian in a way that no one would expect. When Yifan took part in this superstar project, there was one episode where she auditioned at a Hollywood audition company. The action director there taught her some moves. Yifan wasn't good at action scenes. Because of this, after that practice, Yifan specially reviewed those key points and memorized them in her mind. She had to apply what she learned when acting. If there was a need for action scenes one day, those few moves might come in handy. And the scene at this moment was a very good opportunity. Just as Lu Jian held her sword and was about to point it at Yifan, Yifan leaned forward. She suddenly raised her elbow and touched Lu Jian's sword. Yifan used her strength skillfully. Although she didn't use much strength, she accurately hit the sword. Lu Jian's eyes widened. She didn't expect Yifan to do that. In her shock, she loosened her grip. The sword slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. A dull thud was heard, signaling the end of the scene. Between Yifan and Lu Jian, it was obvious who had better acting skills. He-han had already been away from home for half a month because of his overseas filming schedule. Dudu hadn't seen He-han during this period of time, and he kept asking when his father would come home. Dudu had to video chat with He-han every day. Before he went to sleep and after he woke up, he had to say a few words to He-han. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to be unhappy. Yifan didn't tell Dudu that He-han was coming back today. She and He-han made a last-minute decision to give Dudu a surprise. Mrs. He knew about He-han's schedule, but Mrs. He was more passionate about anything that could make Dudu happy than anyone else. Mrs. He was the one who coaxed Dudu to sleep. She acted as usual and didn't reveal anything to Dudu. Dudu had just woken up from his afternoon nap, so he lazed in bed and didn't want to get up. Yi Fan was afraid that he would sleep too much in the afternoon and wouldn't be able to sleep at night, so she brought the phone over. When Dudu saw Yi Fan walk to the side of the bed with the phone, he immediately crawled out of the blanket without needing Yi Fan to urge him. Because when Dudu saw Yi Fan's posture, he knew it was time to video chat with his father. Dudu wants to talk to Daddy. Dudu reached his hand out to Yi Fan, looking like he couldn't wait any longer. Yi Fan smiled as she sat beside Dudu. She leaned against the side of the bed and pulled Dudu into her arms. Dudu's sleepiness was instantly swept away. "Mommy, hurry up." Yi Fan sent a video chat request to He Han right in front of Dudu. Not long after, the screen lit up, and He Han appeared on the other end of the video call. Dudu's eyes lit up when he saw He Han. In the next second, Dudu repeated what he had been saying for the past few days. Every day, he would not miss a beat. "Daddy, Dudu misses you." He Han hid a smile at the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "I miss Dudu too." Dudu held on to the phone, unwilling to let go. He stared at the screen. "Dad, come back quickly." Dudu really wants to see Dad. He Han did not give a direct answer. Instead, he changed the topic. "When I come back, I'll bring a gift for Dudu." Dudu was not as surprised as he usually was. He shook his head. "I only want Dad." Although Dudu liked gifts very much, compared to having his father by his side, gifts were completely unimportant. At this moment, He Han had already arrived at the entrance of the He residence. He Han had already gotten out of the car. He video chatted with Dudu as he walked into the room. He Han smiled. "Dad has already delivered the gift to the door." "Dudu doesn't want it?" Dudu was a little stunned. He seemed to have vaguely heard He Han's voice, but he was a little unsure. He tilted his head and spoke to the phone in confusion. "Dad?" He Han's voice fell again. "Dudu, aren't you going to open the door for Dad?" This time, He Han's voice clearly traveled into the room, and the voice clearly came from outside the door. Dudu placed the phone on the side of the bed and climbed down from the bed. Before Yi Fan could help, Dudu had already run to the door. Dudu tiptoed and opened the door himself. He Han, who could only appear in the video before, was standing in front of Dudu. Dudu was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He was like a little cannonball, and with a whoosh, he accurately pounced at He Han's feet. Dudu raised his head and called out loudly, "Dad." He Han squatted down and stroked Dudu's little head. "Dudu's gift is here." He Han raised the bag in his hand in front of Dudu and shook it a few times. Dudu's eyes sparkled, and he wanted to reach out to take his gift. But in the next second, He Han suddenly wanted to tease Dudu. He pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Dudu just said that he didn't want the gift." "Then who should I give it to?" Dudu was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. Yi Fan leaned against the door and smiled at the father and son. Dudu wrapped his arms around He Han's neck and acted coquettishly with He Han. He leaned over to He Han's ear and said, "This gift is Dudu's, so give it to Dudu." When He Han handed the gift to Dudu, Dudu carefully took the gift that he had lost and then found again. Dudu didn't know that the gift would have ended up in his hands in the first place. He had just been tricked by He Han. After filming 4 Life Like Fireworks, director Qinan was preparing to use this movie as the opening film at the Venice Film Festival. After the film festival, the movie would be released in China. During this period, the production team would be doing promotions in China, so Yi Fan and the crew were quite busy. Yi Fan had been filming for a while, so she had fewer events to attend. Later on, in order to accompany Dudu, Yi Fan also turned down a lot of events. It could be said that fans rarely saw Yi Fan anymore. The fans could only follow Yi Fan's recent activities through Weibo, but how could this satisfy the fans' needs? The press conference for Life Like Fireworks was broadcast live. As the female lead, Yi Fan would definitely be there. This time, the live broadcast started at 7 p.m. Before the time was up, the number of online viewers had already reached 3 million, and the number was still increasing, breaking the previous record. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Fan's appearance. On the screen, the cast and crew of Life Like Fireworks went on stage one after another. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on one person. Yi Fan. Yi Fan's hair was black and soft. It was tied behind her head, revealing her full forehead. She was wearing a simple little black dress, revealing her exquisite and beautiful collarbones. The skirt stopped at her knees, revealing her slender and fair calves. Under the light, they glowed faintly. The only accessory on Yifan was a Cartier orchid necklace around her neck. The necklace was simple but elegant, and Yifan had a noble and elegant aura. Yifan's makeup was very simple, and the style of her little black dress was also very simple. But because this person was Yifan, everything that was ordinary was destined to be extraordinary. Yifan looked at the camera, her red lips slightly curved into a faint smile. The moment Yifan appeared, there were a lot of comments on the screen. Ah, Yifan has finally appeared. Why do I feel like she's become prettier again? Is this necklace from Cartier? It's so beautiful. I want to buy it again. Black hair and red lips. Many celebrities are clearly dressed like this, but why does Yifan look so beautiful? Yifan's body seemed to have some kind of magic. When she stood in front of everyone, everyone's eyes would unconsciously follow her and stare at her. When Yifan first debuted, she was just a supporting character. She just had to sit by the side and not say a word, but she already attracted everyone's attention. Now, she was already a very famous celebrity. Even though she was standing on the stage, the crowd's thoughts still didn't change. Since her debut, Yifan's aura was still unique and indescribable. It was neither ostentatious nor casual. Yifan's beauty struck everyone's hearts the moment they laid eyes on her. After that, the shock grew stronger and stronger until it reached the bottom of everyone's hearts bit by bit. The movie press conference officially began. Director Qinan stood in the center with Yifan standing beside him with a faint smile on her lips. The host first asked a few questions, and Qinan and Yifan answered them. Yifan's performance was natural and unrestrained, and he answered every question perfectly. Then, a clip from Life Like Fireworks was shown on the screen. It was Yifan's performance in the movie. This highly anticipated movie was the center of attention. From the casting to the start of filming, it was the center of attention. At the promotional event, it finally revealed its mysterious side. When the clip started to play, the surroundings became silent. Everyone looked at the screen and was immersed in this world. Although it was only for a short period of time, Yifan's performance was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. After the clip finished playing, everyone still wanted to see more. Comments appeared crazily on the screen, strongly expressing their desire to see more. That's it? I still want to see more. Hurry up and release the movie. I can't wait. Yifan's acting is very realistic. Everything she acts leaves a deep impression on me. It's not right if this movie doesn't win an award. One look and I can tell that this movie is very good. I wonder how Yifan will perform. I'm looking forward to it. After the clip finished playing, the reporters asked questions again. At this moment, a reporter stood up and looked at Yifan. He spoke. He said, "From what we know, although The Legend of Hu Manjun and Life Like Fireworks are a TV series and a movie, the content is related to Hu Manjun." In the class, Dudu was considered the most good-looking child. Although Dudu's face was still chubby, it did not affect his outstanding facial features at all. Many children took the initiative to come over to Dudu to be friends, and Dudu accepted them one by one. Is your name Yuduo? Let's play together later. Let's be friends? Dudu had a good temper and was good-looking, so he quickly became familiar with the other children. They all surrounded Dudu and chatted away. Dudu, on the other hand, seemed to have entered a new world. It turned out that his mother was right. Kindergarten could really make so many new friends, and there were so many people who liked Dudu. Not long after, the bell for class rang. The teacher asked all the children to sit around a table. At the beginning, the teacher asked everyone to briefly introduce themselves. After the introductions, the teacher began to teach everyone to sing nursery rhymes. The teacher sat in front of the piano and played a tune. She sang a line and asked the children to sing along. Dudu often watched Yifan play the piano, so he especially liked teachers who could play the piano. Because he thought of Yifan, Dudu concentrated on learning to sing. The classroom was filled with the children's tender singing, and the sunlight outside the window shone into the classroom, illuminating every corner. Happy times always passed quickly, and it was time for lunch. Alright, everyone, go wash your hands at the sink, and then line up to eat. In order to cultivate the children's habit of washing their hands before eating, the teacher would supervise them over and over again and teach them how to wash their hands properly. Dudu laughed too happily today. He played a lot with his new friends, and he was already a little hungry. When he heard that it was time for lunch, he washed his hands enthusiastically and then lined up to get his lunch. Most of the children ate with relish. Eating with so many friends was a brand new experience for everyone. Half an hour after lunch, the teacher coaxed the children in the class to take an afternoon nap. Because Yifan and Hehan were not by Dudu's side, Dudu could not fall asleep. Dudu tossed and turned several times before he gradually fell asleep. Dudu experienced a lot of things today for the first time, such as lining up for lunch with everyone and taking a nap with others. There were also snacks to eat after waking up. The corners of Dudu's mouth never relaxed until school was over. Goodbye, Dudu. Many children were waving goodbye to Dudu. After a day of interaction, most of the children in the class were familiar with each other. Dudu also said goodbye to the others and agreed to play together tomorrow. After Qingping picked up Xianxia, they went to Dudu's school to pick up Dudu. As soon as they got into the car, Dudu saw Yifan sitting in the driver's seat. Mommy. Dudu's voice sounded very excited. Dudu climbed into the car and sat in the child's seat obediently. Qingping helped him button up. The car started and slowly drove forward. Not long after the car started, Dudu took out his chubby fingers and started to tell Yifan the things he experienced in kindergarten. Mom, Dudu learned to sing. The teacher even played the piano for us. Dudu ate by himself. There was meat, milk, and... Dudu's little mouth kept opening and closing without stopping. He waved his little hands excitedly. Dudu also made a lot of new friends. Yifan smiled and listened to Dudu patiently. When she saw how happy Dudu was, her heart softened. Along the way, Dudu had been chattering non-stop. He seemed to have endless novel things to say. In his eyes, everything would make people happy, even if it was a small thing. Tonight, we're going to Great-Grandma's house. Dudu can also tell Great-Grandma about what happened in school. Dudu exclaimed. Mrs. He liked Dudu the most. She would always prepare a lot of things. Dudu also liked to stick to Mrs. He. In the afternoon, Hehan had work and didn't come. Yifan drove over. Yifan drove to Qingping's house first. After sending them home, she drove to the He residence. When they arrived at the He residence, Dudu started to tell Mrs. He about his kindergarten life again. As Dudu's best fan, Mrs. He naturally responded to Dudu. In terms of career, Yifan had been doing quite well recently. Yifan stared at Hehan in a daze. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was momentarily speechless. She covered her mouth with her hand, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She couldn't say anything, but she kept nodding her head. After a while, Yifan's small voice came out. I do. After the two of them walked together, luck came one after another. Perhaps it was because of Dudu that their blood was tightly connected, and everything around them became beautiful. Hehan took out the ring from the box and put it on Yifan's finger. The diamond ring slid onto her slender finger, and it looked even brighter against her fair skin. The size was just right. It would be too big if it was a little more, but it would be too small if it was a little less. Yifan asked strangely, how do you know the size of my finger? Hehan's hand didn't leave, and his fingers gently stroked her fingers. Hehan chuckled and looked up at Yifan. Meeting her eyes, he curled his lips. Every night, I feel it seriously. Yifan understood what Hehan meant, and her face turned red. She looked away, and her ears were hot. She whispered, you don't sleep well at night. Hehan heard Yifan's words. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, because that person is you. Yifan didn't say anything, but her lips couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Hehan gently stroked her earlobe, and a numb itch suddenly spread. He started to kiss her, brushing past her earlobe, her neck, and lifting up her shirt. Hehan gently covered Yifan's finger with his hand, took off the ring for her, and put it on the table behind them. Wearing it like this was really hindering their movements. He reached out his other hand, stroked her waist, and lifted her up. He kissed her as he held her body and leaned against the sofa. They didn't have any schedule in the morning, so they spent the whole morning in the lazy sunshine. After some tenderness, the sun shone down and their fingers were tightly intertwined. He-han held Yi-fan in his arms. Her long hair stuck to his neck, tickling his heart. He used his hand to hold Yi-fan's palm and played with her fair and beautiful fingers as they discussed their future. They even discussed the wedding. Both of them were public figures. In order to protect Dudu, the wedding had to be kept a secret. Yi-fan turned over in He-han's arms and looked into his eyes. Actually, the wedding isn't that important. He-han's eyes darkened, and he didn't respond to her words. Yi-fan, as long as that person is you, I don't really care about anything else. He-han leaned close to Yi-fan and stroked her hair. His fingers caressed her shoulders intermittently, stirring up a little bit of heat for no reason. His thin lips opened and closed, and his words were firm. You don't have to worry about the wedding. Leave it to me. He-han looked at Yi-fan and stared at her. You can focus on your own things. I will take care of the rest. Yi-fan felt that the wedding should be simple. But He-han didn't agree. He-han and Yi-fan had the same idea. The wedding could be small, and there would be fewer people invited. They would all be acquaintances. However, He-han didn't allow his wedding to be too simple. Yi-fan was about to become his real wife, so the details of the wedding had to be meticulous. He would take care of all aspects. So what if it was extravagant? This was prepared for his wife. The person who picked up the call was Huan. When he heard Yi-fan's name, he perked up and immediately asked, "What's the news?" Huan had been keeping an eye on Yi-fan, but he had not managed to capture any useful information. So when he received this call, he was pleasantly surprised. Huan emphasized, "I will give you a sum of money to buy this news." The nurse said, "A little boy has been admitted to the hospital with food poisoning. Yi-fan has come to visit him. I suspect that the little boy might be Yi-fan's son." The nurse's voice rang out. Huan was in disbelief. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Is that person Yi-fan?" If it was true, this matter was really too surprising. The nurse said with certainty, "I know those celebrities vary. Well, I can't be wrong about Yi-fan's face." Huan said, "I'll rush over to the hospital right now. Tell me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to your account." Huan hung up the phone. The surprise in his eyes did not fade for a long time. He had only wanted to capture the relationship between Yi-fan and He-han. But he did not expect that instead of capturing their relationship, he would unexpectedly find out that Yi-fan was pregnant. This news was even more shocking than Yi-fan and He-han's relationship. A superstar who seemed to have a perfect image without any cracks actually had a child without anyone knowing. He had been a paparazzi for many years and had seen a lot of news, but this news still surprised him for quite a while. He could only imagine what kind of effect it would have if other people found out about this. He could already imagine how much profit this news would bring to Xianxia. Huan immediately set off for the hospital. As Huan drove, his mind was still wondering who the child's father was. During this period, he would continue to keep an eye on Yi-fan. It would be best if he could capture the child's father. Even if he did not manage to capture the child's father in the end, it was no longer important. Because this news alone was enough to shock everyone. When Yi-fan saw Dudu, her heart almost broke. When she heard this on the phone just now, she was completely flustered. Now that she saw Dudu in such a terrible state, she couldn't care less. Dudu had been sent to the hospital for some time. He had already undergone emergency treatment and was now out of danger. Principal Sun knew that Dudu had a special identity, so she purposely found a private room for Dudu. When Yi-fan came, she could avoid the other children's parents. When Yi-fan sat by the bed, Dudu immediately opened his eyes. Although he had just fallen asleep, it was not a peaceful sleep at all. "Mom." Dudu's originally childish voice now had a strong sobbing tone. When he saw Yi-fan, his tears couldn't help but flow down. Last time when Dudu was sick, He-han brought Dudu to the hospital for a blood test. Dudu was so scared that he couldn't stop crying. But now, there was a needle in his chubby hand and he was receiving in 4 drip. Because Dudu's blood vessels were thinner than others, the nurse had to prick it several times before she could get it in. Dudu felt even more wronged. "Mom, carry me." Dudu reached out to Yifan. His eyes were filled with dependence. Yifan wrapped Dudu tightly with the blanket. She carefully avoided the 4-needle in his hand and hugged Dudu in her arms. At this moment, Dudu was wrapped up by Yifan like a baby in swaddling clothes. Dudu pouted and put his hand in front of Yifan. "Mom, it hurts." Yifan carefully held Dudu's hand and gently blew on it a few times. "Mom, blow on it and it won't hurt anymore." Unexpectedly, Dudu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Mommy, Dudu doesn't want to eat fruit cake anymore." Dudu's voice was full of grievance. Dudu looked at Yifan with his round eyes. Because he had vomited a few times and cried for a long time, Dudu's chubby face seemed to have shrunk. Yifan didn't understand what Dudu meant. She was stunned. Dudu burrowed into Yifan's arms and said reluctantly and fearfully, "The fruit cake will make Dudu's stomach hurt." Yifan guessed that Dudu probably got food poisoning after eating the cake. Yifan had actually given birth to a child out of wedlock. This shocking news shocked everyone. The entertainment industry immediately blew up. Yifan had won the Best Actress award at Venice. With her young age and superb acting skills, this should have been something worth celebrating. However, this sudden breaking news dealt a heavy blow to Yifan. The entertainment industry was constantly changing. Celebrities had to be very careful with every step they took because any wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. But Yifan had kept it a secret from everyone and quietly gave birth to a child. This was equivalent to the most explosive news in recent times. #Yifan gave birth out of wedlock # quickly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending searches. All the major forums and posts were discussing this matter. There were endless discussions about Yifan giving birth out of wedlock. It wasn't just on the internet. A lot of people were talking about it in real life as well. Most people felt that Yifan was in the wrong. As an A-list celebrity, Yifan was about to rise to a higher position. But at this critical moment, something like this happened. The public opinion was overwhelmingly scolding Yifan. Yifan is too bold. For a female celebrity, this matter is fatal. Does she not want to stay in the entertainment industry anymore? It's hard to imagine that Yifan actually gave birth to a child. Why did she keep it a secret from everyone? I've completely turned from a fan to an anti-fan. I won't watch any of her works anymore. What a waste of my previous love for Yifan. She actually kept it a secret from everyone for so long. If the paparazzi hadn't exposed it, how long was she planning to keep it a secret from everyone? Was she planning to keep it a secret for the rest of her life? The more I supported Yifan in the past, the more I hate Yifan now. I'll slander her for the rest of my life. Countless fans expressed on Yifan's Weibo that they were no longer fans and were completely disappointed in Yifan. But there were also some people who did not believe this video. They felt that someone had fabricated it to slander Yifan. This video is obviously fake. I don't think that person is Yifan. Someone must be trying to frame Yifan. Yifan just won the Best Actress award and this happened. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? I strongly suspect the authenticity of the video. However, there were soon netizens who did a detailed analysis of the video. They took screenshots of the video frame by frame, down to the most minute details. In the end, they concluded that the person in the video who was dressed in black and wearing a black hat, walking out of the ward with her head lowered, was Yifan. Yifan came to the hospital to see her child. Jianlan was Yifan's mother. When Yifan's child was sick, Jianlan accompanied her to the hospital. This was also irrefutable evidence. All the evidence pointed to the fact that Yifan was unmarried and had a child. No matter how others tried to explain it, this fact would never change. The voices that were still doubting the authenticity of the video finally disappeared in the face of strong evidence. Even though Yifan had gotten into this situation, there was still a small group of people who stood on Yifan's side. Aren't some people's mouths a little too poisonous? Yifan was wrong to hide the child, but she has no flaws in other areas. I still support her. Yifan's child is sick. If it were me, I would also be very anxious. At this juncture, let's not harp on this point. However, their group was too small and their voices were weak. So, they were quickly refuted by others. They only cared that Yifan had lied to them. Everything else had nothing to do with them. Some people even asked who the father of Yifan's child was. Was that person a celebrity or an outsider? Everyone racked their brains trying to find out who that person was, but up until now, there were no signs of it being leaked. Yifan's reputation suffered a lot of damage. What was even scarier was that the box office of Life Like Fireworks was also seriously affected. The pre-sales of Life Like Fireworks had reached 100 million within a few days. With such beautiful results, it was clear that the film was destined to be very successful. However, after the incident with Yifan, the growth of the film's box office slowed down significantly. Many films that were released at the same time had surpassed Life Like Fireworks. The film's momentum on the first day of its premiere was very good. After that, it fell into a slump. Its attendance was very low and it lagged behind other films by a large margin. Who would have thought that this highly anticipated film would encounter such a situation after it was released? At the same time, the film's ratings were rapidly falling. The premiere's rating was 9.2, but within a day, it had already fallen to 7.5. Its reputation fell extremely quickly. Such a huge difference happened in a very short period of time. Those who rated the film did not care about the quality of the film. They rated it according to their own wishes. Many people gave it a 1 or 2-star rating for no other reason. This press conference was broadcasted in real time, so the entire country's audience already knew about this. Even more explosive news. He-han is actually the father of Yifan's child. All of a sudden, all of the news articles were related to He-han and Yifan. The two of them had already dominated the headlines of all the major news and dominated the gossip forums for an entire day. The netizens went to their Weibo accounts to scold them. In just one night, countless of their fans left. Because of the excessive traffic, Weibo crashed more than a dozen times. Some of He-han's fans expressed their disappointment. Their idol had a 3-year-old son, yet he kept it a secret from everyone. After being a fan of He-han for so many years, I only found out today that he's such a person. Now that I think about it, even if the candy I ate was real, I feel like I was blind. He-han and Yifan Studios' official Weibo accounts both posted an apology. But the two Weibo posts were still flooded with scolding from the netizens. Their actions had completely gone beyond what the fans could accept. #Xianxia and his wife leaving fans hashtag quickly became the hottest topic. He-han and Yifan's professional careers had ushered in the biggest wave of fans leaving. On the gossip forums, the netizens who were not He-han's fans calmed down very quickly. In any case, He-han doesn't rely on his looks to make a living. I'll still watch his works in the future. Who knows what the truth is? Now that He-han has come out to clarify things, he's taking all the responsibility on himself. He's pretty responsible. Some netizens started a thread asking if anyone had a photo of Yifan's son from the front. The reporters were camping outside the kindergarten, but the photos they took were all taken with their faces covered. Yifan was very protective of her son. No matter how the reporters pushed and shoved her, she did not want to expose her son. The video of Yifan at the kindergarten could be found on all the major websites. Under the flashes of the cameras, Yifan was surrounded by countless reporters. There were also different angles in the video. She could be seen frowning while the child in her arms was sobbing. I feel that Yifan in the video is very pitiful. She's so helpless. Can't you see that the child is crying? There are actually people who want to lift the cover to see his face. That child is only 3 years old. What are you doing? It's one thing to scold Yifan and He-han, but why did you have to dig out their child? Aren't the reporters too much? Even if Yifan is a celebrity, why would she go to the kindergarten and hurt innocent children? The public opinion online was still fermenting. Although the netizens were scolding He-han and Yifan, they still sympathized with Dudu. This child was too innocent. Just because his parents were superstars, he had to bear the infamy at such a young age. He-han returned home. Yifan and Dudu were waiting for him. Dudu was still sleeping. He was frightened today and couldn't sleep well. He needed an adult to watch over him. He-han looked at Dudu to make sure that he was still sleeping soundly. He then quietly sat down beside Yifan. He pulled Yifan into his arms. His hug was warm and strong. Yifan finally calmed down after being in a panic all day. She hugged He-han back. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. He-han stroked her back and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I'm here." Yifan looked up and met He-han's eyes. Her eyes were filled with worry. With just one look, they could understand each other's thoughts. They were worried about Dudu. The current situation was beyond their imagination. Dudu had been exposed to the public prematurely. What should Dudu do in the future? Could his life return to its former happiness? Life Like Fireworks relied on its excellent production and high reputation to counterattack. After a few days of screening, its reputation had already recovered. After that, its rating slowly rose from 8.2 to 9. And this high rating was given by 100,000 people. The more people there were, the easier it was for the rating to become very low. It was very rare for Life Like Fireworks to have such a high score among such a large group of critics. Not to mention, there were also Yifan's anti-fans who were maliciously rating it. One could imagine how high Life Like Fireworks' real score would be if those additional factors were removed. On this day, the famous film critic Lin Heng posted a review of Life Like Fireworks. Who was Lin Heng? Lin Heng was one of the most famous film critics in the country. He was sharp and would point out the good and bad of a movie. Before some movies were released, they would bribe some film critics to give good reviews in order to attract more people to watch the movie. As a result, the box office would increase. However, no one could invite Lin Heng. That was because Lin Heng's rating was the fairest. When he evaluated a movie, it had nothing to do with benefits, actors, or other factors. The basis of all his evaluations was only the acting skills and the movie's effects. Therefore, Lin Heng was very famous in the industry. That was how the film critic Lin Heng evaluated Life Like Fireworks. When the casting for Life Like Fireworks was announced, I didn't agree with it when I found out that Yifan was going to play Hu Manjun. Because I didn't think that anyone could play a legendary actress like Hu Manjun. Subconsciously, I thought that Hu Manjun was unique and couldn't be replicated. Anyone who played Hu Manjun would be extremely bold and risky. Then, Lin Heng changed the topic. However, after I finished watching the entire movie, I changed my mind. The structure of the entire movie is very complete. I can't find any mistakes in the shots and images. Especially the female lead, Yifan. She plays the role of Hu Manjun. Her joy, her anger, her sorrow, every emotion is very full and vivid. For a young actress like Yifan to be able to express such complex emotions so deeply, her potential is limitless. At the end of the movie review, Lin Heng said 2 sentences and gave Yifan a very high evaluation. I can't imagine, other than Yifan, who else could play the role of Hu Manjun. Naturally, the answer is no. I believe that everyone who watches this movie will have the same thoughts as me. In this film review, Lin Heng emphasized this point. No one was more suitable than Yifan to play the role of Hu Manjun. As soon as Lin Heng's movie review was posted, the netizens commented on it. Even Lin Heng is praising Yifan. That means that Yifan's acting is really good. I also think that her acting is quite good. She's better than most actors. After watching the entire film, I finally understand why director Qin chose Yifan for the role. Yifan was practically born for acting. When I was watching the movie, I cried a few times. Many people in the theater cried as well. It's enough to prove that this movie is very successful. My impression of Yifan has improved. Actually, the most important thing for an actor is their ability. Everything else is their private matter and does not affect others. Because of Yifan's superb acting skills, some of her haters even began to slowly change their minds. Their attitudes were no longer so insistent. Yifan's evaluation was no longer one-sided. The film critics' high evaluation once again pushed Life Like Fireworks to a new wave of discussion. Life Like Fireworks had a good reputation in China, and it was also unanimously praised abroad. The foreigners did not care about Yifan being unmarried and having a child. They only evaluated it based on the movie. Many people responded that this Chinese actress had given them a big surprise. They felt that Yifan had a bright future and would definitely have a good development. They also expressed that they were looking forward to Yifan's next work. With Yifan and Yihan by his side, Dudu felt a lot better. Even though Dudu couldn't leave the house, Jianlan and Mrs. He would often visit Dudu at home. They would bring Dudu a lot of fun things and take turns talking to Dudu. On this day, Yifan went to the kitchen to make yogurt for Dudu. She added fruit and sweet biscuits into the yogurt because Dudu really liked sweet things. Just as Yifan was about to walk out of the kitchen with the yogurt, the sound of the TV suddenly came from the living room. Yifan and Yihan didn't want Dudu to see the reports about them on the TV, so Yifan hid the remote control. Dudu was still young, so he couldn't understand why everyone kept scolding them. Now, she didn't know why Dudu had found the remote control, and the TV was broadcasting the reports about her lying to everyone. Yifan's brows immediately furrowed. She quickly walked over and turned off the TV. The TV screen instantly dimmed, but Dudu's round eyes were glued to the TV. A second later, Dudu suddenly looked up at Yifan. His voice was filled with confusion. "Mommy, why did they say you were lying?" As Dudu said this, his eyes reddened. Even though Dudu was young, he knew that the word liar wasn't a good word. He didn't like people calling his mother that. Dudu's tears hung on his long eyelashes, and they wouldn't fall. Yifan put the yogurt aside and hugged Dudu. Yifan sighed softly in her heart. She straightened Dudu's body and looked straight into his eyes. At this moment, Dudu spoke again. "Is it because Dudu is Mommy's baby, so everyone doesn't like Mommy?" The report just now had made it very clear that the popular actress Yifan had hidden it from everyone and had a 3-year-old child. Yifan immediately hugged Dudu tightly and comforted him. "Of course it's not because of Dudu. Dudu is so cute. How could anyone not like Dudu? It's because Mommy didn't tell anyone that I had such a cute baby. That's why everyone thinks Mommy is lying." Yifan patted Dudu's head. "Dudu, don't worry. Now that everyone knows about Dudu's existence, they'll realize that my Dudu is so cute and sensible. They'll only be envious of me." Dudu stared blankly at Yifan and asked in a childish voice, "Really?" Yifan looked at Dudu with a smile. "Of course it's true. In the future, more and more people will like Dudu. Even though Dudu won't be able to meet them, they'll become Dudu's friends." Although Dudu wasn't sure, he had always believed in his mother's words without a doubt. After Yifan saw that Dudu's emotions had stabilized, she picked up the yogurt on the table and fed Dudu mouthful by mouthful. Dudu ate the sweet yogurt and felt even more relaxed. When the yogurt was almost finished, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Yifan was startled. She put down Dudu and let him sit on the edge of the sofa. She scooped up the yogurt to eat while she stood up to pick up the phone. As soon as the phone was placed to her ear, before Yifan could say anything, a child's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dudu, Dudu." It was a girl's voice. Yifan's heart softened. She smiled and asked, "Are you looking for Dudu?" The person who called was Dudu's first friend in kindergarten, Mo Tian Tian. Mo Tian Tian was Yihan's little fan. She was also Dudu's good friend. To her, the most surprising thing that had happened in the past few days was that her good friend had actually become the son of her idol. Mo Tian Tian was excited for a few days in a row, but Dudu never came to school. Dudu was taken away by Principal's son that day, so Mo Tian Tian kept pestering Principal's son, saying that she wanted to call Dudu. When Mo Tian Tian heard Yifan's voice, she greeted her politely. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Mo Tian Tian. Are you Dudu's mother?" Yifan replied gently, "I'll call Dudu for you." Mo Tian Tian thanked her in a childish voice. "Thank you, Auntie." When Yifan picked up the phone, Dudu had been paying attention to the commotion over here. His eyes were fixed on Yifan, wondering why his mother kept calling his name. Yifan waved at Dudu. "Dudu, your friend is looking for you. She said her name is Mo Tian Tian." Dudu's eyes lit up. He put down the spoon in his hand and ran over to the phone. Dudu had just called Mo Tiantian's name when Mo Tiantian's excited voice came through. Today, the weather was fine, and the sun was shining through the window, warming up the entire house. Yifan picked up her bag and prepared to go out. She was going to meet the person in charge of Dior later. Dudu was nestled in Yihan's arms. Yifan squatted in front of Dudu and patted his head. Dudu, mommy is going out. See you later. Even though Dudu was a little reluctant, he still waved goodbye to Yifan. Mommy, bye-bye. Dudu will wait for you at home. When Yifan really stood up, Dudu slid down from Yihan's arms and ran towards Yifan. Yifan felt Dudu bump into her legs. Dudu immediately hugged Yifan's waist. Mommy, I forgot to kiss you. Dudu pointed at his little face and said in a childish voice. Yifan smiled and squatted down. She gave Dudu a kiss according to his wish. At this moment, Yihan stood up from the sofa and walked in front of Yifan. Yihan picked up Dudu from the ground with one hand. In the next second, he took a step towards Yifan. Yihan reached out and hooked his arm around Yifan's neck. Then, he planted a gentle kiss on Yifan's face. Yifan blushed slightly and said goodbye to Yihan. At night, Yihan prepared to go out. Dudu tugged on Yihan's pants and insisted on going out with Yihan. Dudu had been locked up at home all day and hadn't gone out for a long time. Daddy, bring Dudu with us. Dudu also wants to go to the supermarket. Dudu looked at Yifan with a pair of eyes that were similar to Yifan's. Yihan couldn't refuse at all. Moreover, Yihan and Yifan had discussed before that they weren't going to hide Dudu's matter anymore. Under Dudu's excited gaze, Yihan picked up Dudu. Yihan put Dudu into the child seat. Dudu obediently buttoned it up. Yihan checked it and then sat in the driver's seat. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening and the supermarket was about to close. There were fewer and fewer people in the supermarket. Now that Yihan brought Dudu to the supermarket, not many people would notice. The supermarket wasn't far from home. The car arrived after 10 minutes. Yihan got out of the car. Dudu twisted his little body and put his hands on the car window. He looked at Yihan eagerly. Yihan opened the car door for Dudu and carried him out of the car. Dudu, remember to hug Daddy tightly, okay? Yihan reminded him. Dudu nodded his little head repeatedly. Dudu hugged Yihan's neck and obediently nestled on Yihan's shoulder. Yihan helped Dudu put on his hat and walked towards the supermarket. The supermarket was brightly lit. Even though Yihan had disguised himself, some of Yihan's fans quickly recognized Yihan. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. They whispered to their friends, but their eyes kept glancing in the direction of Yihan. Yihan wasn't affected at all. He focused on picking things. He held Dudu in one hand and pointed at the things on the shelves with the other. Dudu wants this? Dudu saw the dazzling array of things on the shelves. His eyes lit up. He looked up and down, left and right. He couldn't take it all in. Dudu wants this. Dudu excitedly pointed at his favorite biscuits. Yihan followed Dudu's instructions and put the things he wanted into the cart. Dudu originally had some trauma about going out. When he came out, he couldn't help but think of what happened in kindergarten. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yihan sensed Dudu's fear, so he made up his mind to bring Dudu outside. Dudu couldn't stay away from the outside world forever. At this time, Dudu's attention was completely attracted by the snacks in front of him. He lifted his head from Yihan's shoulder and stared straight at the snacks on the shelves. The fans who had completely confirmed Yihan's identity slowly gathered around. The other customers in the supermarket also heard the news and came over to look at Yihan. Dudu soon sensed the crowd surrounding them. He turned into a little quail again and shrank into Yihan's arms. The big head on his head also buckled down, completely blocking Dudu's face. Dudu remembered what happened in kindergarten. His little body was a little stiff. Yihan sensed Dudu's abnormality and gently patted his back. Dudu only dared to secretly look at the situation outside through the gap of the hat. In the eyes of others, Dudu's appearance was simply adorable. They originally came to see Yihan. They didn't expect their idol's son to be so cute. Originally, because of Dudu's exposure, they were particularly disappointed that their idol had a son and a relationship at the same time. Unexpectedly, when they saw Dudu today, they unexpectedly became fans. Just now, they heard Yihan call Dudu's name, so they also shouted together. In a few days' time, Yihan's new movie, Killer Hunter, would be released. Yihan had already won all the awards at all the major film festivals. His reputation were extremely convincing in all aspects. Once Killer Hunter was released, the box office earnings were secondary. To He Han, it was just a matter of whether he won an award or not. However, because He Han's name was in the movie, it was already a guarantee for the box office earnings. It also proved that Killer Hunter was definitely an excellent and well-made film. However, because of the incident between He Han and Yi Fan, some of their fans had already turned into anti-fans. Moreover, He Han's rival celebrities also wanted to take advantage of the release of He Han's movie to trample on He Han. There were also some movies that were released at the same time as Killer Hunter. They were afraid that Killer Hunter's aggressive move would affect their box office earnings. So they got some familiar media outlets to attack Killer Hunter online. In an instant, the internet was filled with anti-fans. One of the headlines read, "Best Actor He Han's new movie box office worries. Could be last in box office earnings." The news article emphasized the relationship between He Han and Yi Fan. They said that this incident would definitely affect the box office earnings of Killer Hunter. The response to the movie would be very bad and the box office earnings would be extremely low. They even started a rumor that He Han's taste in movies had deteriorated. They said that Killer Hunter was a bad movie and that it would be crushed by other movies released at the same time. He Han's anti-fans commented below. "One look and you can tell that Killer Hunter is terrible. So what if He Han is the one who acted it? It's destined that no one will watch it. I don't want to watch He Han's movie. He's already deceived everyone. This movie can't be any better. There are many other good movies released at the same time. Why must I watch Killer Hunter?" Although there were many anti-fans, He Han's every step was based on the solid foundation of the masses. He had always relied on his works to speak for themselves. Very quickly, He Han's fans rebutted. These fans were attracted to He Han's works. They only cared about He Han's works. Besides, He Han and Yi Fan's relationship was their private matter and had nothing to do with the work. Even if you don't watch He Han's movies, there are plenty of people who do. He Han is very capable and doesn't need you haters to contribute to the box office. I'll leave it at that. Killer Chaser will definitely be a good movie. Just the trailer alone is already very exciting. I'm sure the movie will be even more exciting. When the time comes, we'll just have to look at the box office. For now, there's no need to talk nonsense with the haters. The box office and reputation of Killer Chasing will give them a hard slap in the face. He Han's fans had a good fight with those haters. Next, the fans were waiting for the movie to be released. They were never worried about the box office and reputation of the movie because He Han would never disappoint. His movie would definitely be worth the price of the ticket. On this day, Culprit Chaser was released. All the major media outlets reported the statistics of Culprit Chaser in real time. On its first day of release, Man Chaser became the box office champion, earning more than 100 million yuan. Following that, everything that seemed impossible became possible. The box office continued to grow at an astonishing speed. With a box office of more than 100 million yuan in a day, it completely crushed all the other movies that were released at the same time at an incredible speed and cemented Culprit Chaser's position as the overlord of the box office. The movie's reputation was very good and it was sold out at every venue. Its rating also rose from the initial 9 out of 10 to 9.5. All the major film critics gave it extremely high reviews. This amazing result shocked everyone. Up until now, Culprit Chaser's box office earnings had exceeded 2 billion yuan. It was already the highest-grossing movie of the year so far. Meanwhile, the discussion of Culprit Chaser was still increasing and its reputation did not show any signs of decline. It looked like it would not be impossible for the box office earnings to exceed 3 billion yuan. Fans went to He Han's Weibo to express their congratulations. Congratulations, He Han. Culprit Chaser is the most exciting movie I've seen this year. It's a blockbuster with high IQ. I've already bought my second ticket to the movie. With such a heaven-defying box office earnings, does he intend to hit 3 billion yuan? He Han's movies are indeed all of the best. Those haters are really embarrassed. They were still mocking He Han a while ago, but now their faces have been slapped swollen. Look at what he means by speaking with his abilities. Yi Fan had heard Dai Jinshan mention Dudu's popularity on the internet before, but she didn't take it to heart. For the past few days, Yifan had been discussing with Dudu about going to kindergarten. She didn't know if it was because of Mo Tiantian's phone call or the time when Han brought Dudu to the supermarket, but Dudu didn't encounter the same situation as the first time. Dudu started to mention to Yifan that he wanted to go to kindergarten. However, Yifan didn't think that way. She felt that she and Han should bring Dudu out for a walk, but it was still a little early for him to go to school. There were still some reporters outside the kindergarten. If they knew that Dudu had started school, there would be even more reporters surrounding them. Dudu had just gotten used to it, and Yifan wasn't sure if he would be hurt again, so she wanted to wait a little longer before sending Dudu to school. However, Dudu wasn't happy. Ever since Yifan rejected his request, he had been pestering Yifan. Perhaps Dudu knew that as long as he could convince Yifan, Han would naturally stand on Yifan's side, so Dudu only pestered Yifan and didn't pester Han. Mom, Dudu wants to go to kindergarten. When Yifan sat in the kitchen to eat, Dudu would cling onto the armrest of Yifan's chair, stand on his tiptoes, and look at Yifan with a pair of pitiful eyes. When Yifan finished eating, he would follow her to the living room. When Yifan sat down, he would lie on Yifan's lap and look up at Yifan. Mom, Dudu's friends miss Dudu. Dudu misses them too. Dudu tried his best to act cute. His little body twisted and turned as he kept calling out for Yifan. Mom, Mom. Yifan had no choice but to ask Han for help from Dudu. Ask Dad. If Dad agrees, Mom will agree. After Yifan finished speaking, Dudu's little butt didn't move. His big eyes were still staring straight at Yifan. Daddy said, listen to Mommy. Dudu said this sentence naturally. It can be seen that he tacitly agreed with this statement in his heart. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only discuss it with Dudu. After a while, Mom will send Dudu to school, okay? Dudu could only agree reluctantly. His little mouth was raised high. He really wanted to see his friends. Yifan didn't expect that Dudu's wish would come true so quickly. Dudu's fans were increasing. One of the fans' relatives went to the kindergarten where Dudu attended. She heard that Dudu hadn't come to school in a long time. The teacher inside told her that because the reporters had surrounded the school last time, Dudu was traumatized. Yifan and Han didn't want to affect the other children in the kindergarten, so they didn't let Dudu come to school. The fans discussed it for a long time and finally came up with a solution. They gathered some people. When Dudu went to and from school, they would spontaneously surround the school and wait for Dudu to enter before leaving. They divided everyone's free time and took turns to be on duty. They were very disciplined and wouldn't disturb the other children. The reporters who had been guarding the school entrance were also blocked outside. The school was strictly guarded during the school hours, so no outsiders would get close to the children. And this situation had been going on for some time. The fans knew that Dudu hadn't come to school, but they still persisted. They hoped to dispel Han and Yifan's concerns. When Yifan saw this news online, she didn't react for a moment. She stared at her phone in a daze until she felt a soft touch on her feet. Dudu looked at Yifan in confusion. He didn't know why Yifan had been ignoring him. Mom, what are you looking at? Yifan met Dudu's eyes and suddenly smiled. She tapped Dudu's little nose. Dudu can go to school tomorrow. When Dudu heard Yifan's words, he was first stunned. The pleasant surprise came too quickly. Dudu's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and bounced on the spot a few times. He was extremely excited. Yifan was also infected by his happiness. Dudu is that happy? Dudu nodded repeatedly. Dudu can see his friends very soon. Furthermore, I haven't finished learning the songs my teacher taught me last time. Dudu listed them one by one. He suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the phone. Dudu needs to call great-grandma and grandma. Dudu needs to go to school. The next day, before Yifan could wake him up, Dudu crawled out of bed with a grunt. When Yifan helped him put on his clothes, Dudu wasn't honest. He kept talking about what happened at school. Alright, let's go to school. Yifan picked up Dudu and got into the car. The car drove to the kindergarten. Yifan had already told Principal's son about Dudu's return to the kindergarten. The closer the car got to the school, the more Dudu peeked out through the closed car window. Dudu saw a group of people outside the kindergarten, and he was a bit nervous. Not long after Wang Qingni and Yifan joined the cast, they had already received the attention of the Hollywood media. However, the two of them had been filming their own solo scenes, so the bailiff and assassin hadn't met yet. Their real scenes had just started today. Of course, Wang Qingni had seen the news online. She also had a lot of thoughts about Yifan. She had already developed them during the casting. Wang Qingni had seen Yifan's movies, including Life Like Fireworks, which won the Best Actress award at Venice this year. She was fully aware of Yifan's abilities. If she were to act, she wouldn't be able to portray Hu Manjun as well as Yifan could. Yifan had a wide range of acting roles. She could perfectly play different types of roles. She was still young, but she still won the Best Actress award at the Golden Horse Awards even though there was news of her giving birth. It didn't affect her career at all. Moreover, Yifan had already become Liu Xiaoshen's female lead. It was as if she already had one foot in Hollywood, so she had to be even more vigilant against her. Wang Qingni was fully focused on every scene with Yifan. She wouldn't let her guard down because she knew she couldn't lose. Liu Xiaoshen called the two female leads over to talk about the scenes. Yifan, you'll be behind the curtain later. He made some gestures. Wang Qingni, wait until Yifan has started the scene. Then find a chance to come in. Yifan nodded. She listened to the director attentively, but Wang Qingni was watching Yifan's reaction. They were going to film a scene where the assassin and the bailiff had a direct confrontation. When the bailiff arrived at the scene after the corrupt official was assassinated, the assassin had yet to leave and was hiding behind the curtain. The two of them had a secret competition. In the scene, Yifan was in the dark, while Wang Qingni was in the light. Yifan was at a disadvantage in this scene. Even if it was a close-up shot, in a place where the lights were too dim, her best micro-expressions couldn't be used to their fullest potential. And the lights were all on Wang Qingni, so she could make full use of her body language and facial expressions to perfect her performance. If Yifan was the slightest bit careless, she would be suppressed by Wang Qingni in this scene. With the director's voice, the scene officially started shooting. The brothel was filled with the singing and dancing of orioles and swallows. Listening to the beautiful voices of the prostitutes, amidst the rouge and pink, they were full of charm. In a certain room, a corrupt official was holding a smiling prostitute in his arms as they frolicked in the layers of curtains. Suddenly, she heard a soft sneer. Yifan's sneer was cold, but there was a hint of mockery in it. In the middle of the night, it added a sense of strangeness. A black-clothed assassin was sitting on the beam. Yifan crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at everything in the room. Her expression was indifferent, her facial features were cold, but her eyes were cold. The candles on the table flickered. Yifan flicked her fingers and the light suddenly went out. The lust that pervaded the room was broken, and the people in the room suddenly stopped moving. Within seconds, Yifan came down from the beam. The knife in her hand gently slid across the corrupt official's neck, and the prostitute next to him fainted. The assassination scene was quiet and silent, as if nothing had happened. Who would have expected that not long after, footsteps could be heard outside the door? Yifan narrowed her eyes and flashed into the curtain that was fluttering in the wind. In the dark room, her figure could not be seen. The door opened and closed. Wang Qingni walked in and suddenly lightened her steps. She sensed that there was someone else in the room. Wang Qingni looked at the corpse on the floor and the unconscious prostitute. Six Fan School had just received the news tonight. It seemed that she was one step too late. A complicated expression flashed across Wang Qingni's face. She interpreted her expression well. But Yifan, who was in the dark, looked at the curtains. Her slight movement fully reflected the calmness and composure of an assassin. Wang Qingni raised her head and looked around, looking for the assassin. Stop. Liu Xiaoshen looked very dissatisfied. He-Han smiled. He looked away and let Yifan sit there alone. Yifan quickly came back to her senses. She turned her head away and stopped looking at He-Han. He-Han looked ahead and stepped on the accelerator. The car drove onto the wide road. He knew where Yifan was staying at the hotel. Following the GPS, he successfully arrived at the hotel Yifan was temporarily staying at. Because the filming was on hold and the role of the constable hadn't been confirmed, Yifan's schedule would be rearranged. Once they returned to the country, her manager would help her arrange for other work. After parking the car, He-han and Yifan went into the hotel. It was already very late in the country, so Dudu must have gone to bed long ago. They didn't call him back in the country and went straight into the room. They hadn't seen each other for a week. They had only been apart for a few days, but they missed each other so much. After entering the room, the door was tightly shut. When they reached a place where no one was around, He-han hugged Yifan. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and leaned over to kiss her earlobe. He didn't say how much he missed her, but he quietly and slowly kissed Yifan's earlobe. He nibbled on it as though he was testing her. Her earlobe was already very sensitive. In the quiet room, her heart couldn't help but race. As they kissed, the originally gentle kiss became a little strange. He-han. Yifan gently parted her lips and said He-han's name. Her voice was very pleasant. When she said those two words, it seemed to slowly tickle his heart. She casually said it, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. "What are you doing?" He-han's action suddenly stopped. His lips remained by Yifan's ear, his warm breath tickling Yifan's ear as he said, "Nothing." His tone was meaningful and had a double meaning. "I'm here to bully you." He-han pried Yifan's lips open and went straight in. He covered the softness in front of her and gently lifted her shirt. She responded to his kiss. In the dim room, her breathing gradually deepened. Slowly, he kissed his way to the bed behind. Yifan's long black hair was draped over the bed, and strands of hair quietly fell on her fair and flawless body. Her clothes had long been disheveled, revealing her body. He tucked her hair behind her ear, and in a long and deep kiss, his hands gradually moved downwards, becoming more and more restless. He-han stopped and glanced ambiguously at Yifan's scattered clothes. He teased, "Mrs. He, you're really in a hurry." Yifan raised her eyebrows and her gaze suddenly turned slightly cold. She took advantage of his unpreparedness to straddle him and quickly took over the dominant position. Yifan ran her fingers across He-han's shirt and slowly unbuttoned it. Her movements were extremely slow, tormenting him. The next second, He-han suddenly grabbed her hand. Yifan suddenly curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Mr. He, you're the one who's in a hurry." He-han didn't deny it and said in a low and hoarse voice, I am in a hurry. "So. Let's hurry up and start." In the room with the closed curtains, the light was dim, but the atmosphere was as warm as fire. Without teasing each other like before, the two of them, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, suddenly became affectionate. The news of He-han visiting Yifan in America made the headlines again. The media took photos of He-han walking into the hotel Yifan was staying at. Behind him was Yifan, who had just finished work. He was holding a suitcase in his hand, and she walked quietly with her head down. The two of them looked low-key and quiet. They didn't look like flamboyant celebrities, but like a married couple who were serious about their lives. The photos quickly went online and were discussed by netizens. The difference from before was that everyone didn't criticize He-han and Yifan in a harsh tone. He-han and Yifan had a discussion. On this day, He-han posted on Weibo, "We're getting married. We'll walk through this life together." There was a picture attached to the post. It was a picture of He-han, Yifan, and Dudu holding hands as a family of three. In the picture, He-han and Yifan were standing on either side of Dudu while Dudu was in the middle. The two of them were surrounding Dudu and the three of them were holding hands tightly. Then he at Yifan. A minute later, Yifan reposted the Weibo post. He-han and Yifan announced their marriage. This big news made the headlines of all the major entertainment websites. The topic hashtag He-han and Yi-fan announced their marriage hashtag also quickly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending searches. Within a few minutes, their Weibo reposts had reached 1 million views. The number of comments from the fans was also increasing at a terrifying rate. Within 10 minutes, the number of comments on Weibo had already broken several million. Everyone was congratulating Yifan and He-han on their marriage. The fans were all very excited and expressed that this day had finally come. "Guru, he is getting married. Why do I feel like crying?" But seeing how happy Guru he and Yifan are, I will always support them. As a CP fan of Hanya and his wife, I'm very gratified to see this Weibo post. The two of them are really a good match. They are the most handsome and most capable couple on the entertainment websites. Besides talking about Hehan and Yifan, everyone's attention was drawn to Dudu. This was the first time Hehan and Yifan had posted a picture of Dudu on Weibo. Although it was just a picture of his back and his face was not shown, it was enough to make Dudu's mother fans excited. My little Dudu is so cute even from the back. Hurry up and turn around for me to see. I haven't seen Dudu's face in a long time. Their family looks very happy. I hope Dudu will always be this happy. Even though there were fewer and fewer anti-fans because of Hehan and Yifan's good acting skills and Dudu, there were still some people who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to find some sense of existence at this time. Hehan and Yifan's anti-fans would say a few words of sarcasm and they would immediately be pushed down by the fans' comments. Very quickly, the comments on the internet were cleaned up and only praises for Hehan and Yifan remained on the internet. After Yifan and Hehan announced their marriage, they immediately started preparing for their wedding photo shoot. The location they chose was a famous scenic spot in the country. Dudu had never traveled far before. As soon as he got off the plane, he ran out. He didn't feel tired at all. He was full of energy. Once they arrived at their destination, the weather became noticeably warmer. The warm sunlight shone down, dispelling the chill on their bodies. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Dudu's forehead. Yifan saw that the temperature wasn't low, so she took off Dudu's little jacket and held it in her hands. The next second, Hehan, who was behind her, reached out and took the jacket from Yifan's hands. Hehan took a step forward and walked side by side with Yifan. Dudu walked right in front, as though he was swaggering and leading the way. They first rested there for a day before the wedding photo shoot officially started. Yifan woke up very early. She sat in front of the dressing table with several makeup artists around her. They helped her carefully with her makeup and hairstyle. Dudu also got up with Yifan. When Yifan sat in front of the mirror to do her makeup, Dudu lay on her lap and stared at her without blinking. Yifan thought it was funny. She gently pinched Dudu's chubby cheeks and asked, "What are you looking at, baby?" Dudu looked at Yifan in admiration and wasn't stingy with his praise. When he heard Yifan ask him, he immediately gave her a thumbs up and said, "Mommy is so beautiful." Dudu's childish words made everyone in the room laugh out loud. When they first heard that Yifan had a child, they were a little shocked. They didn't expect that after spending a few days with Dudu, they would all fall in love with this adorable little chubby boy. Yifan's eyes were also filled with smiles. She didn't bend down, but gently wrapped her arms around Dudu's little body. The cameraman was already in position on the beach. The wedding photoshoot was set on the beach. Rachel was the person in charge of Vera Chen's Asia division. All along, Vera Chen's sales had been very good overseas, but it could only be said to be average in Asia. Unexpectedly, after Yifan released the wedding photos, the sales in Asia jumped to become the sales champion. In the past few days, the sales of Vera Chen's wedding gowns had reached a peak. Yifan could not have done such a good job. She wanted to express her gratitude to Yifan in person. Also, Rachel had another idea. Among all the wedding gowns, it was obvious that Yifan's wedding gowns had the best sales. It was obvious that everyone still recognized Yifan. Rachel thought about how Yifan was about to get married. If Yifan could wear Vera Chen's wedding gown on the day of the wedding, it would definitely have a better effect. Thinking of this, Rachel's lips curled into a smile. She decided to look for Yifan and mention this matter. If Yifan had already chosen another wedding gown, she would not force her. She would just go and express her gratitude. On this day, Yifan received a call. "Hello, I'm Rachel, the person in charge of Vera Chen's Asia division." Yifan said, "Hello." Rachel said, "There's something I'd like to discuss with you. I wonder when you'll be free." Yifan happened to be free today, so she asked Rachel to come over to Huarue. When Rachel arrived at Huarue, she followed Yifan's instructions and went to Yifan's office. The office was spacious and bright, and there was someone standing inside. She was wearing a coat that wrapped around her slender figure. Her skin was extremely fair, like snow. She was Yifan. This was the first time Rachel had seen Yifan in person. Yifan was even more beautiful in person than on camera. When Yifan stood there, her gaze could not help but linger on Yifan. Yifan was indeed a dazzling, yet low-key and reserved person. Rachel composed herself and reached out her hand to Yifan. "Hello, I'm Rachel." Yifan replied politely, "Hello, I'm Yifan." Rachel and Yifan sat down. Rachel smiled and looked at Yifan. "Miss Yi, a while ago, you posted your wedding photos online. After that, Vera Chen's sales in Asia increased a lot. This time, I'm here to express my gratitude to you." Yifan immediately shook her head. "I chose Vera Chen's wedding dress because I think it suits me very well. As for the increase in sales, Vera Chen's quality is good, and her style is popular. It's only a matter of time." Although Vera Chen was a niche brand, it had a good reputation overseas. It was just that it hadn't opened up in the Asian market yet. Rachel thought of another reason for her visit today. She looked at Yifan and said, "You're getting married in a few days, right?" Yifan nodded. Rachel asked, "Miss Yi, have you decided which brand of wedding dress you're going to wear?" After asking this, Rachel felt a little nervous. If Yifan chose Vera Chen's wedding dress, she had a feeling that it would greatly promote the development of the brand. She desperately hoped that Yifan would choose Vera Chen as her wedding dress on the wedding day. However, it couldn't be avoided that other brands had already approached Yifan. After all, Yifan was so famous that she might be one step behind. Rachel looked at Yifan with mixed feelings. Yifan muttered to himself. After she and Yihan had announced their marriage, many brands had approached her, hoping that she could wear a wedding dress from their own brand. Yifan knew that if she wore a wedding dress of a certain brand, it would promote that brand very well. After that, it would be equivalent to establishing a partnership with that brand. However, whether it was taking wedding photos or on the wedding day, she still wanted to follow a principle. That was to keep a low profile. Yifan would always remember that this was a day that was not too hot. She held the bouquet and stood under the sun as she looked at Yihan. He was dressed in a suit that matched her wedding gown. At the end of the hall was the ceremonial stage. Yihan stood there and looked at Yifan. Behind him was the azure blue sea. His eyes were extremely dark, and his deep gaze surrounded her. There was no one else in their eyes. Jianlan looked at Yifan. Yifan was wearing her wedding gown as she walked forward step by step. Jianlan stared fixedly at her. Her nose felt stuffy as tears fell from her eyes. Yifan had experienced too many hardships along the way. She had grown into such an outstanding person. She was proud of her, but her heart also ached for her. Luckily, Yifan had met her true love. Now, there were still so many people who cared about her and loved her. Jianlan's thoughts were complicated. She had already missed out on Yifan's previous life. In the days to come, she would watch as Yifan lived a happy and successful life. Mrs. He sat by the side. She looked at Yifan and Yihan, and the corners of her eyes were wet. In the beginning, when she found out that Yihan had someone in his heart, she was very happy. Because she knew that the person Yihan liked must be very outstanding. Reality proved that Yifan was much more outstanding than she had imagined. Yifan was strong and tolerant. In this aspect, she was so similar to Yihan. The two of them were destined to be together. Mrs. Yi's eyes were red, but there was a smile on her lips. She knew that the two of them would definitely be happy. Dudu was a ready-made little flower boy. Yifan walked in front. Dudu carried the little flower basket seriously and followed behind Yifan. With every step Yifan took, Dudu took out a handful of petals from the flower basket and scattered them into the sky. However, Dudu was too weak. All the petals landed on Yifan's dress. Yifan seemed to be stepping on the petals as she walked towards Yihan. Halfway there, Dudu continued to take out the petals from the flower basket. However, he realized that the basket was empty. He had thrown out all the petals. Dudu stopped in his tracks with a blank expression. He looked at the familiar Jianlan and Mrs. He below the stage. His face was full of confusion. He didn't know what to do. Jianlan, who was still sad, was amused by Dudu's cute appearance. Her sadness instantly dissipated. She helplessly pointed out a way for Dudu to continue walking forward with Yifan. Under the gaze of the guests, the bride and groom looked at each other across the crowd from a distance. Under the pure white veil, Yifan gently curved her lips. She walked towards Yihan as memories of them kept flashing through her mind. Yifan remembered that Yihan had said that it was the first time he met her during a performance in middle school. She lost her home overnight. Later, she suddenly received funding from an anonymous kind-hearted person. Yifan remembered that when she was performing Skylark, Yihan had come to the piano room to watch, but she didn't see him. She still remembered that Yihan would always pay attention to her performance and pay attention to every improvement she made. She had always remembered every word he had said. Yifan walked up to the stage. The ceremony hadn't started yet. Yihan held Yifan's hand as they stood to the side and watched a short play. The short play was very simple. There were no complicated props or scenes. It was just a silent performance by the actors to convey a story. The young girl playing the violin on stage was wearing a clean and simple outfit. Her violin playing was elegant and moving. The girl who had suffered a blow and was crying silently in the dark night. The girl stood up again. Her confidence had a hint of timidity and inferiority. The girl who took out her phone to check her emails and waited for a reply. Vera Chen was going to hold a New York fashion haute couture wedding dress show. This haute couture show was a new breakthrough for Vera Chen. She boldly used something that had never been used before. If it was well received by the industry, it would be an excellent development. What was worth mentioning was that Yifan was the one who wore the high-end wedding gown. Yifan wore a dress designed by Vera Chen at the wedding, and the two established a partnership. After that, several wedding dresses sold very well, and Vera Chen became the most popular wedding dress in Asia. Vera Chen personally came to China to meet Yifan. She told Yifan that she would hold a haute couture wedding dress show soon, and she wanted Yifan to wear the finale wedding dress. At first, when Vera Chen and Yifan made this suggestion, Yifan was very surprised. She was not a model and had no experience on the runway. She did not understand why Vera Chen wanted her to wear the wedding dress. Under Vera Chen's insistence, Yifan wore the wedding dress. The moment Vera Chen saw Yifan wear the wedding dress, she was even more certain of her thoughts. This dress could only be worn by Yifan. Because Yifan had no experience on the runway, Vera Chen explained the key points very carefully, and Yifan listened carefully. After preparing for a while, Yifan and Vera Chen's team boarded a plane to New York. Vera Chen was holding a haute couture wedding dress show in New York today. Because Vera Chen had a good reputation abroad, and her wedding dress had attracted a good response in Asia some time ago, many people were looking forward to what kind of work Vera Chen would give them this time. All the major media and celebrities arrived at Vera Chen's show. As soon as they walked in, everyone was stunned by the exquisite scene inside. The theme of this haute couture wedding dress show was ice and snow. The entire show was silver white as far as the eye could see. The walls were dotted with snowflakes, and the floor was covered with a thick silver white carpet. In addition, there were beautiful and cold flowers spread throughout the show. It was so vivid and lifelike. Everyone who came here felt as if they were in the cold winter. The tea stage was also completely different from usual. The bottom was covered with silver glitter, and the lights shone down, shining with silver light. With such meticulous decorations, one could imagine how much importance Vera Chen attached to this high-end show. Everyone took their seats one after another. The huge venue was already filled with people at this time. Yifan was sitting in the dressing room, and the makeup artist was doing her makeup. Yifan's dressing room was independent. When Vera Chen arrived at the dressing room and saw Yifan's makeup, she revealed a satisfied smile. She believed that Yifan would amaze everyone tonight. Yihan also arrived at the show. He sat below the stage and waited for Yifan to appear. After a while, the lights suddenly dimmed. The light enveloped the tea stage and the music started playing. The first model appeared. She was wearing a red wedding dress. The style was simple but unique, continuing Vera Chen's low-key and luxurious style. The next few pieces were also red wedding dresses. The dazzling red immediately lit up the entire show. After the red wedding dress, it was the black wedding dress. The wedding dress was embroidered with all kinds of gorgeous flowers. It was a different style from the previous red wedding dress. One wedding dress after another was shown. The red was warm, the yellow was fresh, and the black was deep. Every wedding dress had its own characteristics. The theme was ice and snow, but Vera Chen used the elements of the four seasons. All the wedding dresses that Vera Chen had shown so far reflected a different kind of beauty. So, what would the last wedding dress look like? What kind of surprise would it bring everyone? Everyone's expectations were getting higher and higher. The Academy Awards ceremony would be held in February and the official nominees had already been announced. Life Like Fireworks was nominated for Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Art Director, and Best Foreign Language Film. The moment the nominees were announced, it caused a huge uproar online. Famous gossip forums were instantly flooded with this news. Good news! Life Like Fireworks has been nominated for an Oscar. Is Yifan going to walk the red carpet at the Oscars? Place your bets. Everyone, guess which award Life Like Fireworks will win. Yifan is so lucky. She just debuted and became a trending topic because of her beauty. Her first movie is the role of Hu Manjun. She even got married to Guru He and has such an adorable son. I'm so envious. What do you mean she's so lucky? Clearly, God doesn't let down those who work hard. Yifan's family background isn't good and she didn't have any background when she first entered the entertainment industry. She only managed to get such a good resume by working hard steadily. It's always said that there aren't any capable new starlets in the entertainment industry. Yifan's rise is too fast. I don't think she can compete with this group of starlets in terms of actual achievements. Dudu fans wish the movie an award and hope that Dudu's mother is happy every day. After He Han and Yifan's wedding, the reviews of the two of them had completely turned for the better. After this Oscar nomination, the netizens no longer cared about what happened before. He Han and Yifan had fully proven a truth. In the entertainment industry, the work was the absolute truth. Yifan had been staying in the States all this time. Her scenes were still being filmed and the constable's role was about to start filming. Director Liu Xiaoshan's Danger Everywhere was recasting and the role of the constable was confirmed. As the director was very famous and the female lead was the current hottest female celebrity in the country, Yifan, the casting process was very intense. On the day that the female lead who played the constable was set to start filming, the filming location was surrounded by reporters. Everyone wanted to know what would happen to the filming crew in the future after the big news. The paparazzi were waiting outside the filming location and finally managed to get a shot of the female lead who would act with Yifan. The other actor who was filming Danger Everywhere in Hollywood turned out to be Chong Su. As everyone knew, Yifan and Chong Su met on a reality show. Later on, Yifan was cast as Hu Manjun, while Chong Su was eliminated. Rumors of their discord spread like wildfire. During this period of time, Chong Su and Yifan worked very well together on the set. They chatted and laughed and were very familiar with each other. The reporters took photos of them. It seemed that they were not only business partners, but also very close friends. There was no conflict between the two of them at all. It was all rumors from the outside world. If the interaction at the Golden Horse Awards ceremony wasn't enough to prove this point, then the interaction on set couldn't be fake. With the two female leads, Yifan and Chong Su, not only did Danger Everywhere become a hot topic, but it also had good looks and acting skills. It was bound to be another blockbuster. It looked like Yifan's acting career was about to take another big step forward. Yifan was filming in Hollywood. During Dudu's winter break, He Han rented an apartment in Los Angeles for the whole family to live together. Usually, when Yifan was filming, He Han would take Dudu around. Dudu's English was becoming more and more fluent. He Han would expose Dudu to a lot of things and observe his reactions. They were slowly developing Dudu's interests, but they hadn't found anyone yet. This year, Dudu spent his birthday in America. The He family and Jianlan came to Los Angeles and held a birthday party together at their apartment. This year, Dudu went to kindergarten and went to America. He even received a lot of love from his fans. His growth was clearly remembered by all his family members. Dudu was 4 years old. Yifan gave him a violin as a present. Yifan used to play the violin for Dudu and she also performed on shows. Dudu often watched Yifan's TV dramas and shows. They realized that he watched videos of Yifan playing the violin the most. Cartier's new line of jewelry had an ice and snow theme, so the spokesperson they were looking for naturally had to have a unique aura that matched the characteristics of the jewelry. Cartier's CEO, Johnny, immediately thought of Yifan. Yifan's ice and snow wedding dress had caused a lot of discussion overseas, so Johnny naturally saw it too. The moment he saw Yifan in the wedding dress, he was certain of his decision. Yifan was too suitable to be the spokesperson for Cartier's ice and snow series of jewelry. No one else had such a cold aura like Yifan. She was unforgettable. Johnny originally had the intention to work with Yifan, but after Yifan's pregnancy was exposed, he had no choice but to put the collaboration on hold. However, Johnny did not completely give up on the idea. He was still observing Yifan to see how Yifan would develop in the future. Later on, Yifan's reputation took a turn for the better. Now, the film she starred in, Life Like Fireworks, was nominated for 4 Oscars. Whether it was reputation, ability, or compatibility with the brand, Yifan was the most suitable spokesperson for Cartier. Johnny found Yifan, and after a discussion between the two teams, Yifan signed the contract with Cartier. Yifan filmed the commercial. After the editing of the commercial was completed, Cartier's CEO was very satisfied. He felt he had made the right decision. Later on, Cartier officially announced that Yifan would be Cartier's global spokesperson. This was another top endorsement deal that Yifan had secured after clinching the Dior commercial. Cartier was one of the top jewelry brands in the world. The entertainment industry was abuzz about Yifan becoming Cartier's global spokesperson. Cartier's endorsement deal has already been clinched by Yifan. What else is impossible? The Dior perfume commercial from last time was very good. I wonder how the jewelry commercial will be filmed this time. I'm looking forward to it. Not long after, Cartier released Yifan's commercial. This commercial would be aired worldwide. At the beginning of the commercial, the background was heavy snow. The snowflakes covered the ground and the entire world was covered in white. There was a bed in the middle of the room, and Yifan was lying on it. She was wearing a retro crystal dress with beautiful patterns on it. Yifan closed her eyes. Her dark eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyes. She had snow-white skin, a straight nose, and delicate lips that were slightly pursed. Even with her eyes closed, her breathtaking beauty could be seen. At this moment, Yifan opened her eyes. She placed her hand on the edge of the bed and slowly straightened her body. As Yifan moved, the earrings on her ears swayed gently. Yifan was so beautiful, but everyone still paid attention to her earrings. The style was exquisite. Yifan did not steal the limelight from the necklace. Instead, she highlighted the earrings' unique characteristics. Yifan stood up, and her skirt swept across the floor. She walked out with her back straight and her chin slightly raised. Her posture was beautiful. The snowflakes fell silently and landed on Yifan's hair. The scene was extremely beautiful. Yifan walked forward slowly. More and more snowflakes fell. At the same time, the necklace on her neck became even more resplendent. Yifan and the necklace seemed to be covered in a layer of faint light. It was extremely dazzling in the snow. This dazzling scene made it impossible for people to look away. At this moment, Yifan stopped in her tracks. There was a white wall in front of her. Yifan looked at the wall. She suddenly raised her hand and touched it gently. The wall shattered into bits and pieces. When Yifan raised her hand, her sleeve slid down and revealed the bracelet on her wrist. The camera zoomed in on the bracelet. It was silver white like crystal and was decorated with exquisite and beautiful snowflakes. Vines twined around the snowflakes. The last scene of the commercial was Yifan standing on a snowy mountain. She was staring in front of her. The cold wind blew, and Yifan's black hair fluttered behind her. Yifan's side profile was clear and beautiful. It was like a beautiful painting. Whether it was Yifan or Cartier's ice-themed jewelry, every part of it was displayed perfectly in front of everyone. Yifan's beauty and the resplendent jewelry were so moving against the backdrop of ice and snow. Previously, Yifan was already very beautiful when she wore Vera Chen's ice wedding gown. This time, Cartier's ice jewelry series commercial had completely stunned the world. Yifan's lips curved into a smile. She gently caressed He-han's chin with one hand and teased him. She hadn't forgotten the roles they were playing just now. She was a police officer, and he was a suspect. They were so immersed in their roles that they started acting. He-han. Yi-fan said the two words softly. Her voice fell on his heart, stirring up a quiet and passionate echo. You're giving up so quickly? Yi-fan raised her eyebrows. This isn't like you. Yi-fan retracted her hand and instantly removed it from He-han's skin. The touch disappeared. Her gaze was gentle and teasing as she slowly scanned his body from top to bottom, as if she was examining her dearest prisoner. He-han's thin lips opened and closed, and his voice rose. Oh, really? He seemed a little confused and frowned slightly. Actually, I'm not too sure what my style is like. It seems like you might know better than me? Yi-fan crossed his arms in front of his chest and gently placed them in front of his chest. He looked at He-han with interest. Facing his teasing, she didn't respond. She just waited patiently to see what else he would say. He-han leaned over slightly. After his gaze swept over Yi-fan's facial features, he met her beautiful and seductive eyes. He-han's Adam's apple moved slightly. Yi-fan didn't notice that the hands behind his back had silently loosened. Officer Yi, do you mean? He-han's words had a double meaning, and there was a hint of meaning in them. Do you want it to be more intense? Yi-fan used her hand as a gun and gently tapped He-han's forehead, looking quite like a police officer. Her threat was full of temptation for He-han. You're already in my hands. Remember to be obedient here. He-han leaned his body and leaned toward Yi-fan. His tone was indifferent. Then forgive me for not being able to comply. Before Yi-fan could react, her body leaned back against the cold, hard wall behind her. She was pressed against the wall by him. Officer Yi. He-han smiled. Are you satisfied with this? Yi-fan narrowed her eyes. She hooked her long legs and quickly turned the tables. He-han was actually pressed down on the bed by her. She moved slightly and straddled him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them switched to a new position. Yi-fan bent down. And her long hair cascaded down, brushing past the tip of He-han's nose. A burst of fragrance drifted past, and it was extremely alluring. Yi-fan gently and slowly leaned over to kiss He-han's lips. When he tried to hug her body, she was very alert and quickly got up to leave. He-han raised his eyelids and looked at Yi-fan's face. She had a faint smile on her lips, as though what happened just now was a small punishment for him. He-han raised his eyebrows. While Yi-fan wasn't paying attention, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her down to lie on the bed. The two of them actually started to fight on the large bed. They were fighting for who had the upper hand. Mrs. He, so you like to play with me like this? He-han raised his eyebrows and laughed. He-han stopped playing the role from just now. In the quiet room, the air was slightly cold, but the fire in their hearts had already been ignited. It was already late at night, but He-han and Yi-fan didn't feel tired. Instead, they were getting more and more excited. He-han suddenly reached out and hooked his arm around Yi-fan's neck, pulling her in front of his eyes. He gently covered her lips. His movements were very familiar. The tip of his tongue pried open her teeth and drove straight in. His other hand slid to the side of her waist. As he caressed her slender waist, he hugged her and brought her closer to him. This kiss was extremely forceful and aggressive. He attacked her lips, and as her body gradually went limp, he quickly pressed her entire body under his body. Officer Yi, who was so forceful just now, gave in because of He-han's long and deep kiss. The role-playing game was over, and the real dinner had just begun. They kissed, their lips moving, and as their lips and teeth intertwined, the night grew darker. Yi-fan's eyes were closed. She reached out her fingers to feel around in the dark. She started from He-han's Adam's apple and slid down his collar, gently landing on his collarbone. The warm touch assaulted his skin, and her fingers touched him lightly. Today was the Oscar ceremony. All the major Hollywood stars and directors were gathered in Hollywood. Yi-fan and the crew of Danger Everywhere were also here. They were the team with the most Oscars nominations this time, so everyone was smiling. The netizens would be watching the live broadcast of the Oscars this time. Yi Fan's fans were waiting in front of their computers on time because they wanted to know who would win the award as soon as possible. Danger Everywhere had been nominated for so many awards and was the pride of the Chinese film industry. It also represented that Chinese films were recognized by both the East and West. And Yi Fan had been nominated for the Best Actress award, so everyone felt proud of her. Everyone was very concerned about whether Yi Fan would win the Best Actress award in the end. This was because it symbolized the most important step for Yi Fan to take in Hollywood. If she won the award, she would have better resources in the future and be directly connected to Hollywood. The fans looked at the screen and searched for Yi Fan's figure. Soon, someone attracted their attention. Yi Fan had light makeup on and her hair was tied up high, revealing her full forehead. Her eyes were clear and dark and her skin was as white as snow. Yi Fan was only wearing a white dress. There were no accessories on her body, but her entire person was like a beautiful painting, tranquil and exquisite. Her aura was very unique. In the simplest way, she bloomed with the most dazzling and stunning colors. Yi Fan just stood there and everyone couldn't help but look at her. Yi Fan and the crew of Danger Everywhere were sitting in their seats. Director Liu Xiaoxin, Chang Su, and the others were sitting next to her. The ceremony had not officially started yet, so everyone was whispering to each other. Danger Everywhere had 10 nominations this time and would definitely win a few awards in the end. It was the most anticipated film at the Oscars this time. After Yi Fan and Chang Su chatted for a while, she lowered her eyes and thought about it. When she found out that she had been nominated for the Best Actress award, she was very surprised. But after the surprise, she calmed down. Yi Fan was very calm. Being nominated for an Oscar was a great honor for her. Regardless of whether she won the award or not, she had already had a very rare experience. The last time she was here, she was the lead actress of Life Like Fireworks. Life Like Fireworks won the Best Cinematography and Best Foreign Language Film awards. However, she herself was not nominated. And this time, Yi Fan once again arrived at the venue of the Academy Awards. She was nominated for the Best Actress Oscar and was one of the 5 nominees. It was completely different from the first time he came here. Now that Yi Fan was in this place, it was hard to describe her feelings. Of the remaining 4 people competing with Yi Fan for the Academy Award for Best Actress, one of them had won the Academy Award for Best Actress before and was one of the favorites to win the award. Another Hollywood actor had also been nominated for 2 Oscars. It could be said that the competition was very intense. Would Yi Fan be the one to win the Oscar for Best Actress? Before the results were announced, no one knew the answer. Even Yi Fan wasn't sure if she would be able to break through and win the award. If she won the award, it would mean that her acting skills had gained the recognition of the judges. If she didn't win the award, it would mean that she wasn't that outstanding and had to work even harder than before. No matter what the outcome was, Yi Fan had to continue walking down the path of being an actress seriously. At this moment, the host walked onto the stage and gave an opening speech to adjust the atmosphere at the venue. Then the awards ceremony officially began. The awards were announced one by one. Very quickly, the first award that Danger Everywhere had won was announced. It was the Best Art Director Award. End of Chapter 135. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.